A 19-year-old girl was found dead in the freezer. The hotel is affiliated with the police department. The hotel bio research place is affiliated. The crematory place is affiliated. Everything that about that hotel is affiliated with that police department in Rosemont. They have the same address. 2 live videos that was posted by those 2 people that's affiliated in gangs, posted live videos in details about what happened to Kanika, what was going to happen to Kanika. All that's facts to the case. Everything else is the images, is made up, said, and everything. Y'all people have to understand. Y'all got to figure out what's true and what's fake. And even the fake shit, I keep telling y'all over and over, the fake stuff also is telling us the real deal.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. This is Edward Joseph, and let's talk live. TM finally reveals. All right, let's talk. Well, today, people, has been such an interesting day. I am here, I am live, and I am going to talk about some things, peoples. Peoples, TM finally reveals. You guys come on in. You guys come on in. You guys come on in, for there's so much to talk about, peoples. You guys come on in. Peoples, I am here, I am back, and I am live. And I've always told you, peoples, after all of these many years, this is one of the reasons why I never let this case go. Because I've told you from the beginning, peoples, that things was going to happen, and it didn't really matter what the time frame was going to be, because the thing is that all of these things that's happening is not in our time, but it's in God's time. And when God says that things is going to be revealed, it ain't nothing that you can say or do, because it is God's time. And so the Lord tells us that confession is good for the soul. And so the thing is now, people's TM is confessing. Now, I've sat back here for all of this time and stuff. I have been on vacation for the past week. I've been out in the Caribbean, to the Bahamas and things. I've been on a ship for 7 days, and I am back. And when I got back, I saw the headlines. I saw all of the things that Jedediah had said, and I saw all of the things that TM has said. And I saw all of the things that all of these other content creators has been saying for the longest time. But now let me tell you what Edward Joseph has been saying, people. Now, if any of you have been with me for any length of time, you know that I have been calling this stuff out forever and a day. And see, the thing is, people, I've told you that there is going to be a reconciliation within this case, and that the people are going to start talking at some point in time. You cannot hold water, peoples. You guys, hold on for one moment. Hold on for one moment. I'll be right back. Okay, people, so I'm back. And so, as I said before, you cannot hold water. See, the thing is that all of these deviant, devilish, and demonic things that you have done in life is all the time is going to reveal itself. You cannot get away with things, because the Bible tells us, be not deceived, for God is not mocked. Whatso a man soweth, thou shalt he also reap. And so the thing is, people, you got to reap the various things that you have sown. Now, it has been stated that TM had spent up all of her money, all of those millions of dollars. I don't know if that's true or not, peoples. I don't know, because I don't live in her world. But what I do know is that she has literally been tormented from the day and time Kenneka Jenkins had been unalived. That I do know, because that I have seen in my spirit. That I do know unequivocally and undeniably. And it was through all of the things that she has done, has literally confirmed the various things that I have been thinking and I have been seeing in my spirit. And so now here's the day. The time has come, peoples. The time has come. And so now TM is ready to spill the beans. And not only TM is ready to spill the beans, but there's others in the camp that is ready to talk as well. And so it's time now, peoples. TM is going to reveal. Yeah, I told you that. See, this is one of the reasons why I chose not to leave this case alone, because I knew within my spirit that God is going to have his way, and confession is good for the soul. So I don't know what Jedediah is talking about. I don't know what Jedediah is sitting around here ranting and raving and this and that and the other, because he ain't nothing but another little black nigga that just wants attention. Do you understand what I'm saying? Because see, the thing is, if Jedediah really had any type of power as he proclaimed he do and things, he wouldn't be sitting on social media ranting and raving and clackling and clicking and sipping and tipping and things like that. He would have been able to make a difference, but he didn't make a difference, peoples, because he, as well as the others, had did their part as well. You know, all of them are guilty in some point or another, peoples. You know, ain't nobody in this case squeaky clean. Do you understand what I'm saying? They all are not squeaky clean, but they all got a story to tell. And so now it's time to tell it. And see, the thing is, you can sit here and you can talk about God and stuff, and you can talk about this and that and the other. But see, if you don't know scripture, if you don't know him as your own personal savior, well, then you're lost. You are just like sounding brass and tinkling cymbals. You talk too much and you never shut up. And so you can sit here and you can quote all of the scriptures in the world, but if you don't have Christ in your life, well, all it is going to be is misery and strife. And see, the thing is, peoples, I really don't give two rats' asses about the things that these people say, because see, there is no validity in the stupidity. Do you understand what I'm saying? See, the thing is, peoples, if God is before you, who can be against you? Now, see, I had all of these people come and rise up against me. I had all of these people say all of this madness and things of that nature and stuff, but yet I am still here. I am still blessed, and I still get my rest. Earlier, I had made a post, and I had stated that all of you cackling hens tried to bring me down. You talked about me, you tried to do this and that and the other, but I still risen above all of that madness, because the Lord told me that he will make my enemies my footstool. And so all of you, I'm stepping over and on, because I'm still here. I had a lot of people leave my channel for whatever reason and things. So there's a few people who has unsubscribed, but that's okay. You know, more power to you, because see, the thing is, I never needed you. I never needed you to build up my platform or to do the various things that I do, because at the end of the day, peoples, all who is with me was sent. Do you understand what I'm saying? So all of you suckers out there that wanted to leave my channel, that's good. Stay your asses out. I don't give two rats' asses, because I'm still going to be here and I'm still going to do the various things that I am doing. Now, news report, peoples. Look at God. I'm finally beginning to put an end to this of my suffering. Although I'm still in pain, that's always going to be there for the duration of however long it's going to take to heal my body. But my financial situation is going to dramatically increase 100-fold and then some. Some of you people, you guys are jealous because of what I am about to receive. Sure enough, what I'm about to receive, me and my son, for compensation for the accident that we have been in. And so you guys, y'all just got so jealous. Y'all just left. Y'all this and that and the other. Y'all talking about me. Well, why is he telling everybody about what he's receiving and this and that? Because I can. Because I can. Now what? You mad because I'm telling everybody my blessings? Well, see, people, so let me tell you something. I done went on this cruise, the 7-day cruise to the Caribbean. I went to the Bahamas and stuff. I love every moment of it. I am back. I bought clothes after clothes after clothes and shoes after shoes after shoes and everything and stuff. And then now, just yesterday, I went to go get my eyes checked. The doctor said, well, you got eagle eyes. He said, you got eagle eyes because I don't see no glaucoma. I don't see nothing. He said, your prescription really hasn't changed. Your glasses that you have is really suitable for you. But if you just want a little bit of strength, I'll increase it just a little bit, but not too much because I don't want to mess up your eyesight. He said, what have you been doing for the age that you are? I said, I have been minding my own business and staying out of other people's business. I don't drink, I don't smoke, I don't do drugs, and I don't stress. But I do get my rest, and I eat right. And I pray to God, I stay on bended knees. And so that's why I have eagle eyes. Even the doctor was impressed. Because he said, out of all of the patients that I have seen, all of the stigmatations and all of this and that and the other, he said, your eyes are nice. He said, you can see. And I said, well, I can only just not see, but I can see beyond the beyond. Because, see, God endowed me with eagle eyes. And with my eagle eyes, I can see beyond the bullshit and madness that people come with. God gave me eyes to see, a mouth to speak, and ears to hear. And so when I apply all of that together, peoples, it doesn't matter what form you try to come at me with, I can see you with my eagle eyes. And as I told you from the beginning, peoples, I said that there's going to come a time to when the truth is going to be revealed. And see, the thing is, peoples, TM can't rest. Those other peoples cannot rest. And they can never truly be blessed because of the simple fact that you did something that you shouldn't have did. And now you're suffering for it. Peoples, I never want you to forget the young lady of the name of Kenneka Jenkins. Peoples. Kenneka Jenkins. See, they gave you so many different names. They gave you so many different pictures. They gave you so many different looks and different things of that nature. But see, I never swayed from the various things that I have saw because God gave me that, not you. And it didn't really matter what any other YouTuber may have stated in this case. I saw it with my own eyes, and I have pointed it out to you, peoples. Because all in the many years that you guys have been playing these videos over and over and over again and giving a narrative to all of this madness, I have literally have taken it and I have shown you what God had showed me. And as I've shown you, peoples, there was many girls who played Kenneka. But even after all of what I have shown you, that's validity, peoples, not stupidity. I brought validity out of stupidity because out of all of the people who have been talking about this case, they couldn't see what I saw. But then when I revealed to you what I saw, it ain't no way around it. Because see, the thing is, peoples, that's not manipulation. It's not manipulation, peoples. It is actual, factual, and true. And you got it here from Edward Joseph, Let's Talk Live. This is why none of the other content creators can ever stand up against me, because the various things that I have pointed out, they can't debunk and they cannot debate. This is why I today, peoples, don't have to worry about what other YouTubers and Facebookers and Instagrammers and all of these people say, because what I say stands. And today I still haven't been debunked by the various things that I have pointed out. And I have said, peoples, now I have told you from the beginning that is going to come a time TM is going to confess. She's going to reveal, peoples. And not only TM, but the other characters that's living. They're living a life of misery. Because whether you know it or not, but I know it, Kenneka Jenkins was blessed, peoples. She was blessed. She was a blessed soul. Now, was she perfect? No, she wasn't perfect, peoples, but she was blessed. God had a mighty call upon her life. And what that young lady had endured on that particular day shouldn't have ever happened, but it was God's will for it to be. Because today, peoples, this day, today, and forevermore, Kenneka Jenkins will always be etched in the minds and hearts of the people. And you can't change that. It doesn't matter what your philosophical views may be. It doesn't matter what you say. It doesn't matter what you do. Kenneka Jenkins' name will always resonate within the minds and hearts of the people. And those perpetrators, your time is here. Your time is here, peoples. And see, I stand on the word of God. I know a lot of y'all sat up here and I spoke to another content creator and things, and she told me some things about what you guys have said and stuff. But I said, it really didn't matter what the people say and stuff, ma'am. You ain't got to keep reminding me of what the people say about Edward Joseph, because at the end of the day, those suckers all the time comes back here. You came here. All of you came here. I never called not one of you. You came. But then you tried to bring shame, but it didn't work. Do you understand what I'm saying, peoples? Because I am Edward Joseph. I am a blessed individual. And God gave me eagle eyes to filter out the noise. And that's why I'm here. And that's why I am doing this live tonight, peoples, because at the end of the day, I'm not about to sit here and get up on TM and what TM is saying and doing. TM is going to reveal what happened to Kenneka. Whether you like it or not, whether you know it or not, whether she likes it or not, she's going to reveal what happened to Kenneka, because TM knows. And so you guys can sit up here, you guys can call her a liar and call her all of whatever you want and stuff. But at the end of the day, you don't know shit. To be honest with you, you don't know shit, because see, you wasn't there. But the one who was is the one who's going to reveal. And TM is feeling the pressure right now. Oh, I've seen it in my spirit, people. So I've been waiting for this day. I've been waiting for this day to come. Because see, now I don't have to reveal it. She is going to do it herself. And this is one of the reasons why TM is making all of these posts. And this is one of the reasons why she's striking everybody else's page and this and that and the other, all because of her. It's time for her to reveal what happened to Kenneka. And I've been asking the question forever and a day, peoples. And my question was simply this. How did Kenneka get out of Irene's life? And I've been asking that question for years. And still today, no other YouTuber or Facebooker has ever answered that question. How did Kenneka Jenkins get out of Irene's life? Because see, the thing is, peoples, I have already debunked and debated the nonsense that you guys have said, because you remember, you guys had said that Kenneka Jenkins walked the halls of that establishment. But throughout the many years, I have already shown you and proven to you, peoples, that Kenneka Jenkins never walked the halls of that establishment. She never did. She never walked off an elevator. She never walked in the halls. And she never bounced off the walls, peoples. That wasn't Kenneka Jenkins, peoples. But that was Kenneka Jenkins in the freezer. How did she get there? That has always been something that had baffled the people for the ages. Because see, the thing is, peoples, if you go by the narrative as to what they tried to portray to you, it doesn't line up. It doesn't match. The timeline doesn't match. The body doesn't match. The language doesn't match. The looks doesn't match. Nothing matches Kenneka. It doesn't match. People's, I don't care what you said, how you twisted and everything. It don't match. It don't make no sense. And see, the thing is, this is what Johnny Cochran had said. If it don't fit, you must acquit. You must acquit, peoples. And so the thing is, peoples, the time is here. The time is here. TM is under pressure right now. I don't know whether she has money or not, but I know that she is really, really feeling it. And see, all of the money in the world cannot take away the pain and agony of knowing that a young lady was murdered. And you knew that she was murdered. She was murdered. Plain and simple, people. Kenneka Jenkins was murdered. It wasn't no accident. See, the thing is, if you look at TM's statements and stuff, it's pretty much a confession, because the thing is that she's trying to figure out what happened to her child. But what are you trying to figure out? You already knew. You knew. So what is it that you are trying to figure out? It ain't nothing to figure out, TM. You knew what happened to Kenneka Jenkins, Mel. You knew. You knew what happened to Kenneka Jenkins. And see, the thing is, TM, because you knew, everybody else knows now, too. So it ain't no reason to get all worked up and bent out of shape and, all like this and stuff. Because, see, the thing is, ma'am, you already knew what happened to Kenneka. No question about it. You knew. And so, you want to sit up here and get mad at everybody because everybody is coming, doxing your channel and taking screenshots and everything and stuff of all of the things that you're saying. But see, the thing is, ma'am, is that God is working on you, because now he's going to have you to reveal what happened to Kenneka. No longer can you sit back and no longer can you sit and try to persuade or talk to the people and say, oh, well, this and that didn't happen and things like that. No, ma'am, you knew that Kenneka was murdered. You knew it. And it's time now that you reveal what happened to Kenneka. It's time. And so, peoples, let me go ahead and let me share my screen for one moment, if you will, peoples, because see, there's some things that I got to show you on tonight. Is that all right, peoples? If you guys would just bear with me just for a little bit, I'm going to show you some things of what TM had said herself. And not that we're Joseph, but TM herself. Because if this is not a confession, I don't know what is. I don't know what is. But the truth is finally being revealed, people. It's finally being revealed. And see, the thing is that, I'm going to have TM on my channel. I think I can go ahead and I can reveal this now, people. I mean, TM had reached out to me to try to befriend me on one of my channels. I didn't accept it. I didn't accept it for the reason is that my thing was, what is it that we have to talk about? Because if you're going to befriend me, well, then you already know that befriending me means that I need to talk to you. And so if you're ready to talk, I'm here. I'll go ahead and I'll accept your friendship. But then I want you to come onto my channel and I want you to talk to me and I want you to talk to the people. I'm not up against you, TM. I'm not, But I know that you know what really happened to Kenneka. And not only what happened to Kenneka, but what happened to all of these other girls that was at that establishment. You know personally. And see, the thing is, you said that you want some help. I'm here to help you, Mel. I don't care what Jedediah says. I don't care what Casey Cloyd, Overa Sanchez Mendina says. I don't care what AK-47 says. I don't care what Leave No Witness, Lord Footage, and King Rob and Chosen King, and Mike Larry, and all of these other YouTubers and Facebookers said. This is what Edward Joseph is saying. Now, you say that you want some help. You say that you need some help. You say that you wanted to figure out and find out what happened to your daughter. Well, see, you already knew what happened to him. And you, just like anybody else, you ain't no different, because you talked about the people as well as they talked about you. I talked about you, but I was your staunch supporter. For 3 years, TM, 3 years, I did not allow nobody in my channel to talk about you or up against you, because in my mind, not in my spirit, I said in my mind, I was saying to myself, well, how is it that this can happen to a mother's child? And how could the people get up on you in a manner to which they did? But until your family sent me something, it's when I changed my mind about you, TM. And then I got up on you and I start talking about you and I start to say a lot of things and stuff. But see, I know more about you than what all of these other people think that they know. I don't know you personally. But I know some things about you. And it's not for me to sit here and vilify you and talk about you and, throw you under the bus and things and stuff. I just want to have a conversation with you and give you an opportunity to speak. You can use my platform to speak to the people. Because, see, just like the people don't like you, the people don't like me either. So we're in the same boat. We're in agreement with the people not liking us. Just like you don't give two rats' asses, I don't either. But there's one thing that it is not common with me and all of the other people, is that I seek justice for Kenneka. I've always wanted to know exactly what really happened to Kanika. And I know to a certain degree, but I just want to hear from you. I just want to hear from your lips. I just want to get a greater understanding as to what is it that you really want to say to the people. Because you keep saying that you're seeking help and all like this. Well, TM, you're a millionaire. So you can go ahead and you can literally hire any type of investigator to do any investigation and things and stuff. You can do whatever you want to do because you got money. Well, I think you still have money, but you had money. But see, the thing is, Tim, I want to remind you, you were the one who took the deal. Nobody forced your hand. You did that yourself. You took the deal. You signed on the dotted line. You gave all of these different statements and things, and they were conflicting because 1 minute you're talking about that you need help, and then on the other hand, people is trying to help you, but then you're denying the help. And then when people talk about you, then you get all in your feelings and stuff, and you want to rap and rave about God this and God that. Well, ma'am, let me tell you, I am God's child. I am anointed and I am appointed. And so when you speak to me, well, then you got to be to the greater understanding that I'm already knowing. So you can try to lie if you want to, but see, I got eagle eyes, man, because I can see and cut through all of the bullshit and nonsense. So now if you really want a real conversation, you can come to my channel. You can come talk to me. You can come talk to Edward Joseph. Now see, it's amazing, peoples, how TM talks about everybody and she is striking all of these other people's page, but she ain't never did nothing to Edward Joseph. Not one thing to Edward Joseph. And why is that, people? And she watches my channel because her family tells me that she watches my channel. Tim knows that I love her. She's a black ghetto mother. But I'm not going to give her no sympathy. I give her empathy, but I'm not going to give her no sympathy because for the simple fact that there's some things that she did that I really don't like. But that's just my personal opinion, peoples. That's my personal viewpoint. And that ain't got nothing to do with you. But at the end of the day, TM, it's time now, ma'am, to let it go and let God, as you proclaim, because you say that you're such a believer in things. Well, see, the thing is, TM, the Bible teaches us that we try the spirit by the spirit. And so my spirit needs to connect with yours if you're a true child of God. And if you're a true child of God and my spirit connects with you, well, then, yeah, I can give you validity out of the stupidity. Do you understand what I'm saying? I'm not saying that you're not a child of God. I'm just saying that if you're truly a child of God, well, then the Lord will allow things to be revealed unto you. Do you understand what I'm saying? See, you can't sugarcoat and you can't shuck and jive God. You can sugarcoat us and shuck and jive with us, but you can't sugarcoat and shuck and jive God. Because, see, the Lord will compel you to confess. And once you confess, then he will give you rest. And so I've sat here the other day, TM, and I've listened to the post that you made and stuff, a video that you did, and you rant and rave about this and that and the other. And see, the thing is, man, what in my experience, a lot of people, they rant and rave about everybody when they talk about them and stuff. Everybody is guilty except you. And so the thing is, TM, what are you getting mad for? Because the people are talking about you. Well, if you ain't got nothing to be bothered by, it ain't no reason to get upset. You don't see me making videos day and night because people are talking about me, because people are scandalizing my name and this and that and the other. Let them talk. Because I'm still here. All of those suckers that tried to bring me down, where are they? They was instrumental in taking all of my channels, but look, by the grace of God, I got them all back. They tried to silence me. They tried to strike my channel and things like that. By the grace of God, I'm still here. A lot of people have left, but then by the grace of God, a lot of people came and still here. So, if you ain't guilty, it ain't no reason to get upset when people talk about you. Because if you're telling the truth, man, well, then the truth will always set you free. And free you shall be. But instead of being free, you're confined. Because, see, the one thing that I do know, TM, is that, and I've been praying for this for a long time, and God answers the prayers of the righteous. See, any petitions that I send up to heaven will never go void. Do you understand what I'm saying? See, when you have that connection with God, God answers your prayers, especially if you're one that's connected with him. But if you're not connected, you can pray all day long and stuff, but God won't hear it. Everything that I pray for, TM, has manifested itself. I'm the only one out of all of these YouTubers and Facebook that has ever truly revealed some true facts in this case that the people didn't think could be. But I, Edward Joseph, did it by the power of God. I can't take credit for it, but God did it through me because I asked. God put this unction in my spirit, and that's why I can't let it go. And I have to see it until its inception, Mel. And so now we're at the crossroads right here. You said you need help. I'm here to help you. You said you need a platform. Here's my platform right here. I'm already in communications with people that is a part of this case. People who was close to Kanika. I got all of the text messages, you know, and other things, ma'am. So at any given point in time, I mean, if you ever want me to validate anything, I can. Because it's all just a push of a button. But see, like I told them, it's like I told my peoples. You cannot fight a true child of God. You cannot fight a prophet. When God says it, that settles it. And so now, this is one of the reasons why you're attacking the people, because you're uncomfortable with the decision that you made. Do you understand what I'm saying, TM? You made the decision. You made the decision to say that your daughter that you birthed out of your pee had walked the halls of that establishment and placed herself in that freezer. And you know darn well that is a lie, ma'am. A major lie. And it ain't nothing that you can tell me or the people to ever try to correct that, because you know that is a bull-faced lie. And that's why when you are attacked, you go back and you attack the people that is attacking you, because you're guilty as sin. And when you're guilty as sin, you know as well as I do, you can't get in. So it's time to reveal, TM. It's time to let go. And if you're truly a child of God, it's time to let God. Because, see, quotations won't get you nowhere. You can quote all day long, but you got to have it within you. It has to live within your heart. And if it ain't in your heart, ma'am, you ain't righteous. You ain't holy. All you are tinkling brass and climbing cymbals, you know. So people's, TM finally reveals. Let me share my screen, ATM finally revealed. So let me Edward Joseph share my screen, peoples. Is that all right? Let me share my screen, peoples. So let me call this up. And so before I get into this, peoples, y'all hold on for a moment. I'm going to take a station identification break. Y'all read that, what's on the screen. I'll be right back. I'll be right back. Okay, people, so I am back. I am back. So let me go ahead and acknowledge some of the people who have come to the chat that has always been with me and things throughout. I greatly appreciate your love and your support and stuff. You're always here. And so for the people who don't come and things, we're not going to worry about them. We're not going to never cry over spilt milk and things like that. I want you guys always understand that. So for the people who's here and for the people who support, thank you. People who don't come and have whatever type of whatever and stuff, well then let them be, let them have it, peoples. We don't argue, fuss, and fight over stupidity. Is that all right, peoples? All right, so let me go ahead and give a shout out to hello Kelly Davis. How are you, ma'am? It is a blessing to see you on today. Kelly Davis says hi everyone. Hello Gary McCrae. How are you, my friend? It is a blessing to see you on today. Gary McCrae this is what I've been waiting on. Oh my God. Hello, Carmelo Turner Sr. How are you, my friend? It is a blessing to see you on today. Carmelo says, Brother Ed, what's up, kings and queens? And then, hello, Vicky Davis. How are you, ma'am? It is a blessing to see you on today. Vicky Davis says, amen. Hello, Randall Robinson. How are you, my friend? It is a blessing to see you on today. Randall Robinson says, salute everyone. And then Randall Robinson had said, who did Teresa help beat up in the parking lot? And then the question is, who was in the freezer when they closed the door? And so hopefully we can get some answers to a couple of those questions. And TM, I know you're watching, ma'am. I'm waiting on you. I'm waiting on you. I'm going to accept your friend's request, and I want to have a conversation with you and things. You know who I am. I am Edward Joseph. I'm the one who has been talking about the Kenneka Jenkins case forever and a day. And so I'm waiting on you, ma'am, because you want to tell the people. You say that you're going back to court. You want to tell the people. So you knew what happened, TM. And so people's, let me let you hear what TM had to say. This is TM. And this is what she said, peoples. She said, to whom this may concern. I still don't know what happened to my child's life. Clothes, shoes, cell phone, hair, and the list goes on. Okay, let me stop right there. Let me stop right there. All right, TM. Now, this is the channel to where you can really come and really express yourself, because let me make one thing clear, Mel. Let me make one thing clear. Your attorney, Jeffrey Feiger, had literally said that the family was there at the time that Kenneka came up missing to at the time that she was found. That's what your attorney said. I didn't say that, Tim. Your attorney said that. So the thing is, ma'am, when you want to talk about something, well, then let's go back to what your attorney had said. Your attorney had literally told the people, Jeffrey Feiger. He said that the family was there at the time to when Kenneka came up missing to at the time Kenneka was found. That's what he said. So TM, I'm gonna go back and I'm gonna play back what Jeffrey Feiger had told the people. Is that all right? So people, let's go back and let's go back to see what Jeffrey Feiger had told the people. Hello, K Sweet. How are you, ma'am? It is a blessing to see you on today. Peoples, this is K Sweet, better known as Keisha Marcellus. and Keisha had said, "Hello, everyone," and she is doing well. All right, peoples, let me just go back for a moment, if you will. Let me just walk this thing down. Let me walk this thing down because I want to remind TM of what Jeffrey Feiger had told the people. So when TM wants to sit up here and say that she is trying to figure out what happened to Kanika, well, then the thing is, Jeffrey Feiger had already told the people that the family was there at the time to when Kanika came up missing to at the time that she was found. So if the family was there, TM, and you are supposed to be the mother, well then how is it that you don't know who was there at the time to when Kanika was missing? How is it that you don't know? Because your own family members had made a post. Your own family members had made a post and they had stated that Kanika was already missing well before she was reported missing. TM, I got the post, ma'am. I got the post. I got the post of what Lenora had stated. Because Lenora had stated on September the 8th that you guys were going to be down there at the Crown Plaza in full force protesting. Well, how could she be making that post on the 8th when Kanika wasn't officially missing until the 9th? Because it's what I've been saying all along, people, is that Kanika was missing way before the 9th. Because in the family statement, it says that Kanika was missing more than 72 hours after the family made the missing persons report. And if you calculate from the 7th to the 9th, that's more than 72 hours, peoples. It's more than 72 hours. If you calculate the time Kanika came to the establishment, which I said she came on the 6th, because she was there right after TM had made that post and saying, "Janaea, I love you. Wait until I get rich and you're going to see how much I love you." And then her sister tried to, hey, shh, don't say nothing. And then the next day, we get a post from the auntie saying, "We're trying to find our baby girl, Kanika. She's missing." So from the 7th to the 9th is more than 72 hours, peoples. I mean, more than 36 hours. Because that's what the family statement said. The family statement says that Kanika Jenkins was missing more than 36 hours after the family made the missing persons report. The missing persons report was made on the 7th. Lenora Harris made the statement on the 8th. And then the supposed Kanika supposedly came up missing on the 9th. TM, I mean, it ain't no need for me to lie, man, because it's all documented. It's all written down. You know, your daughter, Lenora Harris, made the post. Your family member, Kanika's auntie, made the post. And so it's documented. And I've already shown it on my lives many times before. So it ain't no reason to try to deny it because it is documented. So if the people don't understand what I'm saying, all you got to do is just go back through the lives that I made and you can clearly see for yourself what they said. Because I've always told you, peoples, I'm only going to go by what they said. Now, TM, if you want to shed light upon this and stuff, well, I'm only just going by what you said. Is that all right, Mel? It's said all right, Mel. Y'all hold on for a second. See, this is what brings validity, TM. This is what brings validity out of stupidity, because the simple fact is that I only go by what you said. And if you didn't say it, well, then it ain't no need for me to even try to bring it up, because it ain't no need for me to put words in your mouth. But see, you like to post as well as Lenora likes to post. And so because you guys like to post, and Lenora is sitting up here and she's giving a finger to the people, well then, and then you make the statement. I just put your statement up. I just put Lenora making a finger to the people, because this is what you guys said and this is what you guys did. Is that all right? So I can't make it up to him. And then I'm going to go by what your attorney had said. I'm only going to go by what your attorney had said. And then Randall Robinson has another question, because we're going to try to see if we can answer some of these questions tonight. Randall Robinson had said, at Teresa, better known as TM, why did you call at 2:30? Why did you call at 2:30? See, the thing, TM, is that the people already know what you did because it's documented. You called the establishment at 2:30. But see, some people try to say Kanika was missing at 2:30. But in the case files, Kanika wasn't missing at 2:30. But you called at 2:30. Why did you call at 2:30, TM, when Kanika wasn't missing at 2:30? See, these are the things, peoples, that, and I'm glad that some of you is on it and some of you have captured a lot of this stuff, because see, they've been saying a lot. And a lot of what they've been saying ain't jiving with what is. Do you understand what I'm saying? See, you called. You called. And see, we can catch you in what you said, Tim, because you not only called, but you made the statement up on the Breakfast Club. And not only did you make the statement on the Breakfast Club, but you made the statement on what's his name, Dr. Oz show. And one of the things that you said is when the lady had asked you about Kanika, your statement was, because I know. That's what you said, Tim. You said, because I know. And then you paused. And everybody looked at you. All of America looked at you. Millions of people looked at you, because you know. That's what you said. And I'm only going to go by what you said, Tim. That's what you said. You said, because I know. So now, peoples, let's recap for a moment, because this is what TM had said. I can't make it up, peoples. So if you're mad at me, you just get mad at me. I don't care. If you think you know about this case, you just know about this case. I don't care. I don't care, because I'm only going to go by what they said. Is that all right, peoples? And as long as I follow by what they said, it ain't nothing that you can say. Is that all right, peoples? So let's listen to what Jeffrey Feiger, TM's attorney, had said. Let's listen to what he said, peoples.
involved in the tragic death of Kenneka Jenkins on September the 9th, 2017. The facts and circumstances regarding Kenneka's death are not entirely clear. That's primarily because there have been no adequate answers given for why or how Kenneka was not identified or found wandering in the Crowne Plaza Hotel on the early morning hours of September 9th.
Did you hear what Jeffrey Feiger said? Jeffrey Feiger had said that on September the 9th, there's never been any adequate answers given as to why Kenneka wasn't identified or found wandering the halls of that establishment. What is that telling you, peoples? That means that the person who they proclaimed walking the halls of that establishment wasn't Kenneka Jenkins, because the simple fact is that she was never identified or found wandering the halls of that establishment, which simply means that Kenneka Jenkins never walked the halls of that establishment. I don't know what it is that the people don't understand. Jeffrey Feiger just told you right now. Because if it was Kenneka, well, then he would have said Kenneka was wandering the halls of that establishment. But that's not what he said. He said that Kenneka was not identified or found wandering the halls of that establishment. That's what he said. If she was wandering the halls, he would have said it. But he did not say that she was wandering the halls. He said that she wasn't identified or found wandering the halls of that establishment. And it's just what Edward Joseph has been saying forever and a day, that the person who perpetrated to be Kenneka Jenkins was not Kenneka Jenkins. Let's go, peoples. Let's go. Okay, so let's go back. All right, people. Okay, let's go back right here. I'm going to share this screen. Okay, there we go. Let's go.
For why or how Kenneka was not identified or found wandering in the Crowne Plaza Hotel on the early morning hours of September 9th. Why and how, although video surveillance cameras clearly indicate that Kenneka was wandering into an area under construction that had a operating walk-in freezer and cooler, and why and how, in spite of the fact that Kenneka's family and friends were at the hotel from the moment she disappeared until the moment her body was found, almost a full day later, more than a full day later.
Okay, so did you hear what he said? He said that Kenneka's family was there at the Crowne Plaza a day later. at the Crown Plaza a day later. Let's listen to that again, peoples, because see, you're not listening to what he said.
The fact that Kanika's family and friends were at the hotel from the moment she disappeared until the moment her body was found, almost a full day later, more than a full day later. Why this tragedy unfolded.
So if she was there and she wasn't found a day later or more than a day later, what is that telling you? That's telling you it could not have happened on the 9th. Because at the time from the 9th until the 10th, that's not more than a day later. More than a day. Listen to what he's saying. A day consists of 24 hours. More than a day means that she was missing more than 36 hours. If it was more than 36 hours, well then, peoples, that means it was a day and a half that she was missing. So if she was missing on the 7th, that means that on the 9th is when she was found. Because that's more than 36 hours, peoples. See, you guys don't listen. He is telling you what's happening, and you're not listening. He just told you that she was found more than a day later. And the family statement is that Kanika Jenkins was missing more than 36 hours after the family made a missing persons report, and is validated by her own attorney, peoples. Because you just heard what he said. So when you guys wants to sit up here and listen to all of these other YouTubers and stuff, y'all save me that. Don't come to my channel with all of that bullshit and nonsense. Don't come to me with all of you. Well, I've been on this case ever since day one and stuff. I don't care about your opinion, because your opinion doesn't mean nothing to me. It's not actual, it's not factual, and it's not true. I'm giving you what they said. I didn't say this. It's what they said. And what he said was Kanika was missing more than 36 hours. Did you just hear him, peoples? You cannot be missing on the 9th, found less than 36 hours on the 10th. That's less than 24 hours, peoples. It just can't happen. Because you got in the case files in the family statement, and then you got this attorney that's representing TM. And so I told you, this is the time of reveal, peoples. This is the time of reveal. And Jeffrey Feiger and TM is revealing it, peoples. Now we clearly see with our own ears and our own eyes what happened to Kanika, because the narrative that they gave is bullshit and nonsense, peoples. And you ain't even got to read between the lines, because he is telling you what happened to Kanika. Let's listen to this, peoples. This is what Jeffrey Feiger had said. Let's listen.
Were at the hotel from the moment she disappeared until the moment her body was found, almost a full day later, more than a full day later.
Her body was found after a full day, more than a full day later. What is that telling you, peoples? A full day consists of 24 hours. if you go by the narrative of what they tried to say that Kanika came up missing on the 9th and was found on the 10th, people's that's bullshit, because that is not more than a full day. A full day is 24 hours. Jeffrey Feiger is telling you that the family was there at the time to when Kanika came up missing to at the time that she was found, meaning that the family, whoever they may be, and I already know who they are, TM. So TM, if you really want to know what family was at the establishment, well, you want me to tell you? If you really want to know, if you really don't know, I'll tell you, TM, because I know, because I speak to your family quite frequently on a daily basis. Yep. Your family, TM. And I got the text messages. I got the emails to prove everything, every conversation that I had. Everything. Now, you want to call my bluff? Just speak my name and call my bluff, and then I'll expose everything. I don't have no problem. I don't care what the people say. I'm talking to you directly, TM. Call my bluff, ma'am, and then I will expose every email and every text message that was sent to me, and every picture and every voice message that was sent to me. See, I'm not like Jedediah, and I'm not Casey Cloyd Overa Sanchez Mendina, and I'm not Trey Gay and all of these other YouTubers that you have literally stricken their channel. I'm Edward Joseph, and I just want you to just challenge me, say my name, and call my bluff, and I will show you unequivocally and undeniably what I have. Because CTM, I'm the only one out of this whole entire case that can blow this thing out the water. Now, you want some help? I'll give you some help. You really, truly say that you don't know what happened to Kanika? I will give you the information if you really don't know. But see, we already know that that's a lie, Tim, because you know. See, where all of the other YouTubers did not listen to what Jeffrey Feiger had said, I've listened attentively. And I've told the people for years, see, I got years backing me from what I had said, because I was the first and only one that ever came to YouTube that ever said that Kanika Jenkins never walked the halls of that establishment. I was the first and only one that said that. The first and only one. No other YouTuber in the history of this case ever stated that Kanika Jenkins never walked the halls of that establishment. I was the first and only one. And it's not until I came to YouTube is when everybody started to change their narrative after they've seen the various things that I've been showing for years. Now, let a sucker YouTuber try to say that they were the first, and then I'll be the first to embarrass your ass. Because see, I got history. I mean, any video that you need to see, you can always just go back in my timeline on my channel and see the video and stuff, because it's all there. It ain't no need for me to lie. It ain't no need for me to tell no story. I'm just showing you what they said. Now, if you got a problem with the truth and you got a problem with my proof, well, then you come and you show the people what you got. Don't just flap your lips on my channel. Don't just text and type in my chat. I need you to come up here and I need you to show me and show the people what you got. But if you ain't got shit, shut the fuck up. That's all you got to do. You ain't got to get mad at me for me saying what I'm telling you. I'm showing you. I'm showing you unequivocally and undeniably what they said. Now, if you got a problem with that, peoples, well, God damn it, stay the fuck off my channel. Because I don't have time to deal with idiotic, stupid ass people who cannot follow what I am saying and showing. I didn't say it. They did. And if you can't comprehend that, well then, goddamn it, you stupid. Because I'm only going by what they said. What the family statement said was Kenneka Jenkins was missing more than 36 hours after the family had made a missing persons report. Jeffrey Fieger had just told you earlier that Kenneka was not identified or found wandering the halls of that establishment. What is that telling you? That is telling you that the person who perpetrated to be Kenneka Jenkins is not Kenneka Jenkins. That's all it's saying, peoples. I don't know what other thing that you can ascertain from that information, because he made it plain and clear. She was not identified or found. That's what he said. So if that was Kenneka walking the halls of that establishment, then Jeffrey Fieger wouldn't have been saying what he's saying. But he said that she was not identified or found. That's what he said. It ain't what I said, it's what he said. So peoples, when you come into this chat and you want to chime out about anything, reference what they said first before you say anything, because I don't want to embarrass none of you. I really don't. I just want to have a conversation with you. And if you think that you got some proof to the truth, well then come to my live, come to my panel, and then show us. Other than that, sit back, relax, and just shut the fuck up. And just let me do my thing. Is that all right, peoples? All right, so now we got it established, peoples, that Kenneka Jenkins, according to Jeffrey Fieger, never walked the halls of that establishment. According to Edward Joseph, never walked the halls of that establishment. I think that's crystal clear. I don't need to go back over that, peoples. Jeffrey Fieger said it. Edward Joseph said it. That's what it is. If you can prove to me differently, then be my guest. Come on. But if not, sit back, relax, and just shut the fuck up. Is that all right? All right. So, Jeffrey Fieger just said that Kenneka Jenkins was found more than a day later. A day consists of 24 hours, not less than. Let's listen to what Jeffrey Fieger had said, peoples. Let's go.
Kenneka's family and friends were at the hotel from the moment she disappeared until the moment her body was found, almost a full day later, more than a full day later. Why this tragedy unfolded. Kenneka, as you know, came to the hotel as a guest in the early morning hours of September the 9th. She apparently was intoxicated and wandered from the room and wandered throughout the hotel. Video surveillance at the hotel clearly shows Kenneka wandering throughout the hotel at approximately 3:30, and I'm not being exact.
So what Jeffrey Fieger is basically saying is that Kenneka was intoxicated and walked the halls of that establishment. But the day that was supposed to have happened did not happen on September the 9th. Do you understand what he's saying, peoples? What he is saying is that Kanika walked the halls of that establishment, but she never walked the halls of that establishment on the night. That's why I say that Kanika Jenkins never walked the halls of that establishment. When I say that, I'm not saying that she never walked the halls. I'm saying simply that she never walked the halls of that establishment on the night. Because you heard what he said. He said that there was no evidence of Kanika being identified or found wandering the halls of that establishment on September the 9th. That's what he said in his very first statement. But then he comes back and he says that Kanika is found wandering the halls, staggering drunk, but he never mentioned the night after that. See? Listen to what he said, peoples.
And wandered from the room and wandered throughout the hotel. Video surveillance at the hotel clearly shows Kanika wandering throughout the hotel.
She wandered from the room and she wandered throughout the hotel. So, what was my question that I have always asked the people? My question was simply this, peoples. How did Kanika Jenkins get out of Irene's life? Well, he just answered that, peoples. She wandered out of the room. Because on the floors, peoples, they have video surveillance footage. It says that in the case files. It says that in the case files, peoples. And he just confirmed it even more so by what he said. I have asked the question for years. I said, get Kanika out of Irene's life. Well, we already know how Kanika got out of Irene's life. She wasn't taken out. She came out on her own. I told you the truth is going to be revealed, peoples. Kanika came out on her own. Nobody took her out. She came out on her own. And Kanika was wandering the halls of that establishment. But it was days before. Now, this is where the plot thickens. Now, was that purposely done, peoples? For her to wander out that room? Because remember, Irene got tapped on the head and they left. And all of the other people left. But see the thing is, people, let me give you a little tidbit. Remember when they left, you never seen Kanika walk out of the room, right? When Irene had left and the guys had left and things, all of the other people had left. Remember, Kanika was still in the room. But Irene and everybody had left. But Kanika was still in the room. But according to Jeffrey Fieger, Kanika got up and she walked out of the room. Now we finally got a greater understanding how Kanika got out of the room. Well, Kanika walked out of the room. Because Jeffrey Fieger had just told you what had happened. Do you understand what I'm saying? See, the thing is, K-Sweet. Irene and all of them left before Kanika had left out of the room. Because in the statement, it says that Monifa and Shamaya took Kanika out of the room. But that wasn't so, because when Irene left, Monifa was still in the bathroom recording. Do you see what I'm saying? T Sweet, K Sweet. When Irene left the room, Kanika was already still in the room. But Monifa was still in the room recording in the bathroom. Nobody carried Kanika out of the room, peoples. Because if someone carried Kanika, well, then the thing would be she was carried. So if she was carried, they ain't gonna carry her out the room just so she can wander around in the establishment, peoples. No, that doesn't make no sense. Kanika walked out of the room on her own accord. See, now everything is being revealed, peoples. Do you see what I'm saying? See, when you start to look at things and start to break it down, peoples, it only just makes sense. Only just makes sense. See, that's why I'm playing Jeffrey Feiger back, because you got to understand and you got to put it in perspective and you got to put it in place. Kanika walked the halls of that establishment, but she didn't walk the halls of that establishment on that particular day. That's how Kanika got out of Irene's life. Do you understand what I'm saying? That's how she got out of Irene's life. Because look at the time frame of what he had said. He said that it was around the 3:30 hour. Well, if it was around the 3:30 hour, peoples, you know, TM calls the establishment at 2:30. The time on all of the video surveillance footage is backed up 1 hour. Everything is off an hour and whatnot. You see what I'm saying, peoples? You got actual days mixed up with a reenactment. Do you understand what I'm saying? Some of that video footage is real, and some of that video footage is reenacted. Oh boy, you guys are understanding it now. Do you get it now, peoples? Do you understand it now? That's why they had gave you all of this video footage in clips and not a run-on full-fledged video that is unedited. Because there's actual video footage and there is footage that's reenacted, peoples. And Jeffrey Feiger is telling you the real deal of what happened. Just like the lady who I have shown you in the video that I've always, play whenever I start my lives. Let me go back and let me play what she said real quick, peoples, so you guys can get a greater understanding as to what she's trying to convey. Now, is it becoming crystal clear now, peoples? It's becoming very crystal clear when you break it down. And see, I got information that you don't know, but I'm telling you what happened. And this is exactly what happened. And Jeffrey Feiger and TM and all of them, they're going to reveal, because I'm fit to show you what they said. Let's listen to what she said, peoples. Let's go.
a 19-year-old girl was found dead in the freezer. The hotel is affiliated with the police department. The hotel bio research place is affiliated. The crematory place is affiliated. Everything that about that hotel is affiliated with that police department in Rosemont. They have the same address. 2 live videos that was posted by those 2 people that's affiliated in gangs, posted live videos in details about what happened to Kenneka, what was going to happen to Kenneka. All that's facts to the case. Everything else is images, is made up, said, and everything. Y'all people have to understand. Y'all got to figure out what's true and what's fake. And even the fake shit, I keep telling y'all over and over, the fake stuff also is telling us the real deal.
Okay, so peoples, did you hear what she said? She said 2 people had posted videos to tell you what was going to happen to Kenneka Jenkins. Who is the 2 people who posted the videos? Well, Irene Roberts is one, and TY is number 2. And what did they do? They basically gave you insight and information as to what happened to Kenneka and what was going to happen to Kenneka. That's what she said, right? And she said that the crematory place is affiliated with Rosemont. The medical examiner is affiliated with Rosemont. The police department is affiliated with Rosemont. Everybody is affiliated with Rosemont, the Crown Plaza. Everybody. That's what she said. And I've already shown you, and I've already let you listen to what Casey Cloy Olvera Sanchez Medina had said, because she said that the police had made it so to where they covered this up. That's what she said. I can't make it up, peoples. I'm only showing you what they said. And Casey Cloy Olvera Sanchez Medina had told you what they said. K-Sweet had said, even though if we find out what happened, the mother is the only one can open this case again. Well, no, K-Sweet, that's not true. She's not the only one. I can open it up. Because see, the thing is, everything runs by facts. And I have the facts. TM ain't the only one who knew what happened, what really happened to Kenneka. TM had already confessed to a certain degree. But TM wants to sit here and play games and say that I'm still trying to figure out what happened to my daughter. Well, if she's really trying to figure out what happened to her daughter, well, then all she needs to do is just come speak to me. If she truly don't know. But see, I'm calling TM's bluff. Because see, not only does TM know, but I know. Now call my bluff. Call my bluff. Because see, Trey Gang didn't do this. 54 Keys didn't do this. Zillionaire didn't do this. Boss Man or Hair Lost Man, John Queer Q didn't do this. But I was the one who has all of the recordings of Casey Cloy Olvera Sanchez Medina and all what she had said. I, Edward Joseph, was the one who played that. You want to know a little bit more? Let me oblige you, peoples. Let me go ahead and share my screen real quick, and we're going to get back to this, because see, now it's becoming crystal clear to you as to what happened to Kenneka, right? If you listen to what I'm saying and how I'm breaking it down, now you understand. The lady just told you 2 people in the case had made videos to show you, to tell you what was going to happen to Kenneka. And the only two videos that you ever seen was Irene Roberts and T.Y. It's only two videos. That's what she said, right? And then she told you everybody is affiliated. Well, let's listen to Casey Chloe Olvera Sanchez Medina, and let's listen to how they all are affiliated peoples. See, ain't nobody, ain't no other YouTuber did what I did, but I'm telling you, peoples, because I got the juicy juicies. Bingo to the bingo, peoples. Let's listen in.
She said she grew up 3 minutes from Rosemont. God damn, they got me fucked up. She told me how she died, or that she doesn't know the who or the why, but the hotel fucked up. Everybody kept saying, "Oh, the hotel moved her," and I kept saying, "Why? Why would they do that? That would be fucking up so big time." They fucked up big time. They moved her. They found her. They freaked out and they moved her and they threw her in the freezer to try to make it look like an accident. And I got this information in exchange that I'll do the fucking interview with them. So you can't say nothing yet.
And so you heard it from her own lips. That was Casey Chloe Olvera Sanchez Medina that clearly told you that the hotel fucked her up. They found her and they threw her in the freezer. That's what Casey Chloe Olvera Sanchez Medina had told you, right? That's what she said. But see, there's more audio peoples that I have of Casey, and I played it on my lives, people. So let me just go back to a few more videos, peoples, to see what Casey Chloe Olvera Sanchez Medina had to say, peoples. Let's go.
I don't run around here. Y'all don't hear me running around here saying I'm trying to fight for justice for Kenneka, because I'm not going to say I don't think that nothing wrong happened to her. I'm not saying that. I've said it many a times as well. I do not believe Kenneka walked herself in that freezer and lay down and died. I also don't believe that somebody put their hands on her to end her life on purpose, any kind of way, shape, or form.
Okay, so Casey Chloe Olvera Sanchez Medina said that she do not believe that Kenneka Jenkins walked herself in the freezer and laid down and died. But then she also turned around and said that she do not believe that someone purposely put their hands on her. Well, it's only one way that Kenneka could have got into the freezer if she didn't walk into the freezer on her own, right? Somebody had to put their hands on her and put her in the freezer. So that's contradictory to what she was stating. And that's contradictory to what she had just stated earlier when she had said that the hotel found her and the hotel fucked her up. Well, if the hotel found her, where did the hotel find her? Let's listen in, peoples, because this is where the hotel had found Kenneka. Was Kanika Jenkins found in the rear dock area, or was she found in the freezer? Because I heard that she wasn't found in the freezer, but she was found somewhere else. Is that to be true, people's chat?
That's what they said from the beginning.
Tiff, what did they say?
She was found in the rear dock, at the rear dock.
In the what?
That's what they said. I said that's what they said from the beginning.
In the beginning. In the beginning, people.
From the beginning.
This is what they said in the beginning.
And then they changed it to the freezer.
Come on. So we got reference of Kanika Jenkins being in the dock area, being found in the dock area, and not in the what? The freezer. Because Tiffany said that's what they said, what? In the beginning. What did they do? They changed it, right? So when they changed it, then what did the people do? They latched on to that narrative and they ran with it. But people, what did I say? I said we are true fact finders, right? So if that's what they said in the beginning, and we have the person on the mic saying, I am in the dock area, what is that telling you?
That they not in the freezer.
That they
didn't find her in the freezer.
Found her where? In the dock area. They found her in the rear by the dock area. That's where they found her, people. That's where they found Kanika, peoples, in the rear by the dock area. And then they changed it. They changed it, peoples. They changed it. And then when they changed it, the people latched onto that narrative and they ran with it. They ran with it, people. So see, the thing is, you know, Jeffrey Feiger had just told you that Kanika walked out of the room. Let's go back to what Jeffrey Feiger had said. I want you guys to really get that down and understand what's happening, peoples, because see, if you don't follow what is being stated, then you will miss it. And then when you miss it, then it's hard to get back. I want you to understand. This is what Jeffrey Feiger said. It ain't what I said. This is what he said. So let's listen in to what Jeffrey Feiger had said, peoples.
Apparently was intoxicated and wandered from the room and wandered throughout the hotel. Video surveillance at the hotel clearly shows Kanika wandering throughout the hotel at approximately 3:30, and I'm not being exact.
He said that Kanika was wandering in the hotel at approximately 3:30, but he's not being exact. So clearly, Kanika was wandering the halls of that establishment, but it wasn't on the day that they proclaimed peoples. And that's the point that I've been trying to make. It wasn't the day that they proclaimed. That's why they had taken all of the original video footage, and that's why they were splicing everything up to make it seem like this is the actual day and the actual time. Now, let me give you a little tidbit. The thing is, people, is that the day and time that Kanika wandered the halls of that establishment, guess what? You never seen none of the kids get on or off the elevator. Why is that? Because see, if you ever seen the kids get on and off the elevator, well, then that is just such a small little area. And with that, it would have had a timestamp to the day and time that they got on and they got off. So it ain't no way that you're going to be able to change the day and time of that particular video because it's just such a small area. It is what it is. If you get on the elevator, the video is going to show the day and time. If you get off the elevator, the video is going to show a day and time. But if you are in the general area of the hotel, you can pick and choose any given day and time because it's more areas to choose from. So you can cut and splice the video because these kids was all over the establishment. But you can't cut and splice the video when you're getting on and off an elevator. Because the thing is, you got to sit at the elevator for some period of time for the elevator to come down, open up the doors, and you walk in. And then when you walk out, you're walking out the elevator, but that day and time will already be recorded. That's why in none of this video footage, peoples, you never seen any of the kids get on or off the elevator because it would have shown the day and time. Boy, peoples, I hope you guys are listening to me. I hope you guys are listening to me because all of these conspiracy theories and things that the people were saying over throughout the years and stuff, well, I'm giving you the juicy juicies. I'm giving you what really happened to Kenneka. Yes, Kenneka walked out of the room. Yes, Kenneka walked out of Irene's life, but she walked out on her own accord. And the people, her so-called friends, was already out in the establishment well before she walked out herself. Remember, Kenneka supposedly had some topiramate and all of this in her system. Well, I don't know whether that's true or not. I know she had something in her system because Jeffrey Feiger had said that, you know, she wasn't coherent. She was staggering and she was intoxicated with something. I'm not saying that she was drunk because I don't know. But Kenneka was given something. She was given something. And that's what impaired her judgment because if Kenneka was coherent, ain't no way she's going to be walking the halls of that establishment. Ain't no way she's going to be doing anything. She didn't just be able to just walk downstairs, you know, ask people to call her mom or whatever and stuff and walked on out. But everybody was involved. Just like the lady said that I shown you the video. Everybody was involved. Everybody. And see, that's the point that I'm trying to make to all of you. Everybody knew what was going to happen to Kenneka. The lady had told you that on the video that I just showed you. She told you. Everybody's involved. But Kenneka wasn't the only one who had got commandeered. The girls who played Kenneka never made it out that establishment. And that's a proven fact, peoples. It's a proven fact. It wasn't just only Kenneka. It was the girls who played Kenneka. And all of them got commandeered. That's why they only gave you clips of the videos. So now, TM, you got something to say, Mel? You know, you want to say? Because you were the one who came and told us that Kenneka is missing. You was the one who told us that nothing happened to your daughter. And that your effing daughter is dead. And for the book and for the record, ain't nothing happened to her, y'all. Ain't nothing happened. She was left here at the party. Yeah, she was left. She was left. She sure was. She ain't lied about that, people. She was left. But see, the question is this: did the establishment do Kenneka in, or did the family do Kenneka in? That's the question. that is the question, people. Did the family do Kenneka in, or did the establishment do Kenneka in? Because the narrative is that Kenneka was found in the rear by the dock area. So a lot of people said that Kenneka got beat up in the parking lot and stuff. TM and all of them beat her up and things. What if they beat her up? Why didn't they just KO her? Why? No, I mean not KO her, because that's knockout. Why didn't they just KILL her? So the question is, who KILLED Kenneka? Was it the gangs, or was it the establishment? But before you even begin to try to answer that question, peoples, I want you to understand something. There were more people who played Kenneka. So when you want to come to a conclusion that the gangs did it or the establishment did it, understand that there was more girls who played Kenneka. So do you really know what happened to Kenneka and who did it? Yes, I do. The one who carried Kenneka was the one who killed Kenneka. And the one who carried Kenneka was James Coleman himself, T.Y. and Tanasia's father. Kenneka was choked out, peoples. She was choked. That's why you don't see no bruises or anything all over her body. You know, a lot of people said, oh, well, you know, what's his name? The guy who was roaming the halls of that establishment and stuff, the security officer, Franz Cave. A lot of people said Franz Cave and his friends, they took Kenneka and they slammed her down. You had the guy was speaking up on his cell phone and stuff, and he was bearing witness as to what happened to Kenneka and, you know, all like this and so on and so forth. You remember the guy who the girl had on the cell phone and stuff. Well, that didn't actually happen to Kenneka, peoples. He was describing the other Kenneka, but not Kenneka Jenkins. Because you do know that everybody who played Kenneka was referenced as Kenneka. Do you understand that, peoples? Everybody was referenced as Kenneka, but the only specific thing that happened to Kenneka was choked out. She was choked. That's how she was killed. That's why you see the hair around the neck. That's why you see the hand tucked up under her neck. That's why you never seen her neck. But if you've seen the autopsy photos, peoples, you're seeing the ligature marks on Kenneka's neck. And I have the autopsy photos, peoples. That's how I can open this case wide open. Because, see, there was leaks in the medical examiner's office. And I had a friend that worked in the medical examiner's office, and she had told you herself the condition of the girl's body. But the girl who was brought in wasn't Kenneka. It was the girl who played Kenneka. You remember when she had told you that the inner part of her thighs and stuff was burnt. She had lacerations like kutakinte, webs all over her body, all over her back, and everything. They beat that girl. They whipped that girl. They burnt that girl. But that wasn't Kanika. The real Kanika was brought to not the Cook County Medical Examiner's Office. The real Kanika was brought to the Resurrection Hospital. The real Kanika. You do remember when the fake coroner had came to pick up Kanika's body. You guys remember that, right? You guys remember when he and the other guy, his counterpart, had came to the establishment to pick up the body, but he was already there hours earlier before the supposed Kanika had died. And why was he there? Because he was picking up other bodies of the other girls who had died. That's why he was there early. Oh my God, peoples! Now you finally beginning to understand the play, and you finally beginning to understand how all of this stuff happened. You've seen on video footage, people. He was there hours earlier before the supposed Kanika Jenkins body was ever revealed. We've seen him on video footage. Hours earlier before the body of Kanika Jenkins was ever revealed, peoples. And the Resurrection Hospital ain't nothing but just a couple of minutes away from the Crown Plaza Hotel, peoples. Now, is it starting to make sense, peoples? Because, see, the thing is, they have reported as a crime scene. You guys remember that, right? They reported it as a crime scene. That's what TM told you. They reported it as a crime scene in the beginning. Remember the audio when the medical professionals had said that there was 2 assaults and battery. 2 assaults and battery. You guys remember that on the dispatch. That's what they said. 2 assaults and battery. Well, if there was 2 assaults and battery, that means that somebody was severely injured, peoples. You guys remember that, right? So if there was 2 assaults and batteries at the establishment, when did that happen? Because certainly we didn't see no medical professionals running into the establishment trying to bring somebody out on the stretcher and things like that. That certainly didn't happen on the night. You show me one video footage of anybody being taken out on a stretcher outside of the Crown Plaza. Show me any video. It didn't happen on a night. But they got in the record that there was 2 assaults and batteries. Okay, people, so let's go back to that record. Let me share my screen.
911, where's the address of your emergency?
Yes, I'm at the Crown Plaza at O'Hare Airport, and I was calling because my daughter came to a party here last night, a gathering with her friends, and now her friends, they said that they left on the front of the hotel, and she's not able to be found now. She's 19 years old.
And you said that and you said the Crown Plaza at O'Hare Airport?
Yes, and they said that when her friends was asking earlier today, like about 4 o'clock in the morning, because they run the video cameras, they said that they didn't have no camera. But now I came, and it was a lady. She said that she heard music, and she asked me that I want to go upstairs, and we went upstairs on the 11th floor, and it was someone came to the room, and she said that she did see my daughter there with a group of girls and a couple of guys. But that's all she just saw because she was busy trying to get reception on her phone.
Okay, so TM said that the lady had seen her daughter, and she was with a group of girls and a group of guys, a couple of girls and a couple of guys on the 11th floor. That's what the lady testified to. That's what TM had said. You heard what she said, right? So that puts Kenneka there at the establishment, not the Marriott, not the DoubleTree, not at Schiller's Park, and not at the west side of Chicago. It puts her squarely at the Crown Plaza Hotel. That's what she said, right? And she was there with her friends. Okay, so that's what TM said. Let's go back to listen to what TM had said.
When her friends was asking earlier today, like about 4 o'clock in the morning.
When her friends was asking earlier today, like about 4 o'clock in the morning. All right. So remember what Jeffrey Fieger had said. Jeffrey Fieger had said that, according to the video footage, at approximately, and he's not being exact, 3:30 in the morning, Kenneka was found wandering the halls of that establishment. At approximately 4 o'clock in the morning, well, Kenneka was supposed to have been reported missing, right? Because, I mean, if it's at 4 o'clock in the morning, then the kids already know that Kenneka is missing, right? And so the kids had supposedly had called TM and had said, had told TM that Kenneka is missing, but it had to happen before 4 o'clock in the morning, because TM had said at 4 o'clock in the morning, she had said, and she had asked the kids, can they go and, or either the kids had did it themselves, go and ask, can they run to see the cameras? So you see the discrepancy, peoples, because if Kenneka was staggering drunk at about 3:30, and then just 30 minutes later, the kids already called TM, already went to the front desk and start asking, well, can you run back the camera? That's only 30 minutes later. So, and then according to T. Slay and Custom Design, at 4:15 in the morning, Shemaya and her mother was supposed to be at the police station giving a report about Kenneka. Well, see, people, see, when you do your investigation and you go and you start to break down all of these different times, well, then how could the times be the actual times? Because if you really think about it, how could all of that stuff have happened in just such a short period of time? And then in the case files, it stated that at about that time, the kids had brought back TM's car to her home. But see, people, again, people don't listen. And when you don't listen, you never learn. Because, see, I didn't state these times. They did. They gave the times. So you can't tell me that these people was just throwing out times and not knowing that the times that they were given is not the actual times. Well, you got to know what time you were doing what. And there's timestamps on the video calls, on the dispatch calls. They have times. It's already locked in. You can't change it. So all of these different times is happening, and everybody is trying to put this, that, and the other in a time slot, but it don't match up. How could all of this stuff happen within the time frame that the people are giving? Unless it didn't happen on the same day as they proclaimed it did. Bingo to the bingo peoples, I'm only showing you and I'm only telling you what they said. It ain't what I'm saying. Let's listen to what T. Slay and Custom Design had to say about Kanika and the time. One thing about a nigga like me.
One thing about a nigga like me, I just pick everything you just said apart. And that's why you gotta go find the paperwork and all that shit to read exactly what it say, because you don't know what it say. Shamaya mother called the police at 4:15 in the morning, on the morning of the night, 4:15 a.m. By 4:30 or 4:30 something, they was at the police station. Shamaya mother called the police to report what Shamaya came back and told her what had happened.
And a tidbit of information from what we're talking about. Kanika was actually missing at that point. Kanika was missing when they went to the police department to say what she did. That was the purpose of them going down there. They had not found Kanika. So Shamaya's mom called the police department, asked them to come and pick them up and escort them back to Rosemont PD. And that's exactly where the fuck they were at 4:30 in the morning on the night.
So according to C. Slay peoples, Kanika was already missing at the time to when Shamaya and her mom came to the police department. So if Shamaya and her mom came to the police department on the morning of the night, that means that Kanika had to be missing well before the night. Because Shamaya had to come back to tell her mom what happened to Kanika. Shamaya's mom called the police department at 4:15. And at 4:30, according to T. Slay and Custom Designs, they are at the police department on the morning of the night. And you just heard T. Slay said that Kanika was already missing, and that was the purpose of them going down to the police station. If you put it all in perspective, peoples, all of this could not have happened on September the 9th, because it's only one morning of the night. And so if Shamaya and her mom is at the police station on September the 9th in the morning hours, in the AM hours, Kanika could not have been walking the halls of that establishment in the morning on the 9th. It is impossible, peoples. Do you understand what I'm saying? It is impossible for Kanika to be walking the halls of that establishment on the morning of the night, and Shamaya and her mom goes to the police department in the morning on the night. Bingo to the bingo, peoples. And see, Custom Design and T. Slade, they already agreed with my narrative, even when they tried to disagree with my narrative. Because as you hear it, they just told you themselves. It was the morning of the night. And what I have told you from the beginning, peoples, that Kanika was never there on the night. Bingo to the bingo peoples. Kanika Jenkins was never there on the morning of the night. So, according to what Jeffrey Feiger said, according to what T. Slay said, according to what Custom Design said, according to what Edward Joseph said, according to the family statement, we all agreed that Kanika was not there on the morning of the night. Couldn't have happened, peoples. She couldn't have walked the halls of that establishment on the morning of the night. Now, am I breaking it down? Is anybody confused now? Is anybody confused? Because see, I'm only going by what they said, and I'm giving you the timeline. It ain't no way that all of this stuff could have happened on the morning of the night as they proclaimed it to be. Because the time and the narrative doesn't jive, peoples. Do you understand what I'm saying? It doesn't jive. That's why they call it a reenactment, because the enactment had already happened prior to them playing out this scenario. That's why it's called a reenactment. They don't call it an enactment. They call it a reenactment, peoples. Do you understand what I'm saying? Now, is it becoming crystal clear, peoples? Now, do you understand it? Do you get it now? Is it coming crystal clear? Is everything is being in perspective? Because see, now we can go and we can reference the case files. We can go and we can reference the family statement to solidify the time. Because everything that's with the time is not happening on the morning of the night. Peoples. Because you can't sit here and tell me in good conscience that all of this stuff that I have just stated had happened on the morning of the night. How could you justify it? You can't. No, it doesn't matter how you look at it. It doesn't matter how you twist and turn it, how you flip it around, how you turn it upside down and stuff. It doesn't make no sense, peoples, because the simple fact is it didn't happen on the morning of the night. Okay? Now, you got all of these other content creators who made the statement. They said it. Do they want to recant it? Because I mean, they can't recant it. They can do whatever they want. But the bottom line is, it ain't gonna change the outcome. It ain't gonna change the fact that this is what it is, people. Do you guys understand what I'm saying? That doesn't change the fact, people. So that's all I'm trying to tell you. All right, so now let's since we got that time established, peoples, because they said it happened on the morning of the night, and I'm telling you that couldn't have happened. Let's go back to the 911 call, peoples, and let's listen in to what TM had to say about the 911 call, peoples. Let's go.
Because they run the video cameras, they said that they didn't have no cameras. But now I came and it was a lady. She said that she heard music, and she asked me that I want to go upstairs, and we went upstairs on the 11th floor, and it was someone came to the room, and she said that she did see my daughter there with a group of girls and a couple of guys.
So she saw her daughter there on the 11th floor with a group of girls and a couple of guys. That is what the witness had stated. That is what TM is stating, peoples. So basically, so basically, TM is stating that Kenneka was there on the 11th floor, based upon what the supposed witness had told her. Do you see what I'm saying? So okay, so let's go. Let's walk this thing down. So if Kenneka came in at 113, got on the elevator, went into 926, Irene's life was supposed to have been going on and all like this. At what such point did she ever leave the room to go with a couple of girls and a couple of guys to the 11th floor? Because if you're going up to the 11th floor, what was happening on the 11th floor to garner their attention on that floor? And for the lady just to happen to be out in the lobby to just distinctively remember Kenneka. Think about that for one moment. She distinctively remembers Kenneka being on the 11th floor. So at which point in time did these group of girls and group of guys go on the 11th floor, and how long did they stay? Was it a minute or two? Did they just come up to say hello to whoever was in the room on the 11th floor? What happened on the 11th floor, peoples? Because you got TM saying that the lady said that they were on the 11th floor. So if they were on the 11th floor, common sense would say, okay, if you were a group of girls and a group of guys, nobody's just going to go up to a floor and just stay for a minute or two. You would think that they will be there for some period of time, right? Because if it's equal, well then, what were they doing? Doing splits on the dick? Remember, in the case files, you got the girl saying, his dick is little. Let me be a thought in peace. Oh, you guys remember those statements, right? So is this the time to when everybody was branching off and getting their freak on? Is this the time to when Kenneka met up with number 4 and number 5 that was in her phone? The ones that Lenore had revealed, had told the police, these are the people who you need to talk to. Number 4 and number 5, the businessmen that Kenneka was already having conversations with while she was at the establishment. What was this the group of guys that she branched off with, and they already knew that they was going to get their hustle on, so that's why the other girls had came too? Because that only makes sense, peoples. It only makes sense because, see, the thing is, I didn't say it. Lenore said it. Lenore said that you need to check out number 3 and number 4 in her phone. And there is record that Kenneka had communications with 3 and 4 in her phone. And these were businessmen that Kenneka came to the establishment to see. That's why they were there days earlier, peoples. Because Kenneka was down there getting her freak on with her freaky, leaky, deaky friends. There you have it, peoples. There you have it. There's the truth to the there's the proof to the truth right there. Because see, the thing is, peoples, when you go and look at the case files, you got to put in perspective number 3 and 4. Okay, let's go to the case files, peoples. Let's go to the case files. And we're going to come back to the 911 call. We're going to look at the case files right quick, peoples. Because, see, I got to put this in perspective to where you can understand exactly the timelines and exactly what was going on and what Kenneka was doing at the times, peoples. Let's go back to the case files. So let's go back to the case files number 1 here. Okay, and then we're going to enlarge this, peoples, and we're going to look to see what Lenora had said. Okay, this is what Lenora had said. The establishment had said, I was able to initiate contact with the anonymous caller who was found to be the concerned mother of the missing victim, Kenneka. I assured the victim's mother that we're doing our very best to try to locate her daughter. The complaint also stated that the listed contacts number 3 and 4 were from out of town and were attending the party at some point of the evening. The complaint was not able to provide any further information on the victim's listed friends' contacts at this time. A recent photo of the victim was taken before she went missing, was provided by the complainant and loaded into CIS. Nothing further at this time. So it wasn't Lenora, it was TM. Was it Lenora? It was TM. TM had called out number 3 and 4. Were from out of town and were attending the party at some point of the evening. Now, we got reference of number 3 and 4 when the police had talked to them, and they had already told them that the police had already talked to us, and there's nothing else for us to discuss. Do you understand what I'm saying? So peoples, do you finally get it now? Do you understand what's happening here? Because, see, number 3 and 4 was out of town. Number 3 and 4 was the businessman that was in Kenneka's phone, who Kenneka had conversations with, that was pointed out to the police. These are the people who you need to check out. So in essence, with all of this going on, peoples, you got to put in perspective, where did number 3 and 4 come into the equation if Kenneka just came to the party and then all of a sudden came up missing just about less than an hour at the time to when she came to the establishment? It doesn't make no sense, peoples, because you got this that has to happen. You got her been on the 11th floor. That has to happen. You got Shemaya and her mom on September the 9th at the police station at 4:30 in the morning. That has to happen. And it's all in the case files, peoples. So if all of that happened, well, then that of what they stated has supposedly happened to Kenneka couldn't have happened on the morning of the 9th. Because TM had said that the girls had called her at 4 o'clock in the morning. Well, if that be true, peoples, well, then Kenneka had to come up missing immediately after she came to the establishment. And if that was the case, well, then how did Kenneka be in Irene's live and TY's live, be up on the 11th floor, meeting with number 3 and number 4, and then everybody leaves? Shemaya and her mom gets to the police station. But how did Shemaya get home? Because according to the video footage, they were still there at the 4 o'clock hour, roaming the halls of that establishment on the morning of the 9th. It couldn't happen, peoples, in the manner to which they said that it happened. Do you understand what I'm saying? See, peoples, see, the thing is that I'm breaking it down for you so you can understand that all of this stuff did not take place on the night. It didn't take place on the night because it doesn't matter what timeline that you reference. It doesn't matter which video you reference. It all did not happen on the night. It is impossible, peoples. And I've clearly shown you based upon what they said. And based upon what they said in the times that they gave and all that is written in the case files, the timeline does not line up, peoples. It doesn't match. It just absolutely doesn't match. No matter how you twist it, no matter how you turn it, no matter how you look at it, none of that stuff makes no sense whatsoever. And these are the things that these YouTubers never considered because they ran with a narrative, just like Tiff had said. They gave you something in the beginning, they ran with it, and then they changed it. Was Kenneka Jenkins found in the rear by the dock area? Originally, they said that she was found in the dock area, but then they changed it to the freezer. Well, then you got to ask yourself, well, peoples, if Kenneka was found in the rear by the dock area, well, then how all of this stuff have happened? Because it takes some time to get a body from wherever it was back to the dock area, right? It takes time to transport a body from the dock area to the freezer. So every scenario that is playing out, it takes time. So you can't have a girl come in at 1:13 and then at 3:30 walk in the halls of that establishment at 4 o'clock. The girls is at the front desk asking for video footage. At 4:15, Shamaya is supposed to be home with her mom, telling her mom what happened to Kenneka. At 4:30, Shamaya and her mom is at the police station giving an account as to what supposedly happened to Kenneka on the morning of the night. But we got record based upon what Kenneka's auntie had made the post earlier than the night. She made the post on the 7th. Lenore made the post on the 8th saying, Crown Plaza, you got me all and our family all effed up. We will be there tomorrow on the 9th to protest. I've shown you all of that, peoples. I've shown you the text messages. I've shown you the posts that they made and things. So that's indicative of the fact that Kenneka could not have been missing on the 9th. She had to be missing way earlier than the 9th. Bingo to the bingo. It doesn't matter how you look at it. It doesn't matter how you slice it and dice it. It all didn't happen on the 9th, peoples. Bingo to the bingo. And any reasonable person would be able to ascertain or understand that all of the stuff that was ever given is bogus bullshit and madness. Because all of this stuff couldn't have happened on the night, peoples. Oh my God, peoples! I gotta go. I gotta go make a run, but I want to do this right quick. I'm going to cover this. I'm going to cover this, peoples. I'm going to keep everything up. I'm going to play back alive until I get back in things. But the one thing I want to do right now, because I'm going to keep everything as is, and we're going to cover it. But I want to go back to this of what TM had stated, peoples, right here. Let's go back to this right here. And let's look at and listen to what TM had stated, peoples, because this was just done just about a day ago, peoples. So I just want to cover this, and then we're going to go back to breaking it down. Because, see, I don't know what's TM's problem. And I'm inviting her to my channel to come on and tell the truth and express to the people what's really going on. You know, because if I get any beef or flack or hear anything in a negative tone from TM, well, then I'm just going to bust it wide open. She ain't got to say shit. I'm going to say shit, and I'm going to show the shit. You say that you really want to know what happened to your daughter. Well, I'm going to show you what happened, and I'm going to show the people what happened to your daughter. So either you're going to come clean, or I will make you come clean. So this is what TM said, peoples. It says, to whom this may concern. I still don't know what happened to my child's life. Clothes, shoes, cell phone, hair, and the list goes on. Well, okay, so you say that you don't know what happened to your child's life, her clothes, her shoes. They didn't give you back her clothes. They didn't give you back her shoes. They didn't give you her cell phone. Well, that's a lie, because you had the cell phone. It's in the case files. You didn't want to turn it over, but you end up turning it over. So see, TM, see, I'm trying to give you the benefit of the doubt, man. But see, there is evidence that's already in the case files that's showing that you're lying. You're lying. And it ain't no reason to lie to the people. If you're telling the truth, tell the truth. And it ain't no reason to get mad at the people when they call you out for the hilarious and nefarious bullshit and madness you're speaking. Because, see, the thing is, in order for you to get the money, you had to admit that your daughter did things to make herself die. So basically what you're saying, TM, when you accepted that money is that your daughter was the cause of the accident, as you proclaim and as the establishment proclaimed. But TM, if it was an accident, what in the fuck are you talking about then? Because if it was an accident, you already got the money. What the fuck are you making posts about? But if it wasn't no accident, it's time now that you come out and tell the goddamn truth. Because if it wasn't no accident, TM, then why did you accept the money? See, you signed off. You accepted the money. So when you accepted the money, you basically told everybody that Kenneka did this to herself. But we already know it was a murder. And now you're confessing. You bet not ever get on live and try to condemn anybody for talking about you, because you are lying to the people. You know Kenneka was murdered. But now you're saying, TM, it ain't Kenneka Jenkins. It is Kenneka Martin. So if Kenneka Martin, your daughter, got killed, well then, goddamn it, what happened to Kenneka Jenkins? Because see, you switching it up, TM. First is Kenneka Martin. Now it's Kenneka Jenkins. Now you're coming back with Kenneka Martin. Well, what happened to Kenneka Jenkins? Is Kenneka Jenkins your daughter? Did you have her out your pee? What happened to Kenneka Martin? Maybe TM, if what I'm looking at, you really don't know, because something happened to Kenneka Jenkins, but we don't know what happened to Kenneka Martin. And if something happened to Kenneka Martin and you don't know what happened to her life, well, then you probably got a valid point right there. Because you couldn't be talking about Kenneka Jenkins if you're talking about Kenneka Martin Teresa Martin? Do you understand what I'm saying? See, we know what happened to Kenneka Jenkins. But we don't know what happened to Kenneka Martin, because now you're not referencing Kenneka Martin. You're not referencing Kenneka Jenkins. You are referencing Kenneka Martin. See, you want to switch it up, TM. So is Kenneka Martin the one you're talking about? Because see, we have no clue what happened to Kenneka Martin, but we certainly understand what happened to Kenneka Jenkins. So you may have a valid point right there, TM. And so I'm not going to vilify you, ma'am. I just want you to come to my live and answer some questions. Because now you want to switch up the name. Because in the beginning, you called her Kenneka Martin. And then all through this process of this going on, you call her Kenneka Jenkins. Why are you switching the names up, TM? See, only you can answer that. I don't need no other YouTubers' commentary. I don't need their opinions. I need to know why you are switching up these people's names, TM. So people, this is what TM had said. TM had said, to whom this may concern. Well, that's all of us. I still don't know what happened to my child's life. Clothes, shoes, cell phone, hair, and the list goes on. However, I've been promised lies. You've been promised lies? Who promised you lies, TM? So if you've been promised lies, well then that means you already knew what was. Because you've been promised lies. You said, I have been promised lies, as if this case is over. I was forced to never talk about my child again. Who forced you, TM? Who forced you? So you got some explaining to do. Who forced you to never talk about Kenneka? As you can see, over the years, I wasn't near as vocal as I am today. So after this post, I might be back in court. No, you will be back in court. I guarantee you that. Because see, the thing is, TM, either you're going to confess, or I'm going to force you to confess. Because either you're going to come out and you're going to show the people exactly what happened to Kenneka, or I'll be forced to force your hand to do so. Now, I'm giving you an ultimatum. Either you do it or I'll do it. You'll be back in court. I guarantee you that, because I've seen it in my spirit. I told the people that this case is far from over. I told you peoples that this case is going to be reopened. I told you that. I told you that some of the perpetrators is going to be prosecuted. I told you that. I told you that. And I stand by that. And listen to what she said. She said that I might, as you can see, over the years, I wasn't as near as vocal as I am today. So after this post, I might be back in court. No, you will be back in court. But I will be getting sued because I was tricked by they will get me answers. I was tricked by they will give me answers. What? Give me her clothes and her cell phone and anything that belongs to her when she died that wasn't on her body. People's boy, if God is not speaking, thank you, Jesus. Didn't I say, people's, where was Kenneka's identification? Because if she's driving, she had to have a driver's license, right? Where's the driver's license? Where's anything that was on her person? Did she get back the watch? Did she get back the earring, the piercings, and all like that and stuff? See, I was asking the question. Nobody asked that, people. I asked that question. So TM is acting like she haven't got back her clothes, her wig, her cell phone, her shoes, nothing. Her driver's license, nothing. I didn't say that. She's saying that. So basically, TM is only reiterating what I have been asking for years. Boy, it gets juicier than this, peoples. Let's look. It says, I was tricked by they will give me answers. Give me her clothes and her cell phone and anything that belongs to her when she died that was on her body. That was a lie. Once they finished investigation, allegedly people I trusted, they told me, let's stay with it. They told me that somehow Kenneka got out the back door. I never heard how, which door could she get out, but they never told me how or where. Okay, remember when I just played the video earlier and I asked the question, peoples, was Kenneka found in the rear by the dock area? Well, this is what Teresa Martin is referencing. The back door. And it was stated that Kenneka was found in the rear by the dock area. You see how all of this stuff is tying in together, peoples? Oh my God, peoples, man, look at here. This is juicy right here. This is a confession. This is things that you only heard of in passing that they stated in the beginning, but nobody was paying attention to it. But now here is TM confessing the various things that I have been saying for years. But nobody has been listening to Edward Joseph. Oh, peoples, you'll listen to me today. You'll listen to me today, peoples. But unfortunately, peoples, I got to go right now. I'll be back within a couple of hours. I got to take these people to the airport, and then I'll be back. So I'm going to go. I'm going to play a live, and I'll be back. We're going to get into this, peoples, because, see, now the confession starts. Because now it's becoming crystal clear to you as to what happened to Kenneka. Do you understand what I'm saying? Because, see, the various things that I have been asking, TM is already saying and confessing. Do you understand what I'm saying, peoples? It ain't what I said, it's what they said. And it's what she is saying now. And so TM is confessing. She's confessing, peoples. She's going to be back in court. It ain't over. It ain't over by a long shot. And I got all of the videos that clearly states that I said this case is way, way, way far from over. It's going to be reopened. And I've told you that the people were going to confess. And TM, in her own way, is confessing now. She'll be back in court, peoples. I guarantee you that. I guarantee you that. But let me go ahead and let me share some things, people. So I want to share a live with you. And I want to play this until I get back. So let me go to my lives and let me do one. It's called Reveal. So let's go back to this one right here. Kenneka Jenkins new revelation is being revealed. I'm gonna play this live, peoples, until I get back. You know, you guys just have to hang with me, but we got so much to cover, peoples, man. And I may not be able to cover it all tonight, but now you finally understand and see the big picture and beginning to understand how all of this stuff played out based upon what they said. It ain't what I said, it's what they said, peoples. Let me go ahead and share this video, and I'll be back.
I found love in you, and I've learned to love me too. Never have I felt that I could be all that you see. It's like our hearts have intertwined into the perfect harmony. This is why I love you. Ooh, this is why I love you. Because you love me. You love me. This is why I love you. Ooh, this is why I love you. Because you love me. You love me. I found love in you, and no other love will do. Every moment that you smile chases all the pain away. Forever and a while, in my heart is where you'll stay. And this is why I love you. Ooh, this is why I love you. Because you love me. You love me. This is why I love you. Oh, this is why I love you. Because you love me. You love me. The stars have all aligned, and right now is the perfect time to say, I love you, 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 I do. This is why I love you. This is why I love you. Because you love me. You love me. This is why I love you. Oh, this is why I love you. Because I found love in you, and no other love will do. That's why I love you.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. This is Edward Joseph, and Let's Talk Live. Kanika Jenkins, new revelations is being revealed. All right, let's talk. Well, today, peoples, has been such an interesting day. I'm here, I am live, and I am going to talk about some things, peoples. Peoples, Kanika Jenkins, new revelations is being revealed. You guys come on in. You guys come on in. You guys come on in, for there's so much to talk about, peoples. You guys come on in. Peoples, new revelations is being revealed on today. And we're going to get into this, but before I do, peoples, I got a couple more songs that I need to play. And I want to say Happy Mother's Day to each and every one of you. And so let's get into this, peoples, but I got to make a run real quick. And so let me play a song for your hearing.
You've been faithful, you've been true, and you've done all that you could do. And for your faithfulness, it's your time. You applauded for the rest. Now it's your time to be blessed. And for your faithfulness, it's your time. You've been faithful. You've been true. And you've done all you could do. And for your faithfulness, it's your time. You applauded for the rest. Now it's your time to be blessed. And for your faithfulness, it's your time. You waited so long, but you held on and you were strong. And for your faithfulness, it's your time. You encouraged everyone else when you needed it for yourself. And I want you to know that for your faithfulness, it's your time. You waited and waited for so long. When you held on, you were strong. And for your faithfulness, it's your time. You encouraged everyone for your need, for yourself, and for your faithfulness. It's your time. This song is dedicated to all of you who have been working in the vineyard for the Lord for what seems like a lifetime. You have dreamed and you've worked towards things that you wanted to accomplish for yourself. But somehow your biggest goals always seem to be just out of your reach. But the Lord told me to tell you that He knows who you are. Yes, He's seen your work, and He's also seen your tears. And He wants you to know today that you're not forgotten. He's here to reward you for all your faithfulness. But He said in His word that if you would delight yourself in Him, He will give you the desires of your heart. In other words, not only will He give you what you need, but He promised to give you whatever you want. So don't get discouraged. Don't give up. Hang in there and prepare yourself for your blessing. It's your time now. You waited and waited. You waited for so long. But you held on. You were strong. And for your faithfulness. For your faithfulness. Because you hung in there when times got hard. And when it seemed like nobody cared, you kept out on working. You kept out on doing good things. And for your faithfulness. For your faithfulness. It's your time. It's your time. Thank you, Jesus. He told me to tell you. It's your time.
And peoples, it is my time. It is my time. It is my time to shine. It is my time, peoples. I think the people are finally getting the message. I really do. I think the people are finally understanding what Edward Joseph has been trying to convey for the longest time. And now, I believe that it is my time. And so, I've heard all of the different narratives. I heard all of the different sayings. I heard and seeing all of the things that the people have said and done. But after 6+ long years, talking about the Kenneka Jenkins case, I think I have been very dedicated and true to this case and try to give you the very best that I can with what I have received. And so, here we are, people, gathered together on this special occasion on Mother's Day. And it's time for me now, people, to go ahead and to really speak to the people. Now, many things has been said and done in this case. But as we move forward, new revelations always come. And I thank God for that, because despite of my faults and failures, despite of all of the adversities that I had when I was trying to exegese about this Kenneka Jenkins case, I have come to discover, people, that your strength lies within you and not others. And what you do can help, can heal, can deliver, and set free. And also can humble the people. And so, when different ones finally understand what I have been through in this life in dealing with this case, then you come to discover, and you won't be so boisterous and so aggressive and so egregious. Because see, people, the thing is this. When you are being called out, it's not a good feeling. When you come and you want to say that you have proof and speak the truth, well, it comes with a price. Because whether you know it or not, how you talk about things and the things that you say, it can offend others. It really can. See, when you come with a narcissistic attitude that you have the proof and the truth, well, there's going to be people like me who's going to challenge you upon the very principles. Upon the very things that you said. And see, when you say that you want to come help and you want to come help the community, that comes with a responsibility as well. Yeah. You have to learn. When you come with that type of attitude and you come aggressive and you come with the notion that you're going to teach everybody, well, you better be prepared. See, because unbeknownst to you, whether you know it or not, your stance and how you come about saying things and do things is very offensive. Now, you may not think so, but I'm telling you so. And this is why I do the things that I do. And I've always told the people, and I made a promise to the people, and I never went back upon that I will always call out the hilarious and nefarious for the madness that they speak in this case. Now, you say that you wanted justice for Kenneka. You say that you're all in. You say that you have integrity. Well, but what is that to you? When you purposely put out things that is false, fictitious, hilarious, and nefarious. And see, the thing is when people who have experience in a certain area clearly demonstrates to you unequivocally and undeniably that of what you have been saying for the longest time is false, fictitious, hilarious, and nefarious. And it has been proven. And yet you still put it out there. Well, then you ask for it. You ask for it. Now, Casey Chloe Olvera Sanchez Medina has been on my heels for quite some time. She didn't like my narrative. She didn't like the things that I said. She didn't like the things that I did. And she thought that she was the queen of the Kenneka Jenkins case. And unbeknownst to her, that I wasn't a subservient servant. And I wasn't going to bow down to no one. Because again, from what I interpret it from that of what we received, I've given my all. I've given my best. And I have spoke to the masses. And you may not have liked what I have said. And you may not have liked what I did. But that's okay, because at the end of the day, I'm still here. And so, I had to go through. I had to go through. And I've been ridiculed. I've been talked about. I've been scorned. I have been everything under the sun and then some. But I still made it. I still made it. And that was the price of being a part of this community. Because when it's all said and done, the community turned their back on me. They turned their back. They talked about me. They talked about my family. They talked about my mama, my children. They talked about everybody. But see, it wasn't about my family and things. It was about Kenneka. But see, it was a strategic and intentional deviation, because what they wanted to do was they wanted to get me off the case, because that of what I was saying had to be, to a degree, actual, factual, and true. Why would someone go and try to vilify me if I wasn't putting something out there that was tangible? And so when I look back at my accomplishments in this Kenneka Jenkins case, I can literally stand with my hands up high and say, you know, Edward Joseph, you made a major contribution in this case. You did that. You did that. You took the videos, you took the pictures, you took all of the audios and postings and things, and you literally walked through it, you dissected it, and you told the story. Now, was everything actual, factual, and true? No. No, as I've learned now, no. But it was enough to get the conversation sparked. It was enough to get the uppers sweating. It was enough to get the people on my heels. And then they came. I've never asked for them. They came. Every last one of the people in the community, they came. And they listened. Now, did they all learn anything? I don't know. But one thing I do know is that I have been under scrutiny. I've been vilified. I've been talked about. I've been scorned. I had to literally fight through to get to where I am now. And now I have garnered the respect of the community. And guess what? The people are listening now. Now, are they learning anything? Now I believe so. Because things has dramatically changed people's. Now we're beginning to get a lot more clarity out of confusion. See, we had to test out the waters, and we had to test out different theories and things. You know, we had to, because from what they gave us is what they gave us. And so we had to discern and decipher from what they gave us. But see, I have always been a praying man. And I've always said that I'm always are going to look at things, reassess things, and then bring my truth to it, whether you like it or not. Because everything I say is not predicated upon what you think or what you believe. That really doesn't bother me whatsoever. But what bothers me is when the people, when they learn that you did wrong and you continue to do wrong, well, who's going to hold you accountable? See, everybody got expertise, and I don't proclaim or profess to know everything in this case. I don't proclaim and profess to be the professor of the English language. I don't proclaim to know everything about whatever happened and who it happened to and why it happened and when it happened and where it happened. I don't profess that. But see, I am the one who will always call out the hilarious and nefarious in this case, because again, it happened to me based upon someone's interpretation. But see, when it happened to me, the very thing is what's different is that they couldn't tell me what I got wrong. But they would never acknowledge what I got right. See, that's the difference. That's the difference. See, I got vilified because they thought that I was wrong. But they could never tell me what I got right. And so I've always sat back and I said, well, what in the world is their problem? Why are you guys coming to me in a manner to what you do? What am I saying that really pisses you off? I mean, hey, you got your channel, you got your narrative, you got your content, you do what you do. Why are you bothering Edward Joseph and family? Because my family had nothing to do with this shit. But yet, everybody brung it on. Everybody. But see, the thing is, people, is that I've learned to love the hell out of them. I've learned to love that. I've learned to do that. I learned to turn the other cheek. I learned to let it go and let God. And see, I've always quoted the scripture, peoples, when a man's ways pleases the Lord, even his enemies will be at peace with him. And so obviously, I'm not perfect, peoples. Yes, I curse. Yes, I do everything that is not pleasing to the Lord in some fashions and stuff. But at the end of the day, the Lord would never take his mighty hands off me because he has called me. And see, instead of you people sitting around here vilifying me, those who are spiritual should be trying to restore me. You should be praying for me. If ye be caught in a fault, peoples, ye that is spiritual should come and restore such a one, lest ye be tempted. And so you, my spiritual brothers and sisters, instead of talking about me, you should be praying for me. How many saints of God do I have in here that prays for Edward Joseph and prays that the Lord would touch his mind and touch his heart, touch that tongue of his? But yet secretly talking about me behind my back, putting me down, ridiculing me and scorning me. You think I don't see it? You think I don't feel it? You think I don't know it? We got plenty in there. And so people, you know, I'm just giving some of you a taste of your own medicine and a taste of the stuff that happened to me. But now I see that my technique is effective because it is humbling you. I told you when I came to YouTube, I was going to call out these hilarious and nefarious people for the madness that they speak. Now, you may not think that you're speaking madness, but you are. And you may not understand how you are coming off to the people in this community. And in the way that you're coming off is offensive to me. And it's offensive to other people. But see, they may not say nothing. I'm going to say something, and I'm saying it. Now, you thought correction couldn't be in order? You thought that you were going to play tiddlywinks with Edward Joseph, and you thought that he wasn't going to say anything? Well, see, you got me wrong. See, you miscalculated me. So you thought that you were going to be a force up against me. But you see that that's not it. So you're whimpering and wailing in your own way and manner and stuff because you want me to stop the relentless assault. And from what I have done, now I am seeing the results. You got Customs over there whimpering, wailing, and whining and saying, well, if I have offended you, forgive me. You offended me. I told you many times that you offended me. You literally came to my channel and offended me. Many times over. How many times did Edward Joseph had to say, custom design? Stop. 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 Let me speak. Respect my channel. Respect me. Respect the panel. But no, what did he do? He continued to come with that hilarious and nefarious madness. And so I said, okay. So, brother man, you will learn today who I am. You thought that I was joking. But now you see who Edward Joseph is. And now you're over there crying out, playing gospel music, playing other music and stuff, and calling Father God and Lord, Lord, and Jesus, Jesus, and all of that stuff. Well, you need to call him. See, I already know him, but you need to call him. See, I've been praying for you, brother. I've been praying for you. I'm praying mightily. And I'm glad that my prayers is being answered. Because now you're being convicted by the various things that you've been doing. You've been saying. It's eating you alive. And it's not sitting well. You cannot rest. And that's a good thing. God made your life uneasy for a reason. To get you to see the various things that you've been doing to others. But see, you did that. You brought that up on yourself. I didn't do that to you. You did that. I never called you to my channel to ridicule me, to talk about me. You came. And when you came, I gave you a voice. I let you speak. I let you speak for hours on end and did not interrupt you. You say, well, I've been on many channels. No, Customs, I can go back and play back all of the lives to when you came to my channel and you said that, well, nobody lets me speak in things. And I thank you, Mr. Joseph, for allowing me to come to your channel and speak in this and that and the other. I gave you the voice. I gave you the voice. I gave you an opportunity to plant your seed within this community. I did that. You may not like that, but I know I did that. I got all of the proof to prove what I did and from what you said and from what came out of your own mouth. I don't care if you've been on Trey Gang's channel and everybody else's channel. They didn't let you speak like I did. We used to politic real good at one point until you got high and mighty. You got the big head and you got narcissistic. And that irritated me because you started it. When you got the big head, that's when you start to be disrespectful in my house. You came and been disrespectful in my house. And I told you what I was going to do. You that comes to this house and dirty up my carpet, well, there's consequences behind those actions. And I told you what I was going to do. Casey Chloe Olvera Sanchez Medina and her crew and her imps and wimps and simps did the same damn thing. And look, where are they at now? Every last one of them is not here. I can go back and play back all of the old lives and show you how I had to go through and how I had to fight my way in this community. But I stuck to my guns because regardless how much you guys ridiculed me, I stuck to my guns. I stayed faithful. I was dedicated, and I have exegesis that of what was given to the best of my ability. And to come to find out, damn it, Edward Joseph, you were right. With everything, no. But with a lot of things, hell yes. Hell yes. And that's what irritated a lot of these YouTubers. I politic with a lot of people, and the one thing that I've always had set down and stated: take your feelings out of it, because your feelings ain't got nothing to do with this case. Look at the evidence. Look at what they say. Study the videos, study the posts, study the movement of the people. Hell with the time. Study the actions. Put those pieces of that together. And if two or more things make sense, well, then you got to give some validity to that. And I live by that. That never changed. Everything that I did, I have followed that methodology. And it got me to where I am today. I didn't reference the case files. I didn't listen to this hilarious and nefarious madness that these YouTubers were saying. I wasn't all over the place. I stayed directly on Kenneka Jenkins. Damn near every video that I have ever did in this Kenneka Jenkins case was focused upon Kenneka Jenkins. You go back and look at all of the lives that I did. That was my focus. And now, since I have gotten the people's attention, now it's time to take off the gloves. And it's time to go in. And it's time to do this thing the way that it should have been done. Hold these people accountable for the various things that they said and that they did. And now it looks like the community is all coming together to do exactly just that. Despite of our differences and how we think what we think went on in things, there's things that I'm privileged to have that you don't have. There are some things that you have that I don't have. But that is okay. It's not like I don't know. It's to the degree that why even talk about it when you can't even prove that stance? And so the more that I'm start politicking with different ones, and we're coming back and we're taking a second look, to a degree, it could change my perspective, but we have to analyze this first, because it takes a lot for me to change my perspective, peoples. I don't mind testing the narrative. I don't mind testing the theories, but it has to yield something. It has to be something tangible, something real, something true, something I can feel, something I can relate to. And if it's not, well, then you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to do just like I've always done. Set it aside and move on. Now, a serious revelation has unfolded today. And we're going to talk about it, peoples. We're going to talk about it because revelation had came last night when I got sent this posting of Kenneka Jenkins, or someone who's using her phone, had text. And it certainly was Kenneka's phone. Yeah, it was Kenneka's phone, peoples. But further examination, we have to see if it was Kenneka. So I'm willing to challenge that theory, challenge that narrative. I'm willing to do that, to be open and see where does that lead in things. Because see, I never been closed-minded to anything, peoples. I never been. I've never been closed-minded to anything. Always been open to everything and stuff. But, I've always said that, and just like the previous attorney, TM, had, we're only going to go where the facts lead us. And that's how I've always been. I've sat down and I've watched many people's lives and listened to what many people said and things and stuff. And I'm kind of like, okay, some things I agreed with, but much things I didn't. And so my thing was very simple. If you didn't agree with me, come to my live and speak your piece. Say what you need to say. Shoot your shot. Exegese that of what you want to convey to the people. And then let's challenge that. But I have yet to have one YouTuber out of almost 7 years to do that. And why is that? Why is that? Why is it that people are so scared to come and openly politic with Edward Joseph and shoot their shot? Because I tell you, they don't believe wholeheartedly and fully their own theories or their own narrative. And they're afraid that if they go on record, then at some point in time, Edward Joseph would use exactly what they said up against them. And you know, some people, you are exactly right. That's exactly what I would do. Because I said anything that I have ever said in this case, it is open to the public. You can use anything up against me. Use my own words up against me, but I haven't seen anybody do that. And why is that? Because of the simple fact that I truly believe what I say. And I stand 10 toes down on it. That's the difference. You don't believe what you say, but I believe what I say. And I can back up what I say. And I can always talk about what I say. And I've always done that. What have you done? Sit back and complain all day long and complain and complain. What is the complaints going to do? Complaints ain't going to bring Kanikas back. You got a moral obligation to this young lady if you're going to speak about this case. At least try your best to get it right. But when you blatantly see something that you know that is in error and you blatantly still put it out there and try to tell the people that this bullshit that you got out is right, that's when I have a problem. That's when I get offended. And that's when I call you out, because I told you what I was going to do when I first came to YouTube, and I never changed that. I was going to call out the hilarious and nefarious people for the madness that they speak, and that's exactly what I'm doing. And some of you are speaking madness. And the reason why you can't come and challenge me or defend yourself, because you know you speaking madness. If you wasn't speaking madness, well then, hey, it wouldn't be no problem in coming to Edward Joseph Let's Talk Live or have him on your channel and we talk about what you're doing. But instead, you want to take the sneaky route and go way around and be sneaky with it and be condescending and things and stuff. Let me tell you something, people. I really don't give two rats' asses what you think, what you believe. You know, I really don't. I really don't. That stuff don't bother me. It really doesn't. What bothers me is when you purposely put this madness out there and then try to call it law. And then you sit around here and say, well, I got the proof and I got the truth. And we're trying to help the community. but you can blatantly see that that shit is a lie. That's what offends me. And then what even more offends me is when people want to sit here and lie about the things that they said and the things that they did. Now, T. Slay, you offended me. You did that. And you know what you did. And you blatantly lied to me. And I told you how I feel about people who lie. Because you sat on the phone with me forever and a day. You this Christian woman, you don't lie, you don't like liars and all like this. I got the text message. Oh, I don't like liars and all like that and stuff. But you and Custom conjured up some bullshit. And you had me go and publicly speak and boost your morale up and boost you up in things, only to turn around and be stabbed in the back. And I'm like, really? Really? And then instead of taking responsibility, you want to blame it on him. It's all Custom's fault. He put me up to it. But you went on and on and on and on and on about how you know, a daddy's girl and you're so sweet and you're so this, you're so that, and so on and so forth. But all the while, you tried to set me up. And I never forgot about it. So I said, okay, let me give Slay's ass a little taste of her own medicine. So you said some things, you did some sneaky things and stuff along the way. You know, you did it spitefully and undercover. You tried to go ahead and share this narrative that people had about me and stuff. You thought I forgot. I didn't forget. But you was on my radar. And it was your time to get your little fat ass blasted for the nefarious bullshit that you did. And then you're talking about, well, you this woman from wherever and things and stuff, and you know, this big bad girl, and you can take it and all like this. But I didn't give two rat's asses if you got two big gigantic giants of a son or whatever. They should have beat your ass. And they should have checked you if they were any men. See, I know you're kind. You talk a lot of shit, but you can't do shit. That's why you curse all the time and stuff, to try to deflect people from coming after you and stuff. But see, your heart, if your heart was ever in the right place, T-Slay, then you wouldn't say the things that you said and you wouldn't do the things that you do. But see, now when you get called out to the carpet, now it's a different story. I heard what you said with World Media. I saw it live last night. I played to them on my live last night. I heard what you said. And it was pain in your voice. You can't respect somebody who's going to vilify you, but what the fuck were you saying when I came to your channel and I was inundating you with some questions, some hardcore questions that I already knew that you couldn't answer. And yet a lady wanted to come to your rescue to try to defend you, so she literally jumped in and jumped all over me. And instead of putting your people in check because I was your guest, you jumped on me. And you kept jumping on me. And then you end up blocking me. And then you still had words after that. So I said, look at this little bitch. When you came, I never let nobody come in here and disrespect you, nor customs. But when I come over there to try to support your channel, now I get vilified from the content creator when other people were coming after me. I can go back and play back the goddamn live. I got disrespected in your house. Not only did I get disrespected in your house, but goddamn, you disrespected me. And then you blocked me. I said, okay, I see. I see. So this is how we're going to play the game. So everybody disrespect Edward Joseph when he comes in, and then they want to turn around and try to make it seem like I'm the villain and I'm the one who is vilifying everybody, coming in disrespectful and things. You can never find not one instance that I ever walked into anybody's channel, been on anybody's panel, and just totally went off. I don't get upset. I don't go off unless provoked. I've always been that way. Everybody who comes to this house in this channel, come on this live, be on this panel, I've always greet with salutations. I don't just go off and be disrespectful to people on GP. That's never been my character. That's never been me. I never did that. The whole entire time I ever been on YouTube or Facebook, I never did that. The only time that I get angry and go off is when I am provoked. That's the only time. And so you guys, you suckers, tried to spin that around and make me look out to be the villain. And so I said, okay, so you want to play games? You want to play tiddlywinks? I warned you. I told you I'm going to bring you to your knees. I told you that. Because it's one thing to lie on me, but it's another thing to vilify me and still lie on me when I haven't did nothing. When all of these many years, all I had did was come humble to Customs channel, and you sat your ass up there and didn't say a goddamn thing. And I've always been one to encourage you. I said, Slay, get your own goddamn channel and leave that unhinged, deranged man alone. Every conversation that I had with you on the phone, that's what I've been telling you. I've been saying that on the lives. She needs to get her own channel. Leave that man alone. He's unhinged. I said, you're too smart for that. You're better than that. You made every excuse under the book just to overlook the various things that he was doing. But it took Fresh Source TV to come to my channel and to speak to you. And it was after she's spoken is when you heed the call. It took a woman of God, and she came as humbly as she knew how, but she came spiritually, and she came with power and conviction, and it tore you up big time. And you heeded her words, and you did that. And that's when you went on and got your channel, and you left them alone. And so when you guys make the live and, you know, putting this behind us, I can't remember. I got to go to the live to see exactly the words that you use. So I took an excerpt from your live and then I posted it on my channel. And I said, okay, well, since you feel this certain way about me, I'm going to talk to world media. Well, that didn't sit well with you. You go and you make a short and, well, this is unreconcilable, and you know, I don't talk to people like that, and I ain't got time for this and that. And that. But it wasn't about you, Slay. I never mentioned you. I never said nothing about you. You interjected yourself into that. I specifically called. Let's go back. Let's go back to this, people. So let me go ahead and call this up, because I think people's got it confused. Let's go back and call this up. Let me switch my channel. And this is what I said right here. I called Certified World Media to come to my channel and to come politic with Edward Joseph. That's what it said right there. Calling Certified World Media to a conversation tonight about Kanika. And then the thing that you guys said, Kanika Jenkins, something ceasefire. I said, okay, you know, I just want to politic with Certified World Media, you know, and get his take up on some things and stuff. Never mentioned T Slay in that. Never said anything about T Slay, but T Slay coming and, you know, this and that and the other and stuff. And I'm like, oh, okay. So, you know, she's feeling some type of way. So now she wants to interject herself into something that ain't got shit to do with her. So now let me blast her ass and let me put her ass in check. And let me remind her who I am. And so I did that. And I'll be relentless with it. And I see your numbers hasn't grown. Since Edward Joseph's been on your ass, your numbers has not grown. The people who come into your chat, they ain't there. They ain't there. Where's the people who come in and wanted to babysit you and pacify you and stuff? Those people ain't there. The views ain't there. Why? Because Edward Joseph spoken. You think the people hurt me? Yes, they did. They sure did. And not only did they hear me, but they heard you. And not only did they hear you, but they seen what you were doing, because I have literally shown them what you were doing. And that madness that you put out, which you refused to correct, only hurted you. So you only hurt it yourself. I just called you out for the nefarious madness that you've been doing. And you too hard-minded, narcissistic to even acknowledge that you got it wrong, and you choose not to correct it. But yet you want to sit here and try to teach people and instruct people and things, and your shit stinks. So I called you out. Now it's gotten to you. Oh, well, I made a new channel and I didn't tell everybody, and not even all of my family knows about it and all like this. Only my sons knows and stuff and things. Well, your sons should be there to correct their mama. This is Mother's Day. So you should be over here celebrating and elevating, but you're not. And the reason why you're not is because of the simple fact that the shit that you're doing. See, you want people to listen to you, but you don't want to listen to other people. And you think that you got it all, but you don't have it all. And I'm telling you, you don't have it all. And I'm telling you that the shit that you got out is wrong, but yet you choose not to correct it. And that is what's hurting you. And that's the one thing that you don't even understand. You're only hurting yourself. See, when people are making a mistake and they don't want to hear that they're making a mistake, and yet they continue to keep putting out that madness, well, what do? You know? You wouldn't try to correct others, but then when someone is trying to correct you in love and trying to say, hey, Slay, you know, ma'am, you need to take a look at this because what you're doing is wrong. And see, you know, you can't correct others unless you go and correct yourself. You can't sit here and try to talk about other people when you can't even correct yourself. And what you got out is wrong. But yet, when you can't even see the error of your ways and you still put that shit out there as if it's actual, factual, and true, well, then you're only hurting yourself. See, when people say, Edward Joseph, oh, you got it wrong and all like this, you know what I say? I say, show me, prove to me, talk with me. I mean, if I got it wrong, hey, I got a big enough heart to change. If you can prove to me that I'm wrong, and some things I was wrong. And you know what I did? I was big enough to correct it. Last night, when this lady had posted the mugshots of these babies, and she proclaimed that it was Kanika, Monifa, Shemaya, and Bree. When I had understood and found out the error of my ways, you know what Edward Joseph did? I said, nope, I got a responsibility. I can't post this. I can't. Not in good faith. And so you know what I did? I took it down. I didn't even run with it. I took that live down. I edited that shit. And I posted it back up without that stuff. That's exactly what I did. Because I am a man of integrity. I'm a man of integrity. And I said, I cannot go ahead and do this in good faith and post this shit about these kids. I couldn't do it. And I took it down. That's exactly what I did. And that's integrity, peoples. That's when you know when you are wrong, you're wrong. And since I was wrong, I right the wrong. I didn't go and try to accumulate numbers and all like this. I did the right thing. I took it down. Because whatever they did in their youth, that doesn't deem necessary to show today. I was going to vilify them as a youth. They were babies back then. And so whatever they did in the younger years, it wasn't up to Edward Joseph to sit here and plaster their pictures all over everywhere and vilify these babies. But they wasn't babies in this case. But they were babies when whatever they did, if it was them. And then it doesn't only affect them, but affect the other kids as well that was associated in those pictures and stuff in that lineup. And I could not in good faith do that. I said, no. Edward Joseph is a man of integrity. And as good as that live was last night, I stayed up half the night, slowly going through, making sure I got every piece of a picture of those babies off that live. Made sure of that, and then I reposted that live. So what did you do? Give excuses for why you would never take it down, because you can't see the error of your ways. And that's you and Customs' problem. So you guys are so quick to tell other people, but when other people try to tell you, take a second look. What you're doing is not right. Take a second look. What you're doing is not right. Take a second look. What you're doing is not right. You refuse to do that. You just think that you're so right, so righteous, and so holy. You don't even want to even consider it. Ah, hell, it's my narrative. I'm going to keep it up there. That's why you're losing people. Because of you. And I'm just only bringing it to the people's attention. You did that. You're destroying your channel. You're destroying yourself, all because of you. And you can't even see it. So I wanted you to know that. So while you're over there crying and whimpering, wailing about this and that and the other and stuff, and what Edward Joseph is doing, because you're talking about me, but you're not talking about me directly. You're not saying my name and stuff. I want you to know that you are your own nemesis. And because of what you are doing and because of what Custom is doing, you guys are the ones who's destroying your channel. It ain't Edward Joseph, it's you. And I just wanted to take the time out right now for you to know that. So I'm gonna let up. I'm gonna let up. I'm gonna let up. You know, only for a moment. I'm gonna let up, and I'm gonna sit back and see how things go and stuff, and take it from there. You know, I think my message has gotten through to you and Customs. I really do. I think it's gotten through. I think you guys have learned your lessons now as to don't F with me. Don't F with me, because you're never going to win. Now, if you want to respond to this and ramp it up and stuff, be my guest. Then I can keep it going. But if you want to gracefully just keep your mouth shut and just let it be, then I can turn the other way and just go ahead and continue to do what I do. But that choice is up to you. That choice is up to you, ma'am. And I'm leaving it in your hands. So I think I made my point with you and Customs. Customs is over there crying on this channel and things, and you know, all like that and stuff. I get it. And you know, so that's what it is. So we're going to get into this thing tonight, people. I had to speak my piece about some things and stuff. You know, had to let these people know where I stand. And I wanted the people to hear exactly from me and no one else, because no one else can ever speak for me. So you want to ramp shit up with Edward Joseph, bring it on, because you will never win. I guarantee you it. You will never win. You want to say shit, you want to do all of that hilarious and nefarious bullshit and nonsense and stuff, and you want to ramp stuff and keep it going, go tit for tat, continue to keep doing it. And then watch me. I'm going to be a relentless beast. And I will keep your name in the airways, and I will continue to keep doing what I do, and I will ramp up the pressure even more so than what I'm doing. So, T-Slate and Custom Design. I don't have no beef. I don't have no problem with you. I don't have no problem in politicking with you. But this is especially for custom design because you tend to continue to keep ramping shit up. So if you want me to be a beast upon your ass, my friend, continue to keep your little antics. Continue to keep coming into my live and disrespecting my live with all of this bullshit and nonsense. I don't give two rat's asses what you say on your channel. That shit doesn't bother me. What fucking bothers me is you bring your ass over here and then you want to ramp up. So the next time you do that shit, I'm going to be relentless on your ass. Big time. And you're going to need more than prayer to God. Now, Slay, I'm letting it go. I'm putting this stuff behind me. I'm letting it go. And so, let me see or hear you continue to ramp shit up. I'll be back. I'll be back. Guaranteed. All right, peoples. I got to go and put my clothes in a dryer. I'm going to share an old live that I have done. And then when I get back, we're going to get into this here, peoples. I'm going to share an old live that I had done because new revelations has come and I want to test this theory out. I want to test out this narrative. I want to test it out. But before I even make any commitments to change anything that I say, I need to test it out. It has been brought to my attention about some things. And it's time for me to take a second look at some things. And I want to test it out. So let me go ahead and let me go back in the archives and pull up one of the old lives that I did. Just only briefly, people, just till I can go get my clothes because I don't want to leave you guys here hanging and things. And then I'll be back. And then we're going to get into this tonight. Is that all right, peoples? All right, people. So I think I want to stream this one right here. Teresa Martin, a reason to celebrate. Is this why KJ went missing? I want to go back and I want to touch upon this live right here, peoples. And if I can find this picture, I'll post this picture up. I mean, I can take a screenshot of this and post it up on this thing, but I want to go back and I want to touch upon this. So let me go ahead and let me call it up. And let me play that briefly till I get back. But let me just scroll through this a little bit and see what's what. See where I want to start at. Yeah, this is a good live, peoples. And this is going to be to where I'm going to talk about tonight. All right, so let me go back right here, peoples. I think I want to start about right. I think I want to start about right here. Okay, that's 207. No, maybe a little bit further back. Yeah, no, I think I want to start about. I think I want to start about right. I want to start about right here. I'm going to start about right here, peoples, and then I'll be back. And then we're going to get into this. We're going to get into this tonight. Is that all right, peoples? Let me share my screen a different way. Hello, Anika Hope, my namesake. It is a blessing to see you on tonight, and happy Mother's Day to you. Anika Hope has says, grand rising to all. And happy Mother's Day to all of you mothers. Happy Mother's Day to you. Blessings to you, peoples. Peace, joy, love, and happiness to you all. I love you much. From the bottom of my heart. All right, peoples, let's get into this tonight, peoples. Let me share my screen. And I'll be back just shortly, peoples. Let's go. But the different girl in the upper level kitchen freezer, peoples. Let me go to Kanika Jenkins' original pictures, peoples, right here. Kanika Jenkins' original pictures. And let me call up Kanika Jenkins right here as she lay right there. This is the deception, peoples. It's right here. Kanika Jenkins' deception. Two different girls. Two different freezers. There it is right there, people. It's in your face. Two different girls, two different freezers. Peoples. Kanika Martin, Kanika Jenkins. Peoples. There it is in your face right there. There it is right there in your face. And the remarkable thing about it is, peoples, I even got even more proof to substantiate my claim. Got even more proof to substantiate my claim. Remember when Lenora had said that we have the videos? Y'all remember that when she was talking to the news reporter and she said we have the videos and stuff? Well, guess what videos they had, peoples? Guess what videos that they had? They had the videos of Kanika Jenkins and Kanika Martin being assaulted, peoples. Why? Because they were there. Y'all keep thinking that they were at the home playing tiddlywinks. No, they were there, peoples. They were there. That's why they had the DoubleTree and the Crown Plaza. And remember, peoples, let me go back in history. So just to remind you a little bit. Okay, I don't know if you guys were seeing. Let me share my screen again. So let me share my screen. I think you guys were seeing, but if you wasn't, you'll see now. Let me remind you, peoples. I'm going to remind you of something. Okay, so now here's the deception right here. Kanika Martin, Kanika Jenkins, Kanika Martin on the left, Kanika Jenkins on the right. As you can see, I know you guys can see it now because I see it on my phone. All right, let me remind you, people. Remember in the beginning when they had talked about the 11th floor? You guys remember that, right? That the girls were seen on the 11th floor with two guys and a girl, or two girls and a guy. I can't remember which one, but the 11th floor was prevalent. You guys remember that in the beginning. And then somehow it shifted from the 11th floor to the 9th floor. And that's where the 926 came in. And then remember when Irene them came to the establishment and they were supposed to be on the 9th floor. But remember in Irene's live that the ambulance had came, and I said that the sound of the ambulance cannot transmit that loud, so they couldn't have been on the 9th floor at the point in time to when Irene's live was going on. I said that they were on a floor lower than the 9th floor, and it happened to be the 2nd floor. You guys remember that? And remember in the receipts when somebody had tried to rent the 2nd floor, they ended up doing it. So we got 3 rooms in play. We got the 2nd floor, we got the 9th floor, we got the 11th floor. You guys remember that? Remember that in the beginning? And then everything switched from the 2nd floor and the 11th floor to the 9th floor. But yet somehow the 11th floor came back into play when Teresa Martin was outside with the police and stuff, and they were looking in binoculars, and somebody was having a party on the 11th floor. Remember the lady that was supposed to have went down and met Teresa Martin in the lobby and said that, oh, well, yeah, I seen your daughter, and she was on the 11th floor with these people. But then when the police came up, it was a children's party. You guys remember that? So, do you see the play, peoples? Remember when Monifa and Shamaya said that they were the ones who got Kanika Jenkins out of the room and took her to the hallway, and Kanika had her head travailed between her legs and she was sitting down and stuff, and then they came back in the room to go get the keys and the cell phone. But remember, how could they go get the keys when Bree wasn't even in the room? Remember, Irene had already left. So who were they going in the room to get the keys from? Because Irene got tapped on the head. She already left. Bree had already left. So the only one there was Monifa. But that's according to the video footage. So at which point in time did Shamaya and Monifa go back into the room to get the keys? Because in Irene's live, you never seen Shamaya in Irene's live at all, period. Because Shamaya was always with who? Kanika. So where you guys want to blame Monifa, you should be looking at Shamaya. Because Shamaya was with Kanika. And Shamaya was with Kanika at the time to when Kanika was getting assaulted. Both Kanikas. That's interesting. Edward Joseph, goddamn. How in the hell did you do that? Well, peoples, I'm gonna go back to FGB mother. Let me show you that video, peoples, because you guys remember. And this is what I've been saying for the longest time. That I got to go back and do a little bit of recapping. Okay, so let's go here, people. Let's go here. I don't want to try to go back to play back the live. I just want to go back and play back this a little bit so you can remember what I was saying. Let's look at this right here. Remember Shemaya Winder and look up the attire that she had. She's the only one with the blue type of tapering down by the knees on down to the ankles. She's the only one with the black pants and the blue shirt. You guys remember that, right? She's the only one like that, people, in the establishment, in the whole entire establishment. There she is on video footage. There she is right there. You can clearly see her. Okay. So now, remember, there was another picture, peoples, of Shemaya that had one of the young ladies who was in a jean jacket outfit on the ground. Remember, she was standing behind her and she had her by the head. You guys remember that? It ain't had nothing to do with no France Cave. So let me see if I can find that picture, because I'm fit to tie this in again. Now, let me find that picture. Let's see. Got to see if it's in here or if it's in another folder. I'm going to check this one in a second, but let me check my other photos first. And that's the Kanika. That's Kanika original. That's Kanika mix. Yeah, let me see. There it is right there. There it is right there. Okay. Kanika being dragged in the lower level by the ramp. And what did it say? It says Shemaya dragging Kanika in a lower level. Y'all see that, right? You could clearly see that clear as daylight right there. Y'all see that, right? There it is right there. You see that, right? Kanika being dragged. Now, you got to ask yourself the question, which Kanika is being dragged? Which Kanika? Was it Kanika Jenkins or was it Kanika Martin? Because let's go back here, people, and let's look at the deception. Okay? Let's look at the deception right here. So, remember, two girls, many girls play Kanika, but the thing is that when we look at the video footage, people, we see we see Monifa, we see Irene, and we see Bree all in a room, but we never see Shemaya, and we never see Kanika. Okay, so let me say that again. When we see the Irene live, we seen Monifa, we seen Bree, and we seen Irene, but we never seen Kanika, nor did we ever see Shemaya. So when I I don't know if I don't know what more did you guys hear? Did you guys hear everything that I said? Because I don't know when this mic keeps going out. They keep shutting down my mic. Did you guys hear me? Let me repeat it so you guys get it. Let me repeat it so you guys get it. Let me show you this picture again. Okay, now listen to me, peoples. In Irene's live, okay. In Irene's live, you had Monifa, Bree, and Irene in Irene's live. You got it right. In Irene's live. But you didn't see Kanika and you didn't see Shemaya. You didn't see Kanika and you didn't see Shemaya. Y'all see that, right? Okay, in Irene's live. So, in Irene's live, since you didn't see Kanika and you didn't see Monifa, I mean, you didn't see Shemaya. You didn't see Kanika and you didn't see Shemaya in Irene's live. Y'all remember that, right? So, remember what Casey, Chloe, O'Vera, Sanchez, Medina had said, Trey Gang, and Custom Design. They said that Kanika was commandeered on the 8th. Kanika was commandeered on the 8th. But according to the video footage, all of this stuff happened on the 9th. So if Kanika was commandeered on the 8th, how could all of this stuff happen on the 9th? And where was Shemaya and Kanika if she wasn't in Irene's live? And where did Irene and those boys go? And Bree? Where did they go when Monifa stayed in the room on the phone on live? Where did they go? Because you never seen Kanika and Shemaya in Irene's live. Not while they were taping the so-called live. But you seen Monifa, you seen Bree, and you seen Irene. So where did they go, and where was Kanika and Shemaya? And now the biggest question I want to ask you guys, because you see the pictures right there. You see it clear as daylight. Shemaya dragging Kanika on the lower level by the ramp. On the lower level by the ramp. See, people, as I told you, there's more videos and things that you guys haven't seen, because guess who have it? Lenore has it. Remember, she already told you. She told you that she has it. She has it because they were there. They were filming. Everything is on camera, peoples. So now, is it making sense? So if Kanika is downstairs by the lower level, being dragged by the ramp, well, the question is, how did she get down there first and foremost? And how did Shemaya have enough strength to go be dragging Kanika? Because see, what you guys had said was, you guys had said that Shemaya had Kanika over her shoulders. Shemaya didn't have no strength to pick up Kanika. But Shemaya has strength to drag Kanika. But she was the only one down there. Was she? Remember when the fake Kanika was walking the halls of that establishment, and she walked down the lower level and she walked into the men's bathroom and stuff, and then she walked out, and then she walked in where it's supposed to have met up to the employees area? Well, where did she go, people? Did she go down Shandell Lane? Did she go take an elevator up to the main level? Because according to the case files, 7 minutes, the supposed Kanika was downstairs on the lower level. 7 minutes later, she is up on the first level kitchen, the main level kitchen floor, walking through the kitchen. 7 minutes. So how could that be, people? I've shown you what the case file said. So again, how could Kanika Jenkins go from? Let me show you. I'm just building my case, people. I'm just building my case. I'm just building my case. Okay, there it is right there. There it is right there. So now let me show you here, peoples. Let me show you here. Can I just show you here, peoples? Let me show you. I think this is in the original files. So let me show you here. Let me show you Shandell Lane. This is Shandell Lane, peoples, right here. So y'all remember this right here. This is where the fake Kanika Jenkins was after she walked out of the bathroom, and she was supposed to have walked through these double doors and walked in this area right here. Now in the next picture we see, okay, see now this is where she was walking down from the stairs, went into the bathroom, came back around, put her hands up because she's seen the camera right there and supposed to walk down, walk through these double doors right here. Y'all see that, right? So now let's walk this thing right here and see where she was supposed to have went through. Here's Shandell Lane right there. There it is. Shandell. I'll call it Shandell Lane, but it's called Shandell Avenue. Okay. So she was supposed to have walked down through these double doors and walked down Shandell Avenue right here. But this is the area of the employees area. And people look right here. Guess what you see right there? You see a camera. And if she was supposed to have walked down this lane or this avenue, people, there is the camera right there. Why isn't it that camera? We don't see the video footage. Or do we? Do we see the video footage, peoples? Or is it that they didn't want to show us that video footage? Y'all remember Custom Design and T Slade? They was making a big issue about a camera being in a certain area and nobody has ever seen it. Who cares? Because this is what's important right here. There's a camera right there, peoples, of the trajectory that she was supposed to have taken. So what is straight down this hallway, peoples? And why would she have come down this hallway just to only turn down Shandell Avenue, peoples? See? Or did she turn down Shandell Avenue? Because remember, peoples, there is that dumpster right there that everybody proclaimed that Kanika Jenkins was dumped in. Y'all remember that famous dumpster on the lower level? This is the famous dumpster on the lower level, peoples. Now, here you got two halls. You got Shandell Lane or Shandell Avenue right there, where the camera clearly shows you going down. But peoples, there is another camera that is above here where this exit sign is right there. And it clearly says exit. That's how you get out from down from the lower level people. Didn't nobody know that, people? So if this drunk girl was to come into here, why would she just go down Shandell Avenue when she could have just took where it says exit and left out from the lower level from downstairs peoples? Why does she not do that, peoples? Why, peoples? See, that's the narrative everybody gave you. So let's look at the next picture. And bingo, there's the exit right there, people. There's the exit sign. And where the exit sign, there you see, peoples. There is the dumpster that everybody proclaimed that Kanika was in, peoples. And guess what? Guess what they cut off? They cut off where the camera is, because the camera is right up here, peoples. Right up here. See that? Because you can clearly see the black cord right there, and the black cord extends up. Y'all see that? They didn't show you the camera. But you see the black cord that hangs from the camera right here. You can clearly see the black cord right there. Well, peoples, guess what? There is a black cord that extends right here. See that? See how that tapers up and goes up? And the camera is right there, peoples. You see that? They didn't show you the camera. They didn't show you the camera. Because the camera is right here, peoples. They didn't show you the camera. They just cropped it out. But they show you the camera right there. Well, let's see. And then there's the black cord hanging to the camera. You see that, right? Oh, okay. So why didn't nobody ever say anything? Why did not Trey Game, 54 Keys, Zillionaire, Bossman Hair, Lost Man, John Queer Q, Casey Coyle, Vera Sanchez, Medina, Custom Designer, T Slay ever mention anything about that camera being right there, peoples? Okay, there it is right there, peoples. There it is right there. There is that dumpster, that famous dumpster. Now, did Kanika come down here, peoples? Did she come down here, peoples? Okay, let's take a look. See? Now, here's that infamous, famous door to where she was supposed to have walked into, peoples. Here's that infamous door. Here's that infamous here's the dumpster where everybody said, yeah, Kanika Jenkins was in. So, did she walk down Shandell Avenue, peoples? Or did she walk down this hall? Because remember, I remember Custom Design and T Slay and Casey and Trey Gay and all of them said that she walked down Shandell Avenue. Well, Shandell Avenue is the very first one right there. But according to the police, she walked down this hall right here where the exit is. And I'm going to prove that because in the next photos right here. And see, the camera is right up here. That's why you see the cord extended. The camera is right up here because it's showing you the exit. They cut that off. That's why that's why you see the cord extended down, peoples. You see that, right? The camera is further down. The camera cannot be here by the pipes and things, peoples, as you can see. That's why the cord is extended further down. That's why you see it stretched. The camera is up above that. See that? Yeah, see that, right? See, look. See? Look at that, people. See? That's the light fixture. And there's the water thing that connects to the sprinklers and stuff. Let's look at the next picture. Let's go back. Let's walk it down. Now you see how the black cord is extending from there and then connects to the camera. There's the camera around there, but the camera is showing Shandell Lane. Well, if Kanika walked down Shandell Lane, well, then she would have been caught on camera, right? Or if Kanika took the exit, she still would have been on camera, right? So either way, she would have been on camera. But why would she want to go down Shandell Lane or Shandell Avenue? According to Brazy, according to Custom Designs, according to T. Slay, according to Casey Coy Overa Sanchez Mendina, according to Trey Gang, 54 Keys Zillionaire, Bossman and Harry Lossman, John Quirk Q, according to Inslime We Trust, according to all of these YouTubers. People's, am I breaking it down? Are you getting it now? Do you see whatever Joseph is saying now? Let me walk this thing, people. Let me walk this thing. I told you I got something to show you tonight. I told you, peoples, I got something to show you. I hope you're listening. Now, let me walk this thing, peoples, because again, they said that Kanika was in the dumpster. She never was. She never was, peoples. She never was. Okay, so let's walk this thing. So now, and see, peoples, this is what I have been saying all of this time, and nobody's been listening to me. I've listened to all of the narratives that people had and things, and I'm still open to what you people have to say and things, you know. But again, I'm always going to stand 10 toes down with what I said and what I have proven. And again, like I said beforehand, there is video footage that they did not release to the public, and where everybody was on the assumption that Kanika walked down Shandell Lane, she never did. She never did. Peoples. And see, I wanted to play back this live because I wanted to let you guys get a understanding as to what I was saying all of this time, but I'm here again to listen to the different narratives that is being projected in things and stuff, because again, like I said, there's something new that had came to my attention, and I wanted to address that and test out that theory and see how it could change that of what I am saying now. Because again, peoples, things just has to make sense. It has to make sense, you know. I get what the people are saying, but it has to make sense. And if it doesn't make sense, well, then it ain't no sense in entertaining it, right? Right. So it has to make sense. And so again, through my investigation and through what the people who was literally down there at the establishment had stated, this is why I came up with the conclusion that I came up with. I still have yet to have anybody debunk me upon what I am saying, because you can't disprove what I'm saying. You know, I mean, hey, it is what it is. And I still stand 10 toes by it, but yet I'm still open to what the different narratives is. You know, I'm still open. I'm open to what the different narratives is and stuff, people. Because what happens in TY and Irene's live is going to be predicated upon what happens down here. Okay, so you didn't hear what I just said. I said what happens in TY's live is going to be predicated to what happens down here. Because see, there's a void in the time. And I told you the other night when I told you that when the times were issued out on the case files, they only gave you at least 3 or 4 references of time. And then after which, you know, it was just a big blank. It was a bit blank. And so now, since we are going back and we're looking at the general area to what they stated that Kenneka was it Kenneka Jenkins or was it Kenneka Martin? That's the question, peoples. That is the major question. Because see, you guys still don't think it was 2 girls, but you still haven't proven that it wasn't 2 girls. See, I'm hearing what everybody is saying, but what you're saying got to make sense. Why in the case files do they reference Kennekas, plural, with an S? 2 girls. They didn't say Kenneka, they said Kennekas with a S on the end. Meaning there was 2 girls involved, but it was actually more than 2 girls, peoples. We just know of 2 girls, but it was actually more than 2 girls. So, you know, you guys think that I'm just sitting here and just speaking out the side of my neck just for whatever reason and things. But see, you got to reference the case files and you got to look at what it is being said in the case files. And then not only do you have to look at the case files, but you got to look at what the kids had said and what the people were doing. You got to put everything together. You cannot omit things. And see, you know, the thing is, you got to be open up to the possibility of this could have happened. Because see, the thing is, see, when you are set in stone with your own narrative, and you just matter of fact, well, this is how it is and stuff, but then prove it. Come to my live and prove it. Why can't you prove it? You know, if you got the proof and the truth, prove it. Really walk this shit down like I am doing and then prove your stance. That will give you major validity in this community. But if you can't prove it, you need to shut the fuck up or be vilified. Because I'm definitely going to be the one to be on your ass. See, the thing is, people, if you can't exegese it in the manner to which I am showing you, you can't walk this shit down, then your shit is hilarious and nefarious. I'm sorry to say, peoples, I don't give a F about what you think, how you feel. Take your goddamn feelings out of it. Because the thing is this, you can tell, you can just say, oh, well, Kenneka this, Kenneka that, the guys did this, the guys did that, this and that and the other. Walk this shit down like I am doing now, like I have always been doing. If you can't walk this shit down, what the fuck are you saying? You ain't saying shit. And then just making little clips of videos ain't going to prove shit. You got to dive in this thing, people. You got to get into the case files. You got to get into the posts. You got to get into the videos, because there is truth and lies in everything. You can't take everything verbatim, peoples. These kids make fake pages. These kids lie. But these kids told the truth as well. You got to piece this thing together. It ain't something that, oh, well, just because Monifa said this or Shamaya said this or Irene said this, that verbatim, that you take that totally verbatim and then that is it. That's law. That's actual, that's factual, that's true. You're stupid when you do that. You're stupid. You're stupid. You're stupid when you do that. See, because my thing is this, peoples, and I stand 10 toes down with this. If you can't explain it in the manner to which I'm explaining it, if you can't show the pictures, the videos, the postings, the case files that coincide with this, you ain't saying shit. I'll be the first to tell you, you ain't saying shit. I will be the first to tell you. Now, all of you Kenneka Jenkins proclaimers and admirators and agitators and all like this and stuff, you ain't saying shit. You can put Kenneka Jenkins in Schiller's Park. You can put her on the west side of Chicago. You can put her in the White House. But that don't mean shit. You got to walk this thing down. You got to make this make sense. You can easily say, oh, well, the video was edited and you know, they edited the kitchen scene and all like this. Well, how did it happen? How did Kenneka get in there? Where was it? Express it in great detail. You can't. The only thing you can show is a little tiny part of, oh, well, you know, the kitchen was edited. This is what Shamaya said. This is what you guys hang your hat on every goddamn thing these kids said. But then in the same breath, you say, oh, well, they're lying. People, there is truth and lies in everything. I've always said, if two or more things lines up, even if it doesn't line up directly, that's proof. And it comes closer to the truth. But the truth needs no explanation, people. It stands on its own. You got to understand that this was a major cover-up on all fronts. You got a girl who is a minor. We didn't know how old Bravery was. We didn't know how old Monifa was. But we know that Shamaya was a minor. And that was major. Because if anything happened to Shamaya at that establishment was going down. It was no question about that. Set aside from Kenneka, if anything happened to Shamaya, that establishment was going down. You got drugs and alcohol, and you gotten people to be hooshed up on some pills and things and stuff. And you see that blatantly in TY's live and what TY and Tanasia was saying, and I'm going to give this girl a cup and all like this and stuff. Don't you know if Shamaya's mom decided to go ahead and sue the socks off for Crown Plaza and all of those entities, she would have got the $50 million. Because she's alive and she would have been to the degree to where she would have been a major millionaire. Because look at what look at Diddy. Look at P. Diddy. The same thing happened. Look at Cassie. The same thing happened to Cassie. So it may not. It would have been a civil suit going into a criminal suit because she was a minor, and that's what Diddy is being prosecuted for doing all of these things with minors. But not only minors, but other people as well. And he's going down. He peoples, listen to what I'm saying. He is going down. I don't care what you say. He's going down. and a lot of other people was going down. The feds ain't gonna come and raid your place for on GP peoples. Not with that type of force. That nigga is going down. And then all of those people who was associated with him is going down. TD Jakes was what was named in that lawsuit. He's going down. People, so I'm not here to fuss and fight and argue with you. I'm just here to give my narrative. Now, I welcomed everybody to come to the channel to shoot your shot. But I don't want you to just say, oh, well, you know, the kids did this or the kids did that. I need you to give us a roadmap. Give us a roadmap. Start from A to B to C and then work your way down. You guys know what my stance is, and I'm always going to stand 10 toes down with what I say and things until you prove me otherwise. But you got to prove me otherwise. I've already proven my stance like I'm doing now. I'm walking this shit down. A lot of you guys didn't even know that it was a camera up there. Did you see the video footage? Oh, it's video footage there, peoples. It's video footage there. You just don't have it. See, people's when all of this stuff went down and things, that's why they were taking a lot of shit down and stuff, because the stuff now, if that stuff was to be exposed now, don't you know how serious this shit is? They already paid out all of that money, and if anybody was to go ahead and expose something to crack this thing open like that, woo-wee. With all of the money that they paid to hush things up, and then you got some stuff that can really bust this thing wide open, just understand what the implications would be, peoples. When you messing with people's money, and you got some shit that really will expose an empire and all of the devious, devilish, and demonic shit that they've been doing, you are in for a fight. If you're not ready for the fight, it ain't no need to be in this, because you can talk around in circles and stuff. I'm in it for the fight. But every time that I go and talk about these uppers, every time I go and talk about a certain person's name and things, look what happens to my lives and things. So I got to be strategic with it. So I got to come back again with a new twist, with a new way, and put this out there so you guys can see now. Now, I'm willing to entertain the various narratives that you guys have and things, you know, and stuff. You know, I'm willing to entertain it. Shoot your shot. That's all. You got a grand opportunity now to shoot your shot. But while you shoot your shot, if your shot can prove me wrong, then prove me wrong. Let's politic on it. You got my narrative. Now let's hear yours. I want to hear you specifically express and walk this shit down. But if you can't walk it down, what the fuck are you saying? You might as well shut your goddamn mouth. I'm telling you, peoples, you may not think so, but I believe wholeheartedly within my heart, I believe that Shemaiah was very, very instrumental in doing more than what many of you proclaimed or thought she did. I think many of you are focused upon Monifa, all because the guys that said Monifa did this, Monifa did that, and so on and so forth. Well, I can't see Monifa doing all of what they say. I see Shemaiah. I see Shamaya. That's my stance. Now prove me wrong. I hear Irene saying Monifa. But in my eyes, Shamaya is more guilty than sin. And I do agree with one of the content creators who I spoke to earlier today. I do believe that the beverage manager had something to do with it. I told you that. I said the beverage manager. I said the security officer. I said the maintenance man. I said the guy in the black hoodie. Shamaya was there at the time to when one of the Kanikas was getting assaulted. I named about 4 of the personnel at that establishment, and for what this housekeeper had said in one of the postings. And I'm not sure if it's in a case file, but we're going to look at the case files because that was brought to my attention and things. He was basically saying that she was kicking and scraping and scrapping and things, and money and all of these articles was falling out her pocket and stuff. Well, you guys remember the famous the famous assault that was taking place, right? And you clearly seen Shamaya there. I've shown you that. Let me show you again. That probably have a little bit more weight to it, peoples. So it's obvious either he was there at the time to when the girl was getting assaulted or someone told him. But either way, he was the one who stated it. But Shamaya was there. Shamaya was standing right there. And you can't tell me, you until you can prove to me differently, Shamaya was there at the time to when the girl was getting assaulted. And I'm not believing nothing else. Because in that video, you clearly see the articles that Shamaya was wearing when the young lady was getting assaulted. Until you can prove me otherwise, this is my stance. This is what I'm standing on, 10 toes down. Prove me wrong. You don't have to convince me about all of me. Just prove me wrong. Just prove me wrong. That's it. It ain't got to ramp up to nothing else and all like this and calling me crazy or whatever. Just prove me wrong. That's it. Why is that so hard? See, you guys ramp this shit up when you want to not even address the various things that I'm asking you. You want to come a roundabout way and stuff and do a song and dance. I'm not here to play tiddlywinks. Prove me the fuck wrong. All right, let me sit your ass down and give you a goddamn biscotti, and put a motherfucking plunger on your goddamn mouth. All right, peoples, I got a video that I was just sent to me. I'm gonna play it when I get back. I got to go pick up my clothes, but I'll be right back. Let's go into this live and stuff. But like I say, I'm standing 10 toes down. Shamaya had more to do with one of the girls getting assaulted, more so than not. I'm standing 10 toes down up on that. Shamaya had a more important role than what meets the eye. I hear what everybody's saying. You know, I hear what everybody's saying. Kanika was left with some guys and all like this and so on and so forth. You know, I'm checking that with what TM had said and things to what the lady had said when they walked up to the 11th floor. You know, I'm looking and listening to all of that. And then I'm listening to Irene and I'm listening to Monifa and their testimonies and stuff when they, you know, did all of this stuff. Not in the case files, but when they did their rants and things all over on the internet. And then I'm looking at what Irene had said in Zach's TV's live and things. And so I'm looking at that and I'm listening to that. And then I'm trying to find some commonalities within all of that. But the one thing that stands out of all of the things that they said and the things that they said that they did and whatnot is that, and I can't shake this for the likes of me, people. I can't shake it. Help me to make it make sense. I can't shake it. Shamaya has always been around Kanika. She has been her right arm, her right leg, her right foot. Shamaya. I understand that Monifa had been Kanika's friend and things and so on and so forth, but you know, when you apply what J Money had said and stuff, he had told you that Kanika had fell out of friends with these people. You know, but that's what they do. They fell out of friends, they get back together. They fall out of friends, they get back together and stuff. So I apply that too. But peoples, out of all of the things that I ever watched about Kanika, Shamaya has been there with Kanika more than Monifa, based upon my findings. Based upon my findings. And I can't shake it for nothing in the world. Until you can help me shake this feeling and to shake this thought and stuff, you know, you're never going to get me to change my narrative because I'm going to stand 10 toes down on that. Shamaya had every goddamn thing to do with Kanika. And what happened to Kanika. You can't tell me otherwise, peoples. And I've already proven my stance many times over. Now, it's your time to prove me wrong. Now, let's go. Now, here is the exit door, and this is where they said that she walked through to go up the stairs. Okay, now, you see the officer right there because you can see the officer in the badge right there, and he is holding the door open. So she just happened to mosey on down this little corridor. Turns, she sees a door handle, and she pushes it up. And she walks up these steep stairs. This is the door that you just seen that was open. Okay. Now, this is what they're saying, that she walked up to get to the main level to where we see her walking into the kitchen. Okay, so they said that she walked up these stairs. But see, people's the thing is that if you go down just a little further down this hall, if you go straight down where it says exit down this hall, guess where you will come to? You will come to the elevator, the service elevator that will take you right straight up to where we found the supposed Kanika Jenkins walking in the kitchen. I'm gonna prove that. Watch this. Okay, so this is where they said that she walked up the stairs. Okay. All right. So now look right there, peoples. Where she's supposed to have got off the stairs, look right there. There is a camera. Bingo. And look, there is that black cord that extends to what? The camera. And guess what, people? The camera was working. The camera was working. So Kenneka Jenkins or Kenneka Martin could not have got up the freight elevator because look, there's the freight elevator right there, peoples. And the freight elevator, you have to have a key in order to get to this particular kitchen, peoples. Because that stairwell from downstairs from the lower level would take you immediately right here to the kitchen to where the supposed Kenneka Jenkins had walked into. So now, Edward Joseph, you are making a lot of sense, my friend. How did she get to here when she was supposed to be in a big, huge kitchen? Because we've seen it on the news, right? We've seen how she walked from one side of the kitchen to the other side of the kitchen. Is this kitchen connected to that main kitchen that she was supposed to have been walking in? Peoples, no, it's not. No, it's not. No, it's not. It's not this kitchen right here, peoples. It's not connected to the big main kitchen that you've seen the fake Kenneka Jenkins walking in with her cell phone in her hand. Oh my God, peoples. Am I tearing it up tonight? Am I tearing it up tonight, peoples? Again, how could Kenneka Jenkins or Kenneka Martin get from the lower level to the upper level in 7 minutes? Because if she went from the lower level to the upper level, meaning she had to walk up the ramp. She had to walk through the lobby. She had to walk past the front desk in order to get to the other side, to get to the kitchen to where I've just shown you people. And she did all of that in 7 minutes. But that's according to the case files, people. She couldn't have did that in 7 minutes. And there's no way a drunk girl could have walked up those stairs and walked directly into that kitchen, peoples. Because if she couldn't grab hold and hold up herself by the end of the stairs of where she was supposed to have been on, right here, peoples, as you can see, because this is the stairs. Y'all hold on for a moment. Okay, people. So again, this is the stairs that the supposed Kenneka Jenkins had tripped over at the end of the stairs. This is the stairs right here. This is stairwell. This leads you directly to where they supposed to have in to the establishment. This stairwell right here, it takes you right to the escalator. The escalator is right next to these stairs. So let me prove that to you, people. So let's go up these stairs right here. There it is right there. There's the escalator, people. Bingo to the lingo. Escalator, there's the stairs that I just shown you. Okay. There's the stairs that I've just shown you, peoples. There it is right there. Okay, so again, peoples, had she just walked up the stairs, she would have been on the main level, and she would have been close to the ramp to where they had walked into the establishment, peoples. Here it is right here. But that didn't happen. That did not happen, people. And so my question is, how in the hell could Kenneka Jenkins or Kenneka Martin ever get up those steep stairs that the police had proclaimed that she got up when she couldn't even walk up these stairs right here? And those stairs is steeper than this. This would have been easy. She had two railings that she could have either held onto or crawled up the stairs to get to the main level and to safety. But there was no safety, peoples, because again, all of this was a murder mystery game. And it was a damsel in distress walking the halls of that establishment, and they were stalking her. They were stalking her. They were stalking her, peoples. But see, the thing is, Kenneka didn't walk the halls as they tried to make it seem. She was definitely in the halls, peoples, but she wasn't in the halls to where they made it seem. Hello, Julia Cox. How are you, my friend? It's a blessing to see you on tonight. And see, people, oh my God, see, this is where it gets juicy. This is where it gets so juicy. Kenneka was never in the halls walking. She was in the halls, but she was in the halls walking. She was carried. Oh my God, peoples. Am I tearing it up tonight, Julia? She was carried. She was never walking, peoples. She was carried. And now we go back to which Kenneka was she dragging? Which Kenneka was she dragging? Was it Kenneka Jenkins? Or was it Kenneka Martin? Which Kenneka was Shemaya dragging, peoples? Was it Jenkins or was it Martin? See? Okay, so now let me go back. Let me go back to the stairs, peoples, because see, this is where it gets very, very interesting. And I just love what I do. I love what I do. I promise you I do. Now, peoples, let's go back to here. Let's go back to here. So now, as we can see, peoples. Yeah. This is the general area to where this is the kitchen to where she's supposed to have walked into. Now, does this look like an area to where it is full use or is connected to the main kitchen? It's not, peoples. It's not connected to the main kitchen, as you can see. You see that, right? It's not connected to the main kitchen. So how did she get from the main kitchen to walking down here to an enclosed area of a kitchen? That is the biggest mystery that nobody has ever answered. And I don't know, people, should I answer it for you tonight? Or should I just leave you in limbo? All right, people, I am back. Let's go ahead and gonna go ahead and finish putting the commentaries up. Anika Hope has said, yes, we will be there and the team will be with me. We're not fear because we don't scare. She said, find out what connection Shemaya has with the police or the mother. because I don't believe her mother took her to no fucking police station. It was put in place. And you know, and I'm glad that you said that, and I'm glad that you feel that way and things, because again, peoples, for all of this shit that happened on the night, and then Shamaya was supposed to have been at home to meet with the police at 4:15 in the morning. You got to help me to make that shit make sense. It doesn't make sense. And see, that's why I'm not buying all of this shit happening on the night, like they're trying to proclaim and things, because it's just that alone. See, nobody's still here that can help me to put this in perspective to how in the fuck did Shamaya get home to be able to be with the detectives. Nobody has made sense as to if Shamaya made a phone call to the police department, because remember when Monifa made the 911 call, the 911 call dispatcher had already said that somebody had already made a missing persons report. Now, see, the thing is, peoples, and this is where the shit gets really dicey and stuff, and this is why I don't believe a lot of this shit. And I'm not buying the shit happening on the night. I don't give a fuck what the goddamn video footage says in the time that it says, or when they said that this happened on the night. I'm not buying that shit. I'm not buying the shit because for the simple fact that when I went back and I looked at the case files, and let me share my screen, people. So let me share my screen. Let me share my screen, because you can go and you can reference it yourself. You can reference it yourself. I'm not buying the shit. It doesn't make sense. And you can't tell me that these kids had left this establishment early to get Shamaya back because of the simple fact the other things that was going in play that still doesn't say that they left early. Right here, peoples. Let me show you. In the case files, peoples, there is only references of 113, 217, 0330, and then down here, we got a reference at 130. 113, 130. 130. It says Kanika attended a party in room 926 on the 9th floor of September the 8th, 2017, early morning hours of September the 9th. Well, peoples, once it's past 12 o'clock, it is the early morning hours. Once it passed 12 o'clock midnight, it is no longer September the 8th. It is a new day. So if Kanika attended a party in room 926 on the 9th of the 8th, that means she had to be there on the night of the 8th. The night, not the morning, the night. So if she's there on the night of the 8th, it means that she had to be there prior to that, peoples. I don't believe Kanika was alive on the 8th. Not Kanika Jenkins. I don't believe Kanika was alive on the 8th. But see, they clearly said the night of the 8th, but then they have in parentheses early morning hours of the night. Well, according to the case files, they're trying to say that Kanika Jenkins left the house at 11:30 to go to some movie. But what goddamn movie is playing after 11:30? See, that's where I have the problem, peoples. What movie is playing after 11:30? That cannot be. See, and I say you got to make sense of this shit, and you got to make sense of it. But that doesn't make no sense, because if I go back to the text message that was shown in Kanika's phone clearly said that I'm already knowing these girls, and I'm just paraphrasing. I know what they're up to. They think I'm a fool, but I see what they're playing. I don't want to be around these people because they are irritating. That's not the exact words, but in so many words, that's what she said. But see, the key word in what was in Kanika's phone in that text message was the word movie. So when she inserted the word movie, peoples, that changes the whole dynamic of this whole situation. Because one, you tell me what movie is playing after 11:30. Tell me what movie is playing after 11:30. I've never seen no movie playing after 11:30. Okay. Right. I did see this. And then the pictures have already been shown. But I'm gonna post this to the Facebook. I'm gonna post this to my Facebook group now. So let me post that one. Now, people, I'm going to be posting some things, and we're going to cover this. And I just want to get your commentary upon this, from that of what I'm about to share, and then let's see if we can make sense of this. Because see, this is where I am conflicted. Because for the simple fact that you got several things going on. You got in Kanika's phone, she's talking about the movies, and she's talking about how she knows what these girls is up to and things. But then in the same token, she was supposed to be leaving the house at 11:30. But what movie starts at 11:30? Okay. All right. Let me let me get back to this, and then I'm gonna share these pictures with you guys. All right, people. So take a look at this. So this is the case file. This is excerpts from the case files. You go back and you do your own research, and you'll see what I'm saying. The only references of time was these four instances: 113, 217, 330, and 130. And it says Kanika attended a party in room 926 on the night of September 2017, early morning hours of September the 9th, with some friends of hers, later identified as, and Kanika last had contact with her family member at approximately 1:30, which would be the text message that we've seen, allegedly, on September the 9th, 2017. Kanika's sisters reported Kanika's friends arrived back at her residence with Kanika's mother vehicle at approximately 0400 hours. Now, see, that's where I have the problem. But we're going to talk about it. But it's in the case files. On 9/9/2017, without Kanika Kanika's friends stated they lost Kanika at the hotel and could not find her. After searching the hotel, Kanika's friends left and returned back to Kanika's residence. And mother of Kanika arrived at the hotel to search for Kanika on 9/9/2017. After Kanika's friends brought vehicle back to her residence. Now, see, this is where the shit is. This is where the shit gets get dicey for me and stuff. Because see, the thing is, in the 911 call, Teresa Martin said that she was able to see the people go and see the switch of the shift change. How in the fuck could Teresa Martin be at the establishment seeing the shift change about 3 o'clock when they just said right here that they brought her mother's car back to her residence, Kanika's residence, with mother's vehicle at approximately 0400 hours on 2017 without Kanika. So how in the fuck could Teresa Martin how in the fuck could Teresa Martin go and see the shift change if they brought the car back home at 4 o'clock? You can't. You absolutely can't, peoples. Come on now. You absolutely can't be at the goddamn establishment if they brought your car back home at 4 o'clock. So this is why I don't believe this bullshit. Because this case file is conflicting with the narrative of what Teresa Martin had stated. Do you understand what I'm saying? So if Teresa Martin was able to see the shift change, and she clearly said on a 911 call, oh, well, they couldn't have seen her because there was a shift change at around 3 something, and the people wouldn't have seen it because it was a whole new group of people. Well, how in the fuck would Teresa Martin know that unless what? She was there at the establishment. And then how in the fuck could the kids bring back the car when what? They were still at the establishment partying. And so when did they go and start looking for Kanika? Because they are clearly there on surveillance video footage, roaming around the halls looking for, are supposed to be looking for Kanika. So it takes some goddamn time to get from Rosemont to the west side of Chicago. So when did the fucking kids leave? When we see them in the establishment roaming the halls and on the clock in the surveillance video footage, peoples, it says 3:59. So how in the fuck could the kids have brought Teresa Martin's car back and go through all of these different changes from Teresa Martin's house to whatever and stuff? Because if you just read the case file, what I said, there were several places that they went before Teresa Martin was able to obtain that car. And then it takes some time for Teresa Martin to get back to the establishment. So based on the case files and based upon what Teresa Martin said, you guys help me to make that make sense, because that shit doesn't make no sense. And so you cannot tell me that these kids had left the establishment to take some car back and stuff, and then Teresa Martin being at the establishment, seeing the shift change, unless she was there, unless they never left. You can't tell me that, because you got to explain to me the conflict in the statement that Teresa Martin made in what's in the case files. And then what it's in the case files when it says that the detectives had met with Shamaya and her mama at her residence at 415. How in the hell did that happen? And peoples, again, you only got what? Let's look at the case files from peoples. This is excerpt from the case file. You got from 113 to 330. But the Snapchat video is supposed to happen at 217. And then Kanika is supposed to have been getting out the elevator at 225. So that's about less than 10 minutes, about 13 minutes. 13 minutes from 217 to 225, Kanika getting out the elevator. What happened within 13 minutes time for Kanika to be getting off the elevator? And then why the fuck you guys keep telling me this 2 o'clock shit when there's nothing in the case files that reference a 2 o'clock hour? You guys are saying that somebody called the establishment, or Teresa called the establishment, or the kids called Teresa or something. Where in the fuck is that in the case files? It's not. It doesn't mention no 2 o'clock, and it doesn't mention no 2:30 in the case files. So where in the fuck are you guys getting this 2 and 2:30 time? Help me to make that make sense. Because again, you can reference the case files. The only thing that's referenced in this case files is 113, 217, 330, and 130. And then you guys going to tell me between 113 and 330, Kanika Jenkins is being carried all over the establishment, walking the halls of the establishment. According to Teresa Martin, she was down in a freezer with an employee for 2 hours. And then according to her narrative, it was 5 hours that they had to wait for Kanika Jenkins to be defrosted. How in all this shit, all of this time, that's fucking 7 hours, peoples. How in all of this time have happened on the night when we only got a 113 to 330? And if we really want to be technical, go right down here, 332. Video surveillance showed Kanika Jenkins entered the area of the freezer at approximately 3:32 on September the 9th. So, see, that's why I can't buy all of these different narratives that the people were saying, because even the goddamn case files is in conflict with everything that Teresa Martin is saying, everything that the kids is saying, and everything that is being shown on the surveillance video footage. So until you can help me to make that make sense, what the fuck are you going to say, or you want me to say, and what you want me to believe? All right, let's look at this here, and I'm gonna share these photos, y'all. So Anika said macho. Anika said that we be going to visit that grave as well, even if that means to read up who is in that grave. Our Haitian brother is in town, be doing that. That's good. Let me know what your findings is, Anika. Anika said, was jealous of hell of Kanika, was only sticking around watching her movements and faking friendship. And I must say that based upon all of the shit that I've seen and what I've learned and things, you know, I gotta agree with you, because again, you know, Shamaya and Bree was the only one who had showed some emotions. But now, is this guilt on Shamaya's part? And is it guilt on Bree's part? Because I do believe Bree had a hand in this shit. I don't know exactly what, peoples, because nobody has really talked about Bree. but Shamaya is guilty as fuck. That's just my opinion. Nika Hope had said that is why the brother was a target, because the streets dealing with it, because the police hands could be tied from that dirt. Yep. Hello, Certified Media. How are you, my friend? It is a blessing to see you on tonight. Certified Media had said, and the camera was working. Yes, the camera down Shandell Lane was working. That camera was working. Clear as daylight, it was working. And remember when I told you that Lenora had other video footage, and guess what other video footage she had? You guessed it. That area of the place to where they proclaimed that the fake or the real Kanika had walked. Let me tell you something, people. Lenora had a lot more footage than what we ever thought she did. And all of those kids had videotape on their cell phone. And see, this is what some of you people never did or never thought to even do in things, because I told you, you can be able to locate people by the GPS or by the pings on the tower with their cell phone. It puts them in a general area. And every use of your cell phone, there is a timestamp that is associated with it, whether you go live or whether you send a text message or whatever. And how in the fuck do you think that these people track these kids down? It was through their cell phone. And that's the one thing that nobody was talking about other than Edward Joseph. Do you not think that these people already knew where these kids was and what they were saying and what they were doing? Because all of that stuff was on their cell phone. But that shit never made it in the case files. So did you not already think that the police already knew where these kids were and stuff? And this is one of the reasons why the kids didn't want to talk, because they knew that they were guilty of sin, and it didn't matter what they said. All of that stuff was already registered with the phone company, and it was easy obtainable. But I mentioned that many times before when the people wanted to challenge me about, well, who was all there and this and that and that. I said they found them out through their cell phones, just like they did with Kanika. That's why Teresa Martin didn't want to give up her phone, because there was a lot of criminating evidence in Kanika's phone and who she was talking with. It was a hell of a lot of stuff in Kanika's phone that she did not want the people to see. Pictures and videos and text messages. People, when they said that all of these cameras wasn't working, why did you think that they said all of these cameras wasn't working? Why do you think that out of 15 pages of case files, they only reference about 4 instances of time? Why do you think that they did that? They did that purposely for a reason. They did that purposely for a reason. And then they gave you testimonies of all of these people who, again, I keep asking you guys, how in the fuck did we get this 2 o'clock, 2:30 hour, and Teresa Martin's supposed to have been calling and this and that and the other? Why is that shit is not in the case file? Because that's what the case files is for, right? When they're supposed to be interviewing these kids and things and ascertaining all of this information, why isn't it not in the case file? And why is it that when it comes down to Kanika Jenkins' movement Everything is so goddamn vague. But nobody's challenging that. Nobody's challenging that. And I'm challenging you upon that. All right, peoples. Anika had said, which Kanika walked up the stairs? Exactly. Because you guys know it was two girls. That's why they called it the Kanika Jenkins deception. It did. That's why in the case files they kept referencing Kanikas with an S, plural, meaning more than one. Peep the game. You're not peeping the game. People, so you think that in the case files they're gonna have so many goddamn typos? Come on, people. These are official documents. These are official documents. And so you're going to have typos all through the goddamn documents. These are people who supposed to had college degrees. These are people who are supposed to have certifications. These are people who are supposed to have went through many months of training. Now I can see maybe one or two, but many. Come on, people. Now, who in the hell do you think you're fooling? Certified Media had said if you turn the cam around, it's doors that take you out back to the dock area and the smoke area. Exactly. But see, the thing is that camera is only mounted and it only is going to project one way because they had to have a camera to show who is down there at all times. That's why they had cameras down every lane. They call them avenue. I call them lanes. Just in case somebody is taking out product or anything from any of the freezers or coolers or any of the equipment or tables or chairs or whatever, a cart. There was more than just those few cameras that was visible. And that's why they took those pictures in the manner to which they did, peoples, because they didn't show you all of the cameras down there. They didn't show you all of the cameras down there, peoples. If you go and you look up the security details and what is implemented in the security details and stuff, and you see what the roles and functions of what the security officers are and what they are supposed to secure, you get a greater understanding as to what the roles and functions and protocols, processes, and procedures are when the security detail is at the establishment, whether it be by volunteer, whether it be by contract, or whether it be by an employee of the establishment. It's just like when I was working for the security, we had a long list and outline what the process and procedures were and what we are supposed to be looking for and looking out for and stuff. Our areas of when we go to surveil. So you got to go deeper than that, peoples. And you just can't just sit with the pictures and just say, oh, okay, well, it's a camera right here. I don't see one right there. No. Every inch of that establishment down, especially down on the lower level, has cameras at key areas, and especially when you are walking down these lanes and stuff. Because if somebody was to open up a freezer or a cooler or something and that door was to lock on them and get trapped, but then they'll know somebody was already down there. Because see, if you go down there and you look when a person had went down there and was walking, you've seen all of these freezer doors and things, but you didn't see any slide or anything that indicates that someone was in that freezer or in that cooler. There, usually when you have freezer doors and stuff, you have like a little, you have like a little, it's a little sliding thing that says occupied or unoccupied. You slide it over to say occupied, slide it over to say unoccupied. But in an industrial environment such as the Crown Plaza, you don't have that. That's why you have surveillance video cameras. So just in the case, just like in the case of Kenneka, when they said that she walked herself in the freezer, you have a camera that clearly goes down each lane so you can see who is walking down that area. So just in case they walk into a freezer to obtain some food or whatever, and that door closed on them, they can't get out, somebody would have known that they were down there. And it is protocol and procedures that every 15 minutes, they are the security has to do a complete run through of all of the cameras to check all of the areas and things. You're supposed to be down there in the control room, and you're supposed to be looking at those monitors, and then you're supposed to flicker from one camera to another camera to another camera to another camera to another camera. That's what you're supposed to do. That's protocol. And that's at every establishment, peoples. I don't care where you at. That is industry standard. I know because I used to work for security. And that's what they do. They have to. Because in cases such as this, you know, the establishment was already liable because, one, they didn't have cameras that was in operation that was key in certain areas. So regardless of whether or not Kenneka died or whatever, it was just a simple fact that she was down in those areas and those cameras wasn't working in certain areas. They already won the lawsuit. It was just to what extent did this have a great impact? They already lost. They knew that they lost. It was no question that they were going to lose. They already knew that when they put out those statements that some of these cameras wasn't working. That is unacceptable, peoples. But the cameras that wasn't working happens to be the trajectory to where this girl was supposed to had walked. And that was strategically done, peoples. It was strategically done. Don't think that these cameras was just working, just not to be working. Bullshit. And I'm going to play you this video of the housekeeper who was telling you about what was going on. And in that video, what he had stated, and I heard him clearly, he said if the people would have went back to the original case files, they would have known something, because he said all of these YouTubers and things were sitting around here saying all of this stuff and things, but they don't know because they wasn't here. I'm just paraphrasing, but in essence, that's what he was saying. So we're getting ready to show this, people. We're getting ready to show this, but I just had to run down that foundation for you and stuff because, again, Crown Plaza had already lost the lawsuit. They already was negligent. I just need you guys to clearly understand protocol, process, and procedures. And because Crown Plaza did not have adequate staffing, they already lost. Even if Kenneka was drunk or wasn't drunk, for her to be in the area that was supposed to have been closed off to the general public, they already lost. Even if she walked herself into the freezer or somebody put her in the freezer, they already lost. Because one, that freezer wasn't supposed to be on in the first place. Two, she somehow, however she got in there, was in there. So they already lost. So it didn't matter whether the freezer was on or off. They already lost. Because security wasn't adequate. And then they got all of these kids roaming around all on the lower level and then all over the establishment. They already lost. J Money down in the kitchen to where the supposed Kenneka Jenkins has been walking. They already lost. For him to go and take a picture of the so-called freezer that she was supposed to be captured in, they already lost. They lost because, again, after the simple fact that the Kenneka was supposed to have been found, and then him still going in the restricted area, and nobody said anything to him, and then they have him on video camera roaming around just freely. Peoples, understand they already lost. Teresa Martin didn't have to prove shit because what J Money did, what Kenneka did, what the establishment didn't do, they already lost. And they lost big time. And it wasn't no way that they were going to recover from this. Oh my God, people, man, I don't know what I can tell you. All of this shit you all are trying to project and say that this shit all happened on the 9th. Peoples, I don't believe that these kids was there on the 9th doing all of this shit. The time, it doesn't line up. And if the time doesn't fit, you must have quit. It ain't no way, peoples, that you can reasonably and earnestly tell me all of this shit happened on the 9th. I don't care what your narrative is. I don't care how strongly you feel. I don't care what anybody say. I don't care what even the establishment say, the kids say. All of this shit could not happen on the 9th. I've always said that. Take away the time. You take away the time, you got to look at the actions. And not only do you got to look at the actions, you got to look at what the people had said. And that's why I played the 911 calls. You got 6 calls. When did those calls happen? You got 6 calls of the 911 call. You got Teresa Martin stating this. You got Shamaya stating this. You got Monique was stating this. You got Irene stating this. You got the establishment stating this in the case files. And then you got the video footage. All that video footage is not actual, factual, and true. And then all of it, and then some of it is true. The statements that the people made, all of it is not true, but then some of it is true. So you got to play a chess and checkers game and piece this shit together, because pieces of it is true and piece of it is not. And the only way that you can discern and decipher that, people, is that you got to make sense of it, and you got to get out your mind this date and time. That is what's fucking up many of you minds. It's the goddamn date and time. Just because they put this video footage down there with a certain date and time, now in your mind, well, we got to incorporate everything within that date and time. Just because they said that in the goddamn case files doesn't mean that the goddamn case files is law. Because if the actions doesn't line up with what the case files is saying, then it's all bullshit and bogus. Just like Kenneka said in her text message. these girls are bogus and they're irritating. She understands their play. She understands their play. But many of you are infatuated by time. And what debunks every goddamn thing in this whole narrative is what one single thing Teresa Martin said. And she said it from her own mouth. And she had to know something because for her to say it. She said it was an employee down in that freezer for 2 hours with Kenneka. So, with that being said, that debunks every goddamn timeline that anybody could ever put in this case. So, the question is, what is she talking about and when is she talking about it? Because not only did she say that, but then she said that on the radio station and then on Dr. Oz, they had to wait 5 hours for Kenneka to be defrosted. So already that's 7 hours right there. That doesn't even come with the time to when the police came down there and did their little search and stuff. And then Shamai and them doing their little searching thing. And then the family coming down there many times over. So how do you incorporate all of that between the 9th and the 10th? Because early morning on the 10th at 12:25, peoples, they stated that they found Kenneka Jenkins' body. So when did all of this shit take place? And see, that's what I'm asking. So incorporate all of this within the time frame that is given. You can't do it. You can't do it. Everything doesn't incorporate within that short period of time, no matter how you try to piece this thing together. Everything did not happen on the 9th. Everything did not happen on the 8th. And I understand how you guys wanted to go ahead and justify the ticket for the ticket being on the 6th, and you guys saying that they gave tickets that was already predated and stuff and things. That's bullshit. It is against the law. That is nonsense. I hear what you're saying, but it's nonsense. It's nonsense. No 4 to 5 star establishment cannot be giving dated tickets. You know why? Because it is a security breach. That's number one. And then it's a insurance liability. Major insurance liability. So just because you see a little stamp on the ticket or whatever and stuff, that don't mean nothing, peoples. I don't buy that for nothing in the world. You go look it up. It is against policies and procedures. It is against state law for them to do that. Because what if somebody got murdered on the property and stuff? They have to have and then if you read the back of the ticket, it gives you the limited liabilities, what the establishment is responsible for, what they're not responsible for. You got to have a validated ticket. You got to have a valid ticket at all times. It is against the law to do that. So I hear what your argument is, but your argument is bogus because it is against the law. Look it up. Look it up. And you go and you ask any great establishment that says that, oh, yeah, you know, we give predated tickets and things. Peoples, you can't do that. It is against the law. It is a major liability to the establishment. That's why they have validated tickets. That's why they have valets. They give you a ticket. They give you a timestamp on it. Within a certain amount of time, if that ticket is not returned and your car is still there, it's subject to be towed if the fees is not paid. That's why they give you hours, timed hours. The first hour, $5. The second hour, $10. The third hour, $15. The fourth hour, $20. Or you can pay a full price for however many hours, for 12 hours or 24 hours. Peoples. And just because they bring in a ticket to get a little stripe, that doesn't mean anything, peoples. Oh my God, peoples, come on now. You think that this big establishment is going to usurp the law like that? That is incredible, peoples. That is the most stupidest thing that I have ever heard in all of my days. You go to a A's game, a Giants game, a 49ers game, a Raiders game, they give you a ticket to come into the parking lot to park your car for the duration of the game. They're not going to give you a pre-dated ticket or a post-dated ticket. Okay. I'll let you guys have that because I'm not going to even argue that point, people. It's mute. It's mute to me. I don't care what your feelings is. It's mute to me because, you can't prove to me, even though they may have shown little swipes on the tickets or whatever, it's against the law and it cannot happen. Just absolutely cannot happen. And I don't buy that, peoples. I don't buy that at all, period. All right. Anika Hope said, going to the service station. I'll be right back. Okay. Hello, it's Jay. How are you, ma'am? And it's a blessing to see you on today. It's Jay said, hello, Mr. Joseph, mods, and chat. So, peoples, if the establishment is blatantly going to break the law, then they will be liable to every patron that ever patronized their establishment. Because that is a flagrant violation of the law. Peoples. You get the parking ticket, look at the back of it, look at the remarks of what it says and things, and you must abide by it. So if things can just be easily dismissed just because somebody feels that is proper, you're kindly mistaken. That will never, ever, ever hold up in any court of law. Never. Because if somebody got killed or hurt or property got broken in on their establishment and they get a pre-dated ticket or a post-dated ticket, what they're going to tell the insurance company, because they can't lie to the insurance company. Oh, well, I got a ticket that was on the 6th and I'm here on the 8th, but my car got broken in on the 8th, but the parking ticket says the 6th. So what you're going to report? You're going to report the 8 or are you going to report the 6? You're going to report what's on the ticket, or are you going to report the time to when you feel that your car was broken into, which was on the 8th? What you're going to report to an insurance company? So you go report the 6. They got you for insurance fraud. Why are you lying? Well, the parking ticket said the 6. Okay, but my car got broken in on the 8th. Well, I'm sorry, sir, but the parking ticket said the 6. So how could you be reporting the 8 when your parking ticket said the 6? You got a problem, Houston. You got a major problem, Houston. And then the amount of people that come and patronize the Crown Plaza, thousands of people in and out daily, and they're giving post-dated and pre-dated tickets. Peoples, People, you guys need to go read up on the city ordinance. You guys need to go and read up on city ordinance and see what's permissible and what's not. It's against the law. And if the establishment is flagrantly, blatantly going against the law, they can be held liable. And for you to sit up here and argue over something that is so goddamn trivial and so goddamn stupid, and then you stand 10 toes down on, well, I don't care what nobody say. I know you don't care what nobody say because you're stupid. That's why you don't care what nobody say. You need to read up on this shit and see what the law says. It ain't what Edward Joseph think. It ain't what Edward Joseph feel. It is what the law is. Because that applies to every establishment in any village, any city, any town. That's why they have validated parking tickets. Because if everybody's going to do that with shit, people can just be making money under the table. Okay, well, I'm going to post that your thing. You know, you can park your car. Don't even have to pay for it. And then just leave at the time to when it's stated that you received the ticket. See, it's amazing. This is why I don't argue stupid stuff with people and things, because again, if you ever do your research and you dive deep into these things, then you'll know for yourself. You know, you just can't go by off the top of your head and go by what your feelings is, peoples. That's why they got laws on the books. That's why they got city parking. If every city parking in all of these different states do what you guys proclaiming Crown Plaza did, was shit. Man, don't you know how much money these people will be making under the table? It's crazy and it's foolish to think that Crown Plaza will blatantly subvert the law in that manner. I just don't see it, peoples. And your argument is mute. It's stupid. It's crazy. It's preposterous. It's hilarious and it's nefarious. Hello, Mariah Lavender. How are you, my friend? It is a blessing to see you on today. Mariah has says, Mr. Edward and everyone. And again, ladies, happy Mother's Day to you. All right, people, so let's get into this. I'm going to go ahead and share my screen in a moment. Let me go to Facebook. Let me call up these posts that were sent and things. Okay, so people on Facebook, do not text me because I am on Facebook. Unless you want your information to be shared with everybody, do not text me, peoples. Is that all right, peoples? All right, so let's go to these posts that was sent to me right here. And I'm going to call this up, so let me share my screen. And I'm going to share it this way, so because I can enlarge it this way. All right, let me go to Facebook. Okay, so on here, peoples, we have this time of event, and this is in the case files. I did see it. And so somebody put this thing together. Okay, so it's the photograph of a guy who is unknown subject. It's a guy in a black hoodie. And that was at 127. But why would they say, okay, so why would they say 127? How would they know it's 127 when we don't even have a definitive time? We don't even have a definitive time in Irene's live. So that would be my first question. Who was the timekeeper? Who kept time in not TY's live, Irene's live? Who kept time in Irene's live? And how could they say that this was at 127? You see how I'm questioning this here, because again, how or who or what are we referencing for the time? Because the establishment wasn't privy to none of the kids' cell phones. So how did they come up with this time? That is the question. I mean, I can go back to the video, but the video doesn't have a time stamp on it. So how, again, did anybody can reference the time in Irene's live? So that's my first question right there. So if you guys can help me to make that make sense, that'd be great, because I'm all ears for what you guys got to say. How did they accumulate a time for this guy at this actual time, sitting down on the bed at this particular time? Who can reference that? And where can we reference that? And how can we reference that? By whose standards? By whose phone? Who was keeping track of time in the room? That's my question. Okay. So, and then at 1:53 appears to be smoking cannabis. Okay, so there's a significant time in there. 27, 28, 29, 30. So that's 3 minutes, 30, 40, 50. So that's 23 minutes. So, and then another 3 with the 53. So that's 26 minutes. 26 minutes later appears to be smoking cannabis. Who appears to be smoking cannabis? I mean, why didn't they put down the perpetrator who was smoking cannabis? What was it? Monifa? Was it Irene? Was it Shamaya? What was it? Bree? You know, who was smoking cannabis? What was it? Anybody else in the room? And so why is it a big gap in between 127 and 153? There's nothing in between. All we see is just a blurred picture of a guy, and then nothing in between. And then now 153, appears to be smoking cannabis. So who devised this? Who put this together? All right, so then we have in between 153 and 156, female subject appears to be reading on her phone and states, okay, again, you look pretty. Happy birthday. Oh, thank you. Okay, so that's at 156, really. Again, who gave this time? Who gave this time? And in between this time from when the supposed Kanika was supposed to be in the room with Irene, Shamaya, Monifa, they never mentioned Kanika in here. They never mentioned Kanika, but okay. So again, who is giving the time? 210. Female refers to someone as slick. 214. Female mentions $200. Who is keeping track of the time? And then 227, it just only shows Monifa, female, black subject, black hair, early 20s. But at 225, the supposed Kanika was supposed to have been getting off the elevator at 225. So why didn't it not reference and say, oh, well, Shamaya and Monifa came back into the room to get Kanika's phone and get her car keys there was Love and Sticks and somebody else that was up in the room or outside of the room playing dice, and Kanika was left in the hallway and stuff. And then all of a sudden, Kanika staggered over there to the elevator, pressed the button, got on the elevator, and then went down to the lower level floor, got out the elevator, and started staggering, walking drunk near the front desk. Why didn't it state that, peoples? Who is keeping track of time? So, unknown subject, and it's just a blurred picture right here. 240, 245, females makes mention of 926. Really? So Kanika is already gone, and according to this, they're still in the room. In Irene's live. And Kanika is already gone. But that goes against what Shemaya, Monifa, Irene, and stuff was saying when they said, well, we came back into the room to go get Kanika's car keys and phone, and then Kanika was missing. But they said that they left Kanika out in the hallway to come back to go get Kanika's keys and car phone. I mean, Kanika's keys and cell phone. And then they came back in the room and told Irene, Kanika's missing. What do you mean Kanika's missing? Go find her. How are you going to let a grown woman go? Kanika's missing. But then remember, Irene said, well, you guys stayed and partied. You stayed and partied. The girl is missing, but you stayed and partied. So how could Kanika be missing and then they stayed and partied? When was the party? Because according to the video footage, Kanika got off the elevator at 2:25 and at 3:25, but it doesn't mention nothing in here that says Kanika Jenkins got off the elevator at 2:25. It doesn't even mention Kanika at all, period. It doesn't even mention that Kanika was laying on the bed by Irene's sister, because remember, Irene's sister said she was laying by me. She was laying by me. Well, she was laying by you. Why did you let her get up with Monifa and Shemaya? Because they didn't say Kanika got up with Monifa, Shemaya, and Bree, or Monifa and Bree, or Shemaya and Bree. It said Monifa and Shemaya. So why are they only blaming Monifa when Shemaya was supposed to have been there with Monifa with Kanika? Say, people, something's not making sense here. You know, something is not making sense. Okay, so that's that picture. All right, so then we got this picture. Now we got the guy, because that's the guy that's not Shemaya, at 2:47. And then 3:03 to 3:09, male subject appears to be moaning. What is he moaning for? Is he getting raped? Is he getting sodomized? Is he getting a dinky in his booty? You know, is he doing the P Diddy dance? Is he doing that power dance? And you know, I'm going to get that soundbite from when they were saying that P Diddy was blasting at guys in the tail. I'm gonna get that soundbite because that was some crazy shit. He was like, oh! I was like, oh my goodness, down. Now you tearing up a man's tail, and you should be in some woman doing that, you know? But you got a man screaming. So at 3:30, at 3:06, female appears to be stating they're raping someone in there. Okay, but it wasn't Kanika. if they are raping someone in there, it wasn't Kanika. And see, that's what I'm saying, people. Everybody is trying to put Kanika in where she's never been, but it wasn't Kanika. So why do you think that Kanika is still in the room getting raped? Because if Kanika is in the room getting raped, why would they want to put her clothes on her just to only let her walk to the elevator, get off the elevator, walk the halls of that establishment, only to walk herself into a freezer? Well, so if that's the case, if Kanika was walking all over this establishment, well then how could she walk to a freezer when she was supposed to be drowned by a pool? How, peoples? I mean, goddamn, that's the narrative that Trey Gang's been putting out there. Oh, well, Kanika's been underlined by a pool. She was drowned in the pool. You know what I'm saying? She was beat up on the outside of the establishment. Do you know what I'm saying? Say they dragged her on the concrete on the outside. Do you know what I'm saying? Peoples, Kanika Jenkins' pants never had any drag marks from concrete. Let me say that again. I said Kanika Jenkins never had any drag marks on her pants. That was indicative of the fact that she was dragged on the outside on the concrete. I don't know if you ever had dead weight or weight. Kanika was a weighted girl. She was thick girl. She was 135 pounds. 135-pound person, and you're dragging on the concrete will cause friction, and it will cause your jeans to have rips or some type of scarring marks on the jeans because of the weight of the person. And then you had to drag her by the leg or by the arm. So there has to be some substantial type of scarring on the jeans, and you don't see it on the jeans, people. So again, it's the time factor. So what the hell is Kanika doing out on the outside? And why would they be dragging her? And if they dragged her, where did they drag her to? And then how did they get her into the establishment? And then if they got her into the establishment, how did they get her to the location where they had found her body? How did she get into the pool? And if she was in the pool, that means that they had to redress her. They had to dry her. They had to take her from the pool, sneak her around, get her into the freezer. But how could all of that happen when all of the kids were supposed to have left the establishment? And Shamaya was supposed to be meeting the detectives with her mom at her house at 4:15. So if the kids did all of this, who put her in the freezer? And then why is it that we never seen any of the hotel establishment employees consistently in that video footage? Why is that, peoples? You see how I just broke this down and just literally just obliterated the narratives that these people give, because when you really think about it in actuality, all of these steps takes time. And you're not going to take a girl who is non-mobile and maneuver her just as if she was able to walk. And all of this shit could not happen within the time frame that they gave to say, oh, well, the kids left early, and now it's up for the establishment to go clean up. We did our job, you know. Whether we raped her, whether we didn't rape her, or whatever, we did our job. So now it's up for the establishment. You guys go ahead and take over and do what you're going to do with her and stuff, and put her where you're going to put her. Why is it in the case files that they keep referencing the upper level and the lower level? Why can't it be consistent? I mean, shit. What you can't get your narrative straight? I mean, one minute you said she's on the upper level, and the next minute you say she's on the lower level, and then you're only just giving it within a minute or two. So what? She's omnipresent. I mean, shit. She can move around that establishment just like that. Was she running through there? I thought she was walking. I thought that she was inebriated. I thought that she had topiramate and dopamine and triglycerine and all of this Listerine in her system that had her just batty out of her head. So if she's batty all out of her head, how in the hell can she move so fluently and so quickly through the establishment? And then if she's doing that, who is calculating the time for her to be everywhere? Because I thought for 1 minute you just told me that the cameras wasn't working. But you giving me a time, so that means that you've seen her on video surveillance footage. So indicative of the fact that you are lying. You're lying, you've been lying, and I caught you in a lie. And then you didn't think that I had the the insight. You didn't think that I knew what I was talking about. You didn't think that I was smart enough to figure out your devious, devilish, and demonic deeds, right? You just thought that I was stupid. You have literally done all of this and told me that you couldn't find her, that this was a reenactment, and that this was the perceived path. This was a depiction, but yet all the while you giving me exact times. Are you giving me a time frame of when she was supposed to be caught on camera? So if she's caught on camera and you clearly see her, then that means that you already know where she is at such a time. So why are you sitting here trying to play with my intelligence? Why are you sitting here lying to me and telling me that this and this and this happened, and thinking that I'm going to take every damn thing that you say to law, and this shit ain't making no sense because it ain't lining up? I wasn't born yesterday. I don't have a pacifier in my mouth. Do I have a dunce hat on my head? When you tell me something, that's what I expect it to be. But yet I'm listening to you, I'm looking, and I'm watching. And it's not making sense. Because what you're telling me and what you're writing down and what they're saying and what you're saying, all of this shit ain't lining up. And then who was the timekeeper in the room? Who was sitting there with a stopwatch and saying, okay, at such and such a time, Kanika was right here. At such and such a time, they put a blunt to their mouth. At such and such a time, they said, happy birthday. Oh, thank you. You look good, shorty. I'm being raped. Help me. Man, you tripping. Well, here's $200. I mean, who was keeping the time? And why is this time not lining up with the official documentation of what you said, that she was walking a hall, staggering drunk near the front desk? See, people, I'm just too analytical. I'm sorry. I'm just too analytical. I'll be like Customs for one moment. I apologize, peoples. I apologize. I'll apologize, people, for being so smart. I apologize. Well, you telling me, and then you're showing me, and what you're telling me and showing me ain't lining up with what is. So what is it that you expect me to say or do? What is it that you expect me to do? I don't understand that, So you want me to believe what you say just because you said it, but just because you said it doesn't make it no law. So what is it that you expect me to do? And see, that's why I can't take for what you tell me. I can't take what you tell me to law, because of the simple fact that what you're telling me ain't what's lining up with what you're showing me. And so when all of that not making sense, well then, I don't know what to tell you, because I'm telling you this shit doesn't make no sense, but yet you're sitting here trying to tell me, oh, well, believe it just because I said it. And I'm telling you, I can't believe it because, again, it ain't making no sense. It ain't coinciding or jiving with the things that the people are saying. And so, with that being said, peoples, what is it that you want me to do? Because, see, I tried my best to sit here and listen to you, listen to everything that you were saying and stuff, give you the benefit of the doubt and all like this and stuff. But after a while, I have to shut that shit down and say, hey, no. I'm not going to dumb myself down just to make you feel good. I'm just not going to do that, peoples. I said I'm not going to do that, peoples. And so, this is why I have to stand 10 toes down with what I say and what I believe. And if you can't take the time out to come and express yourself on my live and call this thing for what it is and walk this shit down, well, then what is it that you want me to say? You think I'm rather stupid. You insult my guest. And see that I took that line from Revenge. And so people see, the thing is, when I break things down in a manner to which I do, then everybody gets quiet because they never thought about what Edward Joseph had said. Peoples, do you not think that I have already played all of this stuff in my mind before I ever even said anything? Do you not ever thought that I had looked at all of this stuff before I ever even said anything? Because I don't want to make a fool of myself. Do you not think that do you not think that I have already played this over and over and over again before I ever brought it to the attention of the masses? Because I'm already knowing that I am going to be held accountable for every single thing that I say. Do you not understand that, peoples? And so, do you not take Edward Joseph seriously, peoples? And I don't know what person that you may have been dealing with in life, but Edward Joseph ain't no joke. But you guys still want to insult my intelligence. Stop sitting here trying to insult my intelligence. People, let me do this. Let me do this. You guys hold on for one moment. Let me do this.
Entire video, but we're gonna talk about different marks 208, 3.
Now here he goes with we're going to talk about different marks 208, 306, 510, and all like that and stuff. I don't want to hear all that bullshit. So let's do this here, people. All right, people, I can't find it, so here, let me do this. All right, let me see here. Y'all give me 1 second. I had that bookmark, but okay, I think it's this part. I think it's this part right here.
But when we're working Las Vegas,
have a place in
Merida.
Merida. Anything you want. 100 ducks, 100 quail, anything. Both of them.
I don't want to shoot 100 anything.
Oh, that's funny. Because I thought that you were from Vietnam. What happened? You see no action?
Mr. Cochran is a pilot. Is known all over the world.
You know the biggest thing that I ever killed was a jaguar. He stood 9 feet tall, including the tail. You know what I used?
Your car.
That's right. He was sitting in the roadway.
Please excuse us, darling. We're going to discuss some business. Brother.
Oh no, it cut off. That wasn't. Come on now. It cut off. Oh man, it just cut off on the part that I needed to see. And I had bookmarked it, but I don't know where it is. And it's not going to let me see that part, peoples. Dang, it's not going to let me see that part. But, oh, well, let me see. And it's not going to let me see that part. Okay, well, I'm gonna find that part in my bookmarks, and then I'm going to play that, peoples, because that was one of the parts that I definitely wanted to play and things, and I cannot find it. Let me just look real quick, right quick. Look at my bookmarks and stuff, because I know I bookmarked it. And if I can't find it, then oh well. Okay. Because that's a part that I definitely wanted to play, and I cannot find it, peoples. Cannot find it. Let me see. Hopefully it's here, but I cannot find it. I'm going to put this thing together, people, man. I definitely am. And okay. And I cannot find it, people. And it's not here. Dang, and they cut it off they cut it off too soon for the part that I wanted to play. But next time I find it, I am going to put it in my editing software, and I'm going to make sure that I have that, and I don't see it at all. Okay, I don't see it. So anyway, it was a part on there. It says, and I played it the last time for you guys, and he said, I think you are rather stupid. You insult my guests. And then he went on, dang, see, and it's only that part, but then it cuts off early. But that's the part that I wanted to play, but it cut off early. So, oh well, okay. Well, anyway, I can't find it, peoples. So I'm not going to worry about it. Sorry, peoples. Hello, Mr. Homer Green. How are you, my friend? It is a blessing to see you on tonight. Mr. Homer Green says, hello, everyone. Blessings to all. All right, people. So let's get back into this here. Let me go ahead and share my screen. I couldn't find what I was looking for, but that's okay. All right, so it says right here, it says male subject appears to be moaning at 303 to 309. 306, females appears to be stating they're raping someone in there. 310, female faintly in the background, possibly saying, help me. 311, loud music playing, unknown subject. 316, and then 317, male states, girl, you tripping. 333, female states, 333, female states, Anita ain't here. 344, female states, girl, I'm not drunk. Well, okay, so wait a minute. So if Kanika was supposed to be on the elevator at 2:25, and then at 3:25 she was supposed to be on the elevator. At 3:44 it says female states, "Girl, I'm not drunk." So how could that be, people? How could that be? Because according to the case files, she was supposed to have been getting off the elevator at either 2:25 or 3:25. But here at 3:44, it says, female states, "Girl, I'm not drunk." And then two female subject speakings, one states, "Girl, you need to enjoy yourself." And then the girl says at 3:48, "I am enjoying myself." At 3:48, female subject picks up another cell phone. At 4:10, they are still in the room. But again, at 4:15, Shemaya was supposed to be at home with her mom meeting with the detectives. So this is the rundown here, peoples. Help me to make that make sense. Help me to make that make sense, peoples. How did that happen? How did that happen, peoples? How did that happen? Okay, so here, let me share my screen. I don't know how to revert this around. I gotta put this in. I gotta put this in my editing software or something, because I gotta revert this around. So this is sideways. So I don't know how to revert it around in this. So I gotta save. I gotta save image as. Let me see. I'm just gonna say Bree. Okay, save image as Bree, and I'm gonna put Bree in Kanika's folder. Kanika's folder. Okay, so now let me go to Kanika's folder. And then let's look for Bree. I don't know where it is. I thought I put it in Kanika's folder, but it's not here. And that's Bree Bree. Unless this is it. Well, this is it, but it's not letting me do it, so I don't know, people. So let's look at it this way. Well, we just have to read it sideways because I don't know. I tried to save it, but we just have to look at it sideways. Okay, so at 4:39, they show Bree Bree. And then at 5:12, another female subject takes the cell phone. At 5:12. At 5:30, female subject with cell phone enters bathroom, which is Monifa. At 5:45, female subject with phone exits bathroom. And then at female subject with cell phone exits the bathroom, female black subject. And then at 5:59, whatever that is right there. All right, so this says well beyond the time and the scope that the kids were supposed to be at the Crown Plaza. Remember, according to the case files, everybody was supposed to have left. Everybody was supposed to have left the Crown Plaza, according to the case files. But according to this, they are still there at the Crown Plaza. So help me to make that make sense. And then this is contrary to what the case files had stated. So how could that be, peoples? How could that be? Help me to make that make sense. I mean, anybody, help me to make that make sense, because that totally goes against everything that the case files had stated. And it's a different time. But all of that was in the case files. So how could that be, peoples? How could they still be at the Crown Plaza? And this was supposed to be way late in the day. That doesn't make no sense to me. But yet, this in the case files, peoples, as you can see. Now I want to share this video. I want to share this video so you guys can hear. Hello, East Side Shooters. How are you, my friend? It is a blessing to see you on today. East Side Shooters says, y'all know what's going on. No, I don't know what's going on. Help me to understand. Help me to make that make sense. You said demonic sacrifices and rituals. Yeah. Yeah, I've been saying that for the longest time. All right, people, so let me go ahead and share this video. Let me go ahead and refresh my screen, but I'm gonna refresh this. And let me call it this video. So I want you guys to listen attentively to what this person had to say. So let me go ahead and share my screen. Oh, okay. Hello, Bart Gang. How are you, my friend? It's a blessing to see you on today. You said you're on your other page. Okay. All right, people, so let me go ahead and share my screen. Listen attentively on this video because this is really something.
Fucking herself up, caught her foot, just dropping shit. Just she was freaking out. You drunk and you feel it.
But isn't there a button on this?
It don't matter if it's the button. Like if you drunk as fuck, the way that door is in that freeze. If you drunk as fuck, you're not gonna open up. You're not even gonna think. She was more than drunk. Like she was off that pill. Nobody know what that pill was, but the detectives, they came to my house talking about that shit. All the way from the Rosemont to the
So
south
who
side.
slipped that in her drink and
A
why?
girl would think ain't nobody gonna snitch. The girl, you could see the girl that's slipping, but ain't nobody on her ass. So what they saying is that basically she shouldn't have took a drink. You feel me? She shouldn't have took the drink. There's a sad incident that she died. Because accidents do happen like that. Motherfuckers get the car.
So you seen her? Okay, what happened when she walked out the room by herself and they said like she forgot or something like that? They took her from
the friend. It's all with the friend. I got auntie that died like that. Friends got her drunk. Want to her alive. Out of jealousy, she was mobbing. So, I mean, you don't have friends that do fucked up shit.
So why did they wanted her to die or what? Like
They said in the video they were trying to sell her on Backpage. They trying to sell her.
I don't believe, but how come in all those? Okay, what happened in that kitchen when the dude was pushing that big ass garbage bag? What was in that garbage bag?
Yeah, right now that's garbage.
But then how come in like all them? Oh.
All that shit. Hey, maybe look up. All that shit. Yeah, everybody. That's the shit that was pissing me off because that social media shit. It clogged everybody head up. They think, oh, this what happened. Nah, that ain't what the fuck happened. Like they're like, oh.
But how come in them videos that look like?
Friend that work here. I'm the only black mom.
I know for a fact that her friend didn't work here because I watched another video she made. She said she worked at like a hospital or something like that.
Yeah.
But how come it looked in the security cameras? How come there was multiple red boxes and there was only her walking through? Like it was detecting another person walking. And then how come they took forever to release the videos and shit? Why wouldn't they just?
Because they didn't have enough evidence. It was nothing because when you go to the real, when you go like to the real video, they show it's not a lot. Like.
So who messed with the video?
Like when they was
who's fucking with the videos and shit?
Like just basically not even detectives, like conspiracy people.
Hey, can you check the ice machine on the 10th floor? It's not working.
So far as in this hotel being affiliated with, not the hotel, but the owner probably being affiliated with that traffic, that ordinance traffic shit, that's probably true. But
you know that owner?
The owner, he ain't gonna say he's Jewish. He's Jewish.
Alright, he's definitely selling organs from jail. Oh my god. Well, every little noise in this hotel scares me. Like I feel like everything's a camera.
And then you walking behind me and shit when I'm in the basement. I'm like, oh shit, he's gonna push me into a private room. It's over with.
There's people that's coming up. The police would have been heavy on y'all. That's we have police heavy on.
New Pampers toddlers
I
helps
just want to
prevent
see for
blowouts.
myself. Like, how did she? I don't understand how she walked into it.
Looking to earn free diapers?
So even it was cold,
Download
she didn't
Pampers
turn
Club
around.
now.
So she just felt the cold and was just like, oh yeah, it was
To be honest,
later.
common sense, even I have to think about that when you're home. When motherfuckers get off drugs, they be sweating.
I was her shoe off and shit.
They be hot.
Her shoes were off, and then there was multiple lip glosses. So I thought, like,
Yeah, that too.
who
That's
put
what
her?
had me fucked up. They said, but like I said, I think it was a friend. Is anybody gonna jeopardize their job? Hell no. Everybody that kept no. Ain't nobody gonna.
I just feel like it's weird because like they took so long to like release videos.
Yeah, because they didn't have enough. What it was, I told them.
How did they not have enough evidence though? Security cameras is so hard. It's so easy to bring her mom in there.
Think about that. We're not gonna release no videos, but we gotta investigate this. We gotta see what she had. We gotta rewind all the way back to see who the friends were. Shit, they thought I was with her. Hell no, I wasn't with that girl. I wasn't with her at all.
So you were working that night?
Oh,
She
yeah,
died.
She died at around 1 or 12.
Hell no, they had security with her walking at 3.
In the morning.
Yeah.
She died at 4.
See, you don't know. That's
no,
it.
No. Whatever time she died, that's when she died. Was I here? Hell no. Was I here the day that they checked in? Yeah. But she wasn't here. They just came around nighttime. But the thing was, when we fucking with guys, the niggas that they was fucking with, the friends she even barely knew, she didn't know none of them females.
You can't get in trouble for talking about this.
If you don't
I don't remember how to.
you might be one that's carpet now fucking with you. Nah, but
Great, you're gonna roll me up in the carpet.
you bad shit.
Not here.
Were you from Miami?
No, Rockford.
Rockford. Everybody in Rockford look like you guys.
No. That's it.
I need to go to Rockford. What's Rockford?
Yeah.
Why you down there?
Cause I wanted to see.
Oh my God.
For real.
Everybody want to come down here and see. Not me. I want to take my black ass home.
I get so scared. I mean, I was so scared coming in.
She's like a lower level.
So this is the door where she died on. Oh, this is the lobby area, right? Or what if they just like offered you bonuses and stuff? Like, I'll give you a bonus, keep your mouth shut.
No, I'm the best at writing the front of you. You're the best in not speaking in front of you.
I feel like you're gonna have mine and shit. He's lying. Her friends did not do that shit. This hotel did that shit. He talking about she died at 12. No, how she died at 12? And she was on tape at 3 in the morning. So how she died at 12? Now you just making shit up. Here he comes. They got you out. I have to call you in a minute. You see I'm doing something. Okay. What? I was on a lower level, and I guess nobody's supposed to be down there because I guess the police are always in here now, making sure nobody's down there. So I guess nothing else can happen. But why was he just down there following me when I was trying to see some shit? He was down there following me, and I turned around. He was like, "You look scared as hell." I said, "Yeah, you can't be walking behind me like that after what happened in this hotel." And he literally been following me since, trying to tell me like all this stuff, and the stuff that he's saying doesn't even make sense. He's like, "Oh, she died at 12. She never died at 12. If there was security footage of her walking at 3:30. I feel like they probably paid his ass or gave his ass an extra check not to say shit or to give false information. I don't know, but all the information he would give me, that shit didn't make no sense. But I'm staying on live while I walk up to my room just in case. He was saying that she walked herself into the freezer and he's seen the footage. I'm like, well, why they didn't release the footage? Yeah, that's what I think. Somebody guided her in there or threw her in there. And he was like, no, she walked herself in there. And it's negative 20 degrees in there. And she was fighting for her life. I don't believe that shit. I want to walk back to my room, but I'm still going to follow me. Like, there's just too many stairs and fucking obstacles in here. Too fucking scary. But I'm about to go upstairs because I don't trust this place. Right. Oh. The information they gave was that nobody. They said nobody used that freezer, so why was it on negative 20 at that? Everybody in here is a liar. Mm-hmm. Oh shit, I think I went down the wrong hole. Mm-mm. Oh my gosh. I'm by myself right now, but there's people in the room. Oh my god.
Okay, people, so I'm back. So now you guys be the judge. You guys be the judge as to if anything that this brother had said is actual, factual, or true. See, it's amazing to when you listen to different ones and you get different ones' perspective. You get a different perspective of one things for what people say, but the things that they say is not lining up to that of what we have already covered or what we have already known. So again, here we go again. It's a merry-go-round because everything is going around in circles. Everybody has a different perspective as to what has happened. Everybody has a different time. Everybody has a different narrative. And so, was it beneficial? Was it helpful? Or was it hindering? And that's for up to you to decide, peoples. Now, what I want to explore is, when did Irene's live happen? Did Irene's live happen after TY's live, or was TY's live first and then Irene's live? That is the question. That was the question that was posed to me on Today and things, because it was said that TY's live had happened first, then Irene's live. But see, the thing is if TY's live happened first, well, then that would have to push the time to when the supposed Kanika got off the elevator, because TY's live, if it happened first, it was stated that TY's live happened at 2:34. And at 2:35, at 2:35, it was Shemaya's Snapchat. So if that be the case and Kanika got hooshed up in TY's live, then it would have had to be at 3:25 is when the supposed Kanika would have to be getting off the elevator, because they would have to finish up in TY's live. Everything tapers down. People are going home and stuff. Kanika's in the room. She's laying down and things. And then it would be at that point is when they supposed to have got Kanika up off the bed, put her in the hallway, and to go ahead and have her roam the hallway and things. So that's what was stated to me. And so that is an issue as well, because again, you would have to say that Kanika was in TY's live. Kanika got hooshed up. Kanika came to Irene's live and was laying down and was, drinking off. Was sleeping off or whatever it was given to her and things. You see what I'm saying? So you guys help me to make this make sense. I'm listening to what you're saying, but what is being stated, it doesn't make no sense. Because if Kanika was in TY's live, well, if that was Kanika in TY's live, well, Kanika would have averted getting the cup. Because remember, Tanasia said, I'm going to give this over to that girl over there. Well, if that was Kanika standing by Tanasia, Kanika was already aware of what Tanasia was doing. So Kanika wouldn't have received the cup from Tanasia, because Kanika clearly seen what was going on. And she just literally leaned back from Tanasia, and while Tanasia just walked past her to give that girl the cup. So you got to help me to make that make sense. So nobody is helping me make anything make sense. So again, I'm trying my best to listen to the narratives that you all are giving and things, but again, if you're not here to help me to make it make sense, well then, what is it that you want me to say? You know, what is it that you want me to say? What is it that you want me to do? I mean, you know, I'm just not going to sit on my live and endorse all of these different narratives and things, and then, you know, you guys are not here to say yay or nay or anything. You guys are just listening. So then, again, I will always revert back to the various things that I was saying. Because, again, I give everybody an opportunity to make what you say make sense. But if you can't help me to make it make sense, then how do you expect me to believe anything that you are saying when that of what you're saying just absolutely, positively, and unequivocally doesn't make no sense at all? Because no matter how you look at it and how I am breaking it down, it still ain't making no sense to me. So I'm going to look at this one document and then we're going to get out of here, peoples. But before I do that, I'm going to have to clean some memory off my computer because, you know, my computer just doesn't have no more memory. I mean, everything is, I got so much stuff on here. It's just crazy. And I wonder, where is all of this stuff at? What is on my computer that is taking up so much memory? And that's what I don't understand. I've been trying to get a breakdown as to where everything is, and still. So it says 28.8 gigabytes on my desktop. So what is it that I can move over to my backup drive? I'm trying to see what video that I can move over, that I can relinquish some. All of these are MP3 files and things. Yeah, I got so much stuff on my computer, and I don't even know what it is that's on my hard drive that is taking up so much memory. That's what I don't understand. And it's crazy to me. But I got to clear something off my computer because I literally don't have no more memory. And so I'm trying to see what can I put onto my external hard drive to clear up some memory. And nothing is showing up for anything that is showing that has like a lot of gigabytes to it. So let me see, this is 1.2 gigabytes. But what in here that is really so these are just small little whatevers and stuff. So I mean, that's really nothing. That's much nothing. See, this is what I was supposed to have been doing today instead of being live, is cleaning up my computer, and I end up going live and neglecting the various things I'm supposed to be doing. And now I am totally out of memory. And I got to move some of the stuff to my external hard drive, but I don't know what. $134 gigabytes, but what in here is taking up so much? That's 28.8. That's 51.9. 51.9. So out of this one, what is taking up so much memory? Okay, here is the culprit right here. So I am going to move this. I'm going to move this to my external hard drive. So Yonder Share Simulator. So let me see which one. Okay, I'm going to put it on my E drive. Yonder Share Simulator. So that'll free up a lot of memory. So where is it? It's my program files. Program files. Yonder Share Simulator. So I'm going to put that in my E drive. Yonder Share Simulator. Okay, so put that in my E drive. That's cool. And so that's going to free up a lot of memory. Then I can free up some more memory by putting some more programs over there, but at least that'll free up significant amount of memory. So then my son, he's just going to have to work off of that, off of the external hard drive. Because all of his games is on my computer. And that's what's taking up a lot of my memory. So he can work off of it on the external hard drive, and then that way that'll free up a lot of memory. So while that's doing that, let me go ahead and look up this case file right here, number 35. So let's go ahead and put that in the corner. Let's go to Kenneka Jenkins case file. And then let's look up number 35. Number 34, number 35. There we go. All right. It's going to be cleared up. Okay, so now here we go right here, number 35. September the 15th, 2017 at 9:30 hours. The following is an interview with the above subject. The following is a summary of that interview, not verbatim. I met blank at Crown Plaza Hotel in the supervisor's office in housekeeping. He stated that he wished to speak to me alone without his supervisor present. Blank states that he works for housekeeping at Crown Plaza Hotel. He states that he was working the weekend of September 8th, 9th, and 10th, see below. Blank states that the only thing that he saw on the 9th floor of the hotel was that when he was waiting for the elevator a female black with red hair exited the elevator and walked past him. He states that he is unsure if that was Friday or Saturday. He also states that it was towards the end of his shift. He states that he did not have any interaction with anyone else on the ninth floor. I asked him if he had a brother, and he stated that he did, and his name was blank. I asked him if blank had ever dated Kanika Jenkins, and he also stated that he never did. He also states that he never knew Jenkins until the incident happened at the hotel and saw her picture on Facebook. I asked blank if at any time was he in room 926, and he also stated he was never in that room. And then his work schedule was September the 15th, September the 16th, September the 17th. And then there was nothing further. So this was supposed to be this guy was supposed to be the housekeeper, the one who we just heard from. And he didn't really give too much information here other than the fact that he said that he only seen a girl with red hair on the elevator, waiting for the elevator. With red hair that exit the elevator and passed him. He says that he's unsure if that was Friday or Saturday. So he's not really giving much information because he is saying that he's not sure whether it was Friday or Saturday. And if we go back to the case files with what I had read earlier, it stated that on Friday night, it stated that Friday night at here, let me push this down. Stated Friday night Okay, here it is right here. Kanika attended a hotel party in room 926 on the night of September 8, 2017, which is Friday night, which is early Saturday morning, but it's not early Saturday morning because Friday night is Friday night. Kanika attended a hotel party in room 926 on the night of the 8th of September. So the night of the 8th of September is Friday. So, which is indicative of the fact that it couldn't have happened on Saturday. If she's there on Friday, things had to happen before the morning of Saturday because everything that we have watched, everything that we have listened to, everything that we have read doesn't coincide with this time frame that they gave us of 0113 to 217 to 330 to 332. It just doesn't match up, people. It just doesn't match up. I don't care how you try to adjust things and stuff. All of this stuff could not have happened on Saturday, September the 9th, 2017. It just couldn't happen. All of everything that we read, everything that we heard, all of the videos and, you know, the this and that and the other, All of this could not have happened on Saturday morning between the hours of 1:13 and 3:32. Which is indicative of the fact that Irene's live had to happen earlier, and TY's live had to happen earlier than September the 9th. That's the only way that this could have happened. No way. And I don't care what the video footage says, and they're saying that they were there on the 9th. I don't care what the case file says that they were there on the 9th, because again, when you do accumulation of everything, all of this stuff could not happen on the night. It is impossible, people. It is impossible. Everything that they have shown in all of the stuff could not have happened on the night. It couldn't. Everything that I've shown you on the other day could not have all happened on the night, peoples. See, we have the key times of when the keys were supposed to have been used and things. It just couldn't have happened. All of this couldn't have happened on the night, peoples. I'm just sorry to say it just couldn't have happened on the night. Because with the statements that TM had gave when a employee was down there in the freezer with Kanika for 2 hours, and then she gave a statement that 5 hours they had to wait for Kanika to defrost. And then we got the statements of Kanika supposed to be getting off the elevator at 2:25, then 3:25. And no matter how you do TY's live or Irene's live, still those times, the only time that will closely match up to that of what Monifa and Irene was saying was if Irene's live came first and Kanika was never in TY's live. But if you try to put TY's live first and put Irene second, it throws out the time to when Kanika was supposed to be getting off the elevator. So I can't jive with that. That doesn't jive with me. Because if you try to put Kanika in TY's live, well, then you got to help me to make this make sense. How does she get a cup when she's fully aware that a cup is being passed around with some stuff in it? You can't tell me that Kanika was totally oblivious to that, what was going on, when she clearly, if that was her in TY's live, was standing next to Tanasia and seeing Tanasia do what she did. So with Clark's Avenue stating that Kanika took the cup and Shamaya was sitting there watching her and stuff and things like that, and Kanika was totally oblivious, that doesn't jive with me, peoples. It doesn't jive with me. It does not jive with me. Doesn't jive with me. So, even if TY's live was first, it pushes back the time to when Kanika was walking the halls of that establishment. Because if TY's live went first and Irene's live went second, then that 2:25 time frame for Kanika getting off the elevator doesn't jive. There's no way that she can get off the elevator at no 2:25. And then if she got off the elevator at 3:25, there's no way that Shamaya could have been home to her mother's house because Kanika wouldn't have been missing yet. And then if she was missing from Irene's life, which that's what they stated, but then you still got to help me to make that make sense. Because again, she would have to come up missing first before Shamaya would even make a phone call before or by 2 o'clock for the detectives to be at her house. She would have to make the call. And then the 911 call had to be made to dispatch to say that Kanika was missing. So Kanika had to be coming up missing around the 2 o'clock hour. But around the 2 o'clock hour, where was Kanika? Because we only got one or two things that was given to us. Either TY's live or Irene's live. Or if it wasn't TY's live or Irene's live, well then guess what? She couldn't have been in either one of the lives. Why? Because it couldn't have happened on that particular day that they stated, peoples. Which is what I have been stating all of this time, peoples. That Kanika Jenkins was never at that establishment at the time to when TY and Irene's live went live or was being filmed. Because that's the only other conclusion that you have, peoples. You have it no other way. Which is what I've been stating all of this time. That Kanika was already unalive well before TY and Irene's live, well before the reenactment. Bingo to the bingo, peoples. Now, anybody got any opposing views? Bring it on and come debunk Edward Joseph, but we're going to do it a different day, peoples. Because Edward Joseph has already proven his stance that Kanika Jenkins could not have been in TY's live or Irene's live at the time to when these people proclaim it wasn't Kanika Jenkins. So now, who is the only other Kanika that could have been? Kanika Martin. Peoples and not Jenkins. And it only makes perfect sense because no matter how you slice it, no matter how you dice it, no matter how you flip the videos around, no matter how you try to merge all of these things together and all of these events and stuff, is just like I have explained to you tonight. It is impossible, peoples, for all of this stuff to happen within an hour or two time frame. You cannot put this girl in where she's never been. Now, who's going to debunk me? Who's going to debunk me? Because I have an ironclad narrative, which I have been telling you for years, and nobody wanted to listen to me. So now I took your own narrative and I have literally, peoples, walked it down. I have analyzed it. I have explained it. I have given you every conceivable and possible way that it could have happened the way that you said it did, based upon the time frame that you gave me, and it doesn't work. So the only other conclusion, peoples, is what Edward Joseph has been saying for damn near 7 years, that Kanika Jenkins was deceased. Never in TY's or Irene's live at the time to when they went live, peoples. And that is the bingo to the bingo to the bingo, peoples. And so you cannot say at all, period, because you have no case. You cannot say that I am wrong in my assessment because I've literally walked it down. Literally gave you every opportunity, peoples, to shoot your shot. And you couldn't say anything. You couldn't say anything, peoples. You know, in every way, which way up, which way down, which all around, and all of this stuff, you could not say nothing, peoples. So, you know, you guys have learned to listen. You guys have learned to listen, peoples. You know, I told you Edward Joseph ain't no joke. And I told you I analyzed this. I told you I got video footage that you've never seen. I got a lot of stuff that you guys never even knew existed. This is one of the reasons why my hands is tied. This is one of the reasons why I can't really say too much of anything other than just do what I do right now and stuff, because again, it will bring great harm to me and my family if I was to go ahead and let out things now, knowing that they already paid all of this money. So the best way I can do is just continue to keep explaining it. The best way that I can continue to keep putting it out there and continue to keep putting this piece of the puzzle together so you can see from my perspective what I am saying. If you ever take the time out to keep an open mind, listen to what I'm saying, and then try to work with me to try to understand what I'm trying to convey to you, it'll all make sense. But see, everything that you throw at me, I keep debunking it based upon what they said, because your narrative does not line up with no time frame that could ever be reasonably or possibly happen. It's just not going to happen, people. I don't care how you do it. I don't care how you do it. It ain't lining up. Because see, the thing is that you guys refuse to see that it can happen on a different date. On a different day and on a different date. And that the person who they're referencing as Kenneka wasn't Kenneka Jenkins. But see, you're closed mind to that. And so you keep running around in circles with the same regurgitated narrative that ain't making no sense. And even the person who you try to depend on, who you want to implicate, ain't making no sense. Because if he lied to her, he lied to the establishment, he is lying to you. And how are you going to put all of this stuff on this brother's shoulders when you can't even unequivocally and undeniably put him in something that you're not even sure of, because he didn't give you much of anything. And then a lot of that stuff that's in the case files and stuff was all bullshit and bogus. And then you want to try to exegete this case with your feelings? Your feelings don't mean shit about this case. You can will it, you can think it, you can feel it, you can do whatever. But that ain't gonna change it ain't gonna change what has been said, and it ain't gonna change what has been done. Because until you can understand that they took different days and put it in there. They mixed this shit around. They purposely didn't put the time in. That's why I used to tell the people who I politic with, forget about the time. You cannot put things together with the time that they gave you, because you will always be confined. You will always be confined. And so, peoples, there it is right there. What is it else that you want to know? Other than I tried to work with your narrative, I analyzed it, and it didn't work. It simply didn't work. Because if you never would understand or take for face value the Kenneka Jenkins deception, I don't know what to tell you. All right, people. Well, I'm finished for right now. I'm gonna play a little bit of the live that I was playing, and then I'm going to taper off and get off of here because it's late. So I've already said what I needed to say. You've already got my stance. I tried that your narrative. It didn't work out. It's not to what you think it is. Now, if you go back and challenge my narrative, the things that I have been putting out forever and a day, then you will see and understand some things. But you have to understand that, peoples. So challenge my narrative and then come talk to me about it. And then let's see where we go. Let's see where we go, peoples. Let me let you get back to listening to what I have been saying for all of these many years, peoples. Let's go. This shit I just answered for you tonight. I just leave you in limbo, peoples. Because look, I want you to take a look at that. Okay, now let's go back. Let's go back. See, let's go back. See that? Let's go back. Now this is the area to where she walked in. There's the camera that captured her walking into the double doors right there. There's that camera. The famous, infamous camera. And then look, there is the black cord that leads into the what? Camera. And guess what? The camera is on. You've seen the camera light on Shandell Avenue or Shandell Lane, as I call it, peoples. Y'all seen the camera on, right? So they said that the camera is not on, peoples. If the camera is not on and it's not working, you wouldn't have a LED light on the camera. And one last thing I want to say, peoples, while you're looking at these photos, these are the original case file pictures. As you can see, these pictures that I'm showing is crystal clear. The pictures that you see in the case files, these other things that was given, that shit is all blurred and all grainy and things like that. So what I am showing you is the original case file pictures. That's why they're so crystal clear. So when you are showing all of these other pictures, well, those pictures are so grainy and things. The case files pictures has never been grainy. They never been grainy. Look how crystal clear these pictures that I'm showing you is. That's how you know the difference, peoples. That's how you know the difference. Understand, peoples. Let's go. But because the LED light is on the camera, that means that the camera is working. They did not want you to see how they got that girl into this area. I told you it was a ritual night, a satanic ritual, a murder mystery game. And see, people's where they say that the dimensions is all off. Well, it's not really, people's, because look, this is the area to where the fake Kanika came in, and then there's that little purple mat or whatever that is on the end cap of the counter top. There it is right there, people. And you clearly see that. Clear as daylight. And then we go back a little further. It takes you right around the corner. And then you go back a little further. It takes you right here to the freezer. And this little area back here, it ain't no way to get in or out, peoples. It's just a little storage area. And then there's the infamous freezer that the supposed Kanika Jenkins had walked in. You see that, right? So everybody make a big stink about, you know, I've got so much information, evidence on the kitchen. Who cares? Who cares what you have, peoples? Who cares? Who cares what you have? Because at the end of the day, the bottom line is she never walked the halls of this establishment. She was already dead. And people's, there it is. There's the famous and infamous coffee cup that the employee had left. There it is right there, peoples. This is a kitchen that is not in use. And this kitchen is not connected to the bigger kitchen that the supposed Kanika Jenkins had walked into. It's not connected. Okay, let me say that again, peoples. The infamous kitchen that the supposed Kanika Jenkins had supposedly had walked into is not connected to this kitchen, peoples. Oh my God, peoples. Do you see what Edward Joseph is saying? So now let me go back, peoples. Let me go back to the case file, because I think I had it, I have it in here. And the case files clearly stated, peoples. There it is right there. And let me venture through, because we're going to get to it. We're going to get to it, people. We're going to get to it. I just have to see where it is, because I don't know exactly where it is. And see, it's showing you all of the See, they're showing you all the Pucky and Sucky and Ducky and all of these people and all of this stuff. I mean, you see how the play is, peoples? You see the play, right? So let's find that case file where it says that in 7 minutes, he was from the lower level kitchen to the upper level. And this is one of them. All right. So here is the supposed kitchen that the Kenneka Jenkins had supposed to have walked into. And then now let's read this. It clearly says right here at 3:20 a.m. Saturday. So remember, she was supposed to have been killed Friday. According to Casey Cloyd Olvera Sanchez Medina, Trey Gang, Custom Design, and T Slay. Y'all remember that, right? You remember what they said. Okay, so you don't remember? So let's hold on to this and let me play. Let me play that. Let me play that for you peoples. Let me play that for you. You guys hold on for a moment. Let me share my screen in a moment. Let me go back to it. Let me go back to it, peoples. Okay, so let me go here. And let me go here. Let me go here. Let me find the audio. Okay. Here it is right here, people. Nope, that's not it. Let me go further down. Did I share it in here? I think I shared it in my live. Okay, so I didn't share it in that one. So let me go here. Where did I share it to? Where did I share it to? Okay. All right. I shared it in one of my posts. So let me go back and see. All right, so I didn't share it in that one. I thought I shared it in my chat room chat. So let me check that again. Okay, this is Kenneka Jenkins chat. This is Edward Joseph Let's Talk Live. Okay. Okay, let me see here. I'm gonna have to scroll up a little further. I know I got it because I shared it on my last live. So got it, but I shared it to my. Oh, wait a minute. I know. Let me call it Mines because it was shared with me. So let me call it Edward Joseph. There we go. There we go. It was shared in Mines. All right, people. So let me go ahead and let me share my screen. So Randall Robinson, you say that Trey Gang never said that Kenneka was killed on the 8th. Well, what day did Trey Gang say that Kenneka Jenkins was killed? Because if I recall a live that Trey Gang did, I believe he said that she was killed on the 8th. And I know I just played that. I played that live just a couple of days ago. So if I recall. And then I recalled Custom Design and T Slay saying the same thing that Casey had said. So I can back up what I say. I just go back and play back the live. Because I do recall that. And I do remember playing that live. So I'll go back and play back that live and to get clarity upon exactly what Trey Gang had said. But for right now, we're going to go further with this, and let me prove my point right here, because this is what Casey Cloy Olvera Sanchez Medina had said. Let's listen in, peoples.
But what is going to come out? You know, it'll come out that she got paid off a settlement. She can't talk about the amount, whatever. But the rest of this shit's never going to come out. And the lady did say, because she does have, I don't know if it's her or her husband, somebody's got somebody in law enforcement, whatever, blah, 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 that the cops did treat it like it was nothing. And then when they took statements right there. Oh, wow. That means that oh, shit. Hold on. Let me think. What did she say? Oh, shit. Because look, okay, she went missing, let's say 2:00 Friday morning. They found her before 7:00 Friday night. She was found in the pool area. The lady didn't necessarily say in the water or not. She said she used the term pool area. But she being that she was wet, the position that she's in is the position that she was put in. She was getting difficult to move or to position, even though rigor mortis had not set in yet. It was getting difficult. However, I know you got resources on hours happening.
Okay, so you heard what she said. She said that she went missing Friday morning and she was found Friday night. That's what she said. That's what Custom Design and Trade Gang and T. Slay had said, if I'm not mistaken, because I played back the live the other day. So we can play back the live the other day to confirm that of what they said. But you clearly heard Casey Cloy Olvera Sanchez Medina said that she was missing on Friday and she was found Friday night. So she was missing on Friday and she was found Friday night. Well, help me to make that make sense. How in the hell did anything on Saturday come into play if she was already dead? How? That's what she said. Y'all heard what she said. So how could anything on Saturday, how could she ever walk the halls of that establishment if she was already dead? See, people, I just proved my points. So while you guys want to sit here and throw out these little tidbits, prove to us that these people did what they say that they did. If Trey Gang never said it, prove to us, show us a live that he said something else different other than what I just stated. Because I can go back to the live and play it. I just played it the other day, a couple of days ago on the live. And I've showed you what Custom Design said, Trey Gang had said, and I just showed you what Casey Cloy Olvera Sanchez Medina had said. All right, so if Kanika was already deceased on Friday, then help me to make this make sense. It says here in the case files, it says at 3:20 a.m., peoples. Saturday, not Friday, Jenkins is seen on surveillance video staggering drunk near the front desk, according to authorities. The family says they aren't told about this until 10 p.m. that night. So how in the hell could they have Kenneka Jenkins on surveillance video footage Saturday morning, staggering drunk near the front desk? Where is the video footage of Kenneka Jenkins staggering drunk near the front desk? Where? It says Peoples. It says 4 a.m. Saturday. Jenkins' friends called her mother to say they lost track of Jenkins at the hotel. They didn't say at Schiller's Park. They didn't say at the square in New York City. They didn't say a party in the west side of Chicago. They didn't say the Marriott Hotel. This was at the Crown Plaza Hotel. It stated Peoples 4 a.m. Saturday. Jenkins' friends called her mother to say they lost track of Jenkins at the hotel. So where were they? They were at the Crown Plaza Hotel. The friends say that they are in the car Martin lent her daughter for the night, and they have Jenkins' cell phone, according to Martin. Okay, so did you hear what I said? They said that they have Jenkins' cell phone. Well, if they have Jenkins' cell phone, who was the young lady walking in the kitchen with a cell phone in her hand and proclaiming to be Kenneka Jenkins? And if they had Kenneka's cell phone, Peoples, well, then let's go back to the first case files. Let's go back to the first case files, Peoples. Let me look up the first case files right here. Let me look at the first case files, Peoples. All right, so Kenneka Jenkins, where's the case files right here? Kenneka Jenkins case files right here. Narratives. Okay, let's go to the first case file. Very first case file right here. Okay, let's look at the case files, Peoples. All right. So the very first case files, let me bring that down just a little bit so it can fit. All right. Very first case file says, on this date, I was dispatched to 9501 Devon Avenue, Rosemont Police Station for a station report of a missing person. Upon arrival, I spoke with Lenore Harris, who is the complainant, who is the sister of the missing victim, Kenneka Jenkins. So we know it's Lenore Harris because Lenore Harris was the one who made the missing persons report. Not Teresa Martin, Lenore Harris. Okay, it says, according to Lenore Harris, the complainant, the victim was last seen leaving her home with her mother's vehicle on September the 8th, 2017 at approximately 11:30 p.m. Okay, so if Kenneka was deceased on Friday, Peoples, how did she drive the car? How did she drive the car? Because again, according to Lenore Harris, she was last seen leaving her home with her mother's vehicle September the 8th, 2017 at 11:30 p.m. So She's leaving at 11:30. So what? Did she get killed right after she left the house? Think about that for a moment, peoples. You just heard what Casey Cloy O'Vera Sanchez Medina said, that she got commandeered Friday. You heard what she said, right? She got commandeered Friday. Okay, so since you didn't hear it, let me play it again.
Because look, okay, she went missing, let's say 2:00 Friday morning. They found her before 7:00 Friday night. She was found in the pool area. The lady didn't necessarily say in the water or not. She said she used the term pool area.
She was missing Friday morning at 2:00. All right, so peoples, if she is driving the car at 11:30 p.m. Friday night, how could she be missing at 2 a.m. Friday morning? Let's look at the calendar, peoples. Let's look at the calendar. Okay. So let's look at the calendar, peoples. All right. Not now. So let's go back to the year 2017. And then let's go to September. All right. So let's increase this. Okay. So Friday is September the 8th. So September the 7th, leading into September the 8th, if she came up missing, she had to come up missing on September the 7th, leading into September the 8th, because if she came up missing Friday morning at 2-something in the morning, it will be the night of the 7th, leading into the morning of the 8th. Not from the 8th to the 9th, because she, according to Lenora Harris, left her house Friday night at 11:30. Saturday morning would be 2:30 on the 9th. But Casey Cloy O'Vera Sanchez Medina, said that she came up missing Friday morning. So the only morning on Friday would be from the 7th to the 8th, not the 8th to the 9th. Oh my God, people, see, you're not listening to what I am saying, and I'm trying to get you to understand something, peoples. Okay, so let me go to the conversion chart here, peoples. Let me go to the conversion chart here, because see, you're still not listening to what I'm saying. So let me help you to understand something, peoples. So let's go back to Kanika and let's go to the conversion chart. Okay, let's go to the conversion chart, peoples. All right, because I need to educate you on something, peoples. And see, this is where the operation comes in. They are ops. Casey Cloy O'Vera Sanchez Medina, Custom Design, and T. Slay. They're all working together. They're ops. And I'm beginning to think that Trey Gang is an op too, because he is spreading false information, people. He has a narrative that keeps changing every year. It doesn't make no sense for this narrative to change every year. I can see if you got something wrong and you need to correct yourself, but this far-fetched narrative that he has been doing for the past 6 years, peoples, it doesn't make no sense whatsoever. And see, it's people like me who does the forensics on the evidence and who has been sent evidence to debunk these people from the very madness that they're speaking. This is why they never challenged me up on my channel. even Custom Designs, he invited me to his channel to try to challenge me, but it turned out hilarious and nefarious. He didn't want to challenge people. He just wanted people to come over to his channel to talk, to run up his numbers. Now, let's look at this. So 2 a.m. is 200 hours. 2 p.m. is 1,400 hours, and that's in the afternoon. So anything after 12 midnight, 2,400 hours, will be the next morning. So if Kanika came up missing at 2 a.m., peoples, it will have to be 2 a.m. in the morning, leading from the 7th to the 8th. So that means that the party or whatever had to happen on the 7th in order for Kanika Jenkins to come up missing, which I have already told you that Kanika Jenkins was already deceased on the 7th, but earlier than leading into the 8th. I told you that. And so Casey Chloe Olvera Sanchez Medina is literally complimenting what I had said, except for her time is a little off than what I had stated when Kanika Jenkins was deceased. But she still complimented what I had said, because Kanika Jenkins, although she said that she was deceased on the 8th, she could have never walked the halls of that establishment. And that is what I have been saying all along, people. And so in that sense, she's complimenting everything that I was saying. So there it is in your face, peoples. If Kanika Jenkins was deceased Friday morning, it would have been Thursday night, which is the 7th, leading into Friday morning, which is the 8th, and which would have been 0200 hours or 0230, which is what Casey Chloe Olvera Sanchez Medina had said. So there's no way that she could have, according to Casey, driven her mother's car from Lenore's house if she was already deceased. So based upon the case files that Lenore has given, the very first case files, either Casey's lying or Lenore is lying. And peoples, I ascertained that Lenore is lying. Because again, what did Lenore say in the case files? Let's go back to the case files, peoples. Let's go back to the case file, peoples. Let's go back to the case files. Okay, so Lenore said that according to Lenore, the victim was last seen leaving her home with her mother's vehicle on September the 8th, 2017 at approximately 11:30 at night, which she was supposed to have already been dead. So she's already been dead, then that couldn't have happened, peoples, because she was already dead. And so here it is right here. The victim was heading to a party with a couple of friends at the Crown Plaza Hotel, not at the DoubleTree, not at Schiller's Park, not at the west side of Chicago, not at the Marriott, at the DoubleTree Hotel. So you got Lenore confirming that Kanika was at the Crown Plaza Hotel and not in Schiller's Park. and not in the west side of Chicago, not at the DoubleTree, and not at the Marriott. That's what Lenore stated in the case files, peoples. Now, the complainant states that last time she had contact with the victim was via text message at approximately 01:30 hours on September the 9th, meaning at 1:30 in the morning. Okay, let's go back to the conversion. So 01:30 would be, people's, what? 1:30 a.m. in the morning on September the 9th. So according to Lenora, Kanika had last texted her at 1:30 in the morning, according to Lenora. But it stated in the other case files, peoples, right here. The friends say they are in the car Martin lent to her daughter for the night, and they have Kanika Jenkins' cell phone, according to Teresa Martin. Do you see the play? Do you see the play, peoples? Do you see the play? That's in the case files right there. Lenore had told the reporter she never had contact with her sister. So let me see if I can find that video of Lenore talking to the reporter and telling the reporter, I've never had contact with my sister. She clearly said it, peoples. She clearly said it. Man, I had all of this stuff outlined and stuff for all of the videos and things, and but I'm just freestyling, peoples. I love doing what I do, so I'm gonna find it. So let's go here. And let's go here. And then let's go here. Let's go Lenora Harris, Kanika Jenkins. Lenora Harris, Kanika Jenkins. All right. So let's scroll. And let's be on the roll. And then there it is right there. Peoples, right there. Lenore's truth.
In the freezer. For somebody. What was in that freezer? Because why so long before somebody would go in a freezer in a hotel this stuff? We went in the freezer. It wasn't nothing in the freezer but one little piece of ice, and the freezer was warm when we got in the freezer. It wasn't even cold. They said they had just turned it up. Even if it was out, it should still be a little cold when the freezer was on. Did they say anything about any obvious marks on her, anything like that? No, they didn't let us see her until they put her in the locker. We didn't see none down here. We only saw her from neck on up. And her hair was all over her head. It looked like she was spiky. I asked some friends how was her hair was, but then she left out the hotel. They said her hair was flat and straight down. And when I saw it, it looked like it was just all over her head. It didn't add up. It didn't add up.
Okay, so her hair was flat iron straight all the way down. And when they came, there was nothing in the freezer, but just the little piece of ice. People, that didn't add up. That didn't add up. So let's take a look at this here.
Negative anything on Facebook, all these lies and tell the truth.
what she had on, because what you wearing don't identify your character. You can't judge a book by its cover. So I don't care what this hotel known for, because I got a lot of rumors that the hotel known for selling. You know what? One thing, and I'm not just saying this because she my sister. You guys, anybody out here that know her? Kanika had 2 boyfriends out her life that I know about. Tampons hurting my sister. So I know she wasn't here selling nothing. I know she wasn't here. They need to stop saying that she was drunk. Because now it's a bunch of other videos that's at 2:40, that's at 2:30. It's a lot of more videos coming out, and I have the videos. I want to tell the whole world to stop saying about your sister.
She has the videos. She has the videos.
I heard a while.
I want to tell the whole world.
And you know she has the videos. Tampons hurt her sister? Really? Really? When she left the house, her hair was flat iron straight. Now her hair is all over the place. For people's how did she know that? You got to ask yourself the question. Why did Lenora ask about her hair if she already knew how her hair was? If she knew that her hair was flat iron straight, why did she ask about her hair? Why did she lie and say that her sister never contacted her? I'm trying to find that. It's on one of these. Because you heard it many times, people. Okay, let's listen to this.
For the support.
What do you think of all this that's happening out here tonight?
I feel like it's love, and I thank them for the support, because some people we don't even know. So for them to take out their day and time, maybe call out work, however they did it, they supported my sister, and I thank them. Because we all coming together as one. I think that they actually helping me and my mother and my family be strong.
Okay, so I want you guys to see the play. They're playing upon your sympathy. I thank you for the support. I thank you for everything that you're doing. I thank you for coming out here to be with my sister. I thank you. I thank you for being out here with my sister. I thank you for the support. You see how they're playing on the sympathy of the peoples? But yet she's going to turn around and she's going to shut down the protests. She's going to go and make a live and say, hey, live, how y'all doing? My effing daughter is dead. And for the book and for the record, ain't nothing happened to her. No investigation has been made, but ain't nothing happened to her. She made it from the lower level to the upper level, but ain't nothing happened to her. According to the case files, the kids had her phone, but yet, according to the video, this girl is walking into the kitchen with a cell phone in her hand, but yet ain't nothing happened to her. In Irene's live, you don't see Kanika nor Shamaya, but yet ain't nothing happened to her. She was supposed to have left the house at 11:30, but according to Casey Chloe O'Vera Sanchez Medina, Custom Design, and T. Slay, she was killed Friday morning, and she was found Friday night. But yet, ain't nothing happened to her. People say evidence is right there in your face. What more do you need? The evidence is in your face. So you have Casey Cloyo, Vera Sanchez Mendina, Custom Design, and T. Slay, Trey Gay, sitting here telling you Kenneka Jenkins was killed Friday. But yet they argue the point Saturday and Sunday. I never did. I told you Kenneka Jenkins was killed before that. But you never seen me argue the point for Saturday or Sunday. I've told you she never walked the halls of that establishment. I've told you that. I've told you that, and I've told you that. But they told you she was killed Friday. And they argued a point for Saturday and Sunday. So how and why would they argue the point? And they clearly told you that she was deceased on Friday. And why would Irene lie? Why would Lenora lie? Why would Bree lie? Why would Monifa lie? Why would Shemaya lie? They all lied because they all were standing to make money. It was a conspiracy to take down Kenneka Jenkins. She was the chosen one to be sacrificed. Not only for her connections, but the money that would stand to be gained. Why 50 million peoples? And see, you see the play now. The play is to try to pin the mother up against the establishment, but the establishment is working with the mother. Make it seem like they are angry against each other. Sue for a large amount because the money ain't coming from the establishment's pocket, it's coming from the insurance. And so the more money you sue for, the greater the chances that you will get something good. And then everybody get a piece of the pie. Okay, peoples, I am going to do a part 2 on tomorrow with this. Kenneka Jenkins' new revelations is being revealed. I'm going to do a part 2. It is 12 o'clock midnight. And I have to get some sleep, and my son has to get some sleep because we have to get up early in the morning. And so I greatly appreciate each and every one of you. And then it's almost the 6 o'clock hour on the live. So I greatly appreciate each and every one of you for tuning in and things. Thank you so much for coming in. I want to say that, hey, we tried our best to go ahead and give a new narrative and test out all of the different narratives that the people have gave and things. But as you can see, it failed. And so if you guys will come on and politic with me and things, and work with me upon that of what I was trying to convey to you, then you'll be able to understand some things. But if not, I'm just going to continue to keep telling you what I'm telling you, because what you have decided that you want to do doesn't make no sense. Now, come test out what I have been saying for the longest time, and then see if that makes sense. Is that all right, peoples? So happy Mother's Day to each and all of you mothers and things. You guys be blessed and get your rest and things. And peoples, we're going to get out of here. And then if the Lord says the same, I'll see you tomorrow. But Tuesday I won't be here because I'll be here with I'll be gone with my son. Tuesday and Thursday. But on Monday, we're going to do a part 2 to this. We're going to just dive right in, and we're not going to waste no time. We're going to get into this. I'm going to finish playing this live because it is going to take about 4 hours for that to be completed. And so to give you guys some juicies. But peoples, we're going to be going members only on a couple of lives. And so I'm going to play back a couple of lives that I have done back in the day with the original content. And it's going to be members only. So I'm only going to stream on this channel, and it's only going to be members only. So if you haven't subscribed to the channel, I implore you to subscribe to the channel. Come on and support me. I have been doing my very best to try to put this content out there, try to get you to politic if you so do choose to. But if not, then that's fine too, because I'm still going to do what I do, and you'll still be around to listen. So either way, it's fine. But you'll just be the one who's missing out. So the membership is only $2.99. We're going to be going members only probably this week, not tomorrow, but it will be sometime this week. And we're going to do membership only for maybe about a week or two, and I'll be sharing some content with the members only. And so until then, peoples, happy Mother's Day to each and every one of you. You guys be blessed, get your rest, and enjoy yourself, peoples. And ladies, remember, Father's Day is coming up. So on Father's Day, what you can do is you can say Happy Father's Day, Edward Joseph, but then you can also become a member to the channel. Is that all right, peoples? And that'd be one of the best Father's Day gift that you guys can ever give me. And so until then, peoples, let's get out of here.
You've been faithful, you've been true, and you've done all that you could do. And for your faithfulness, it's your time. You applauded for the rest. Now it's your time to be blessed. And for your faithfulness, it's your time. You've been faithful. You've been true. And you've done all you could do. And for your faithfulness, it's your time. You applauded for the rest. Now it's your time to be blessed. and for your faithfulness. And for your faithfulness. It's your time. You waited for so long, but you held on and you were strong. And for your faithfulness, it's your time. You encouraged everyone else when you needed it for yourself. And I want you to know that for your faithfulness, it's your time. You waited and waited for so long. But you held on, you were strong. And for your faithfulness, it's your time. You encouraged everyone when you needed it for yourself. And for your faithfulness, it's your time. This song is dedicated to all of you who have been working in the vineyard for the Lord for what seems like a lifetime. You have dreamed and you've worked towards things that you wanted to accomplish for yourself. But somehow your biggest goals always seem to be just out of your reach. But the Lord told me to tell you that He knows who you are. Yes, He's seen your work, and He's also seen your tears. And He wants you to know today that you're not forgotten. He's here to reward you for all your faithfulness. But He said in His word that if you would delight yourself in Him, He will give you the desires of your heart. In other words, not only will He give you what you need, but He promised to give you whatever you want. So don't get discouraged. Don't give up. Hang in there and prepare yourself for your blessing. It's your time now. You waited and waited. You waited for so long. But you held on. You were strong. And for your faithfulness. For your faithfulness. Because you hung in there when times got hard. And when it seemed like nobody cared, you kept out on working. You kept out on doing good things. And for your faithfulness. For your faithfulness. It's your time. It's your time. Thank you, Jesus. He told me to tell you. It's your time.
Unravel me with a melody. You surround me with a song of deliverance from my enemies, till all my fears are gone. I'm no longer slave to fear, for I am a child of God. I'm no longer a slave to fear, for I am a child of God. From my mother's womb, you have chosen me. Your love has called my name. Now I've been born again into your family. Your blood flows through my veins. I'm no longer a slave to fear, for I am a child of God. Oh, I'm no longer a slave to fear, for I am a child of God. You split the sea so I could walk right through it. My fears are drowned in perfect love. You ransomed me so I could stand and say I am a child of God. You split the sea so I could walk right through it. My fears are drowned in perfect love. You rescued me so I could stand and say I am a child of God. Oh, I am a child of God. I am a child of God.
And so, peoples, I have come to the end of this live. And if the Lord says the same, I'll be back on tomorrow, peoples. And so I hope you all have enjoyed this live on tonight. I'll be back if the Lord says the same. And we're going to really get into this, peoples, because now, as you can see, I told you some years ago that the birds was going to come home and sing. And so it seems like the main bird is singing right now. The main bird is singing, peoples, and the conscience is not clear because now she has some explaining to do. And so instead of her getting mad at everybody for saying things about her, it's time for her to start explaining things about everybody and herself. And so it doesn't matter, she can, reference scriptures and she can reference God. She can do whatever she wants and things. But at the end of the day, I'm just going to remind her what she said and what she did. And then when I do that, then and only then, peoples, is when we'll have a greater understanding because, you don't have the luxury to sit up here after all of these many years and then break out and say that you're still trying to figure out and find out what happened to the life, the love, and the legacy of Kenneka. That is unacceptable to me. And so it's time now that TM come and explain to me and to you and to everyone what truly happened to Kenneka Jenkins, because it doesn't wash with me for her to sit here and say she still have questions about what happened to Kenneka when you know damn well what happened to that child. And so, peoples, I hope I had said something to encourage your hearts up on tonight. Tune in again next time to an Edward Joseph Let's Talk Live, Edward Joseph Kitchen, Edward Joseph Gospel Hour, Edward Joseph's Blessings Giveaway 2025 will come to you with something wonderful. I love you with the love of Christ, and there's absolutely nothing you can do about it. Peoples, mask up and be safe. And again, peoples, TM doesn't have the right. She doesn't reserve the right to speak in the manner in which she has written. And on my next live, peoples, we're going to finish with what TM had to say, and we're going to call her to the carpet. And we're going to see what is it that she wants to say to the people after all of this time. No, baby girl, you don't have the right to complain about anything, because if anything needs to be said, then we will say it. We don't owe you an apology, and we don't owe you, Lenore, an apology. For it's time now that you come out and you reveal what you know happened to Kenneka. Because see, the thing is, and it's simple, TM. Now, I'm not the one that you really want to ruffle the feathers. Because see, I can have you back in court tomorrow full of sorrow. But see, that's not my intention. But if I needed to be pushed, then I am willing to go ahead and take that fight. Now, let's get some act right around here, TM. And let's see what you have to say about Kenneka. I know you're watching this live, and I'm going to reach out to you. And I want some explanations. Yes, I believe within my hearts of hearts that you owe us an explanation. We don't owe you nothing because we have done what we were supposed to do. I ain't talking about all of the other YouTubers. I'm talking about Edward Joseph and his channel. We sat here, we cried, we laughed. We were in pain because that young lady had touched all of our hearts and our minds. And I'm just not going to let you go scot-free and say what you need to say. Now, you can go and try to strike my channel if you want to. I dare you. You can say whatever you want to say about me. I dare you. And you can do whatever you want to do. I dare you. I'm not Jedediah, and I am not Trey Gay. I'm not 54 Keys, and I am not Zillionaire. I definitely am not Casey Chloe Overa Sanchez Mendina. I am Edward Joseph. And as I stated before, many years ago, ma'am, I am here And I will always be here to seek for justice for Kenneka. Now, if that is your fight and that is your plight, well, then you can come to my live and you can delight. But if that's not the case, Mel, it is hell to pay on today. I'll be back, Mel. And that's a promise. God bless you all. Thank you for watching.